mumbling.
2023.
Fucking do it! I'm from Waterloo! Where the vampires hang out!
Three, two, one.
10 wonderful films were nominated, but only one will take the award for Best Picture. Yeah. And I have to go to the envelope for that. And I will. Alright. Here it comes. And my eyes see the 2023 Campy Cast special, everybody. Hi. Welcome.
I wasn't expecting that, but cool.
Yeah,
Hi, welcome.
the only thing that I really
Can't Be Cast once
encompassed
again.
here.
And today we got a big one here,
Ooh.
big one. So you guys have to sit down for this one. It's gonna be big. So for those who remember, last year, 2023, we did a video where we talked about almost every movie we saw that year. And we had a fun time doing it. It was great. It was probably one of my favorite of the episodes we have done. So I thought of the idea of just kind of doing it again. Thought it'd be cool.
I think we both saw a little less this year because I just watched less movies and stuff now. Funny for a movie podcast guy.
Yeah.
We still got a decent lineup between the two of us, and I think it'll be more of a quality over quantity in terms of what we watch. We both watched a very interesting lineup of movies, and I think it'll be quite interesting. I think, see, I don't know about what your perspective on this is, Anthony, but for me, I think 2023, it didn't quite have the highs of 2022. Like, my favorite movies of 2022, I think I prefer. Like,
Same,
Everything
to be
Everywhere All
honest.
at Once, Puss in Boots 2, RRR, Bullet Train.
Classics
A lot
right
of classics there. Yeah, and then
Amazing.
2023, there were still some I really loved, and we'll get to those. But they aren't, like, quite that top tier. However,
There was a lot of great
aside from a
moments, though,
few,
lot of
I think
moments
there
that
were
shone.
way less stinkers for me. Like, in comparison, there were way less movies that I was actively, like, groaning at and thought were really
Yeah, if we're
terrible.
comparing it to 2022 had like a lot of terrible fucking movies, and there were definitely some stinkers
Yeah.
this year, which we'll get to. But there are stinkers every year. That's just life. Not every movie's gonna be a hit. So yeah, and it was
Yeah.
very interesting. Year financially, specifically, it was almost like every week it was like, this movie is underperforming, this movie had a budget of this and it made this and it was a bomb. Like, especially with, there's a lot of, like, I don't know, superhero fatigue was kind of getting worse, a lot of that with the
It's actually
performance
kind of
the
insane
Flash
for
and the
me
Marvels and stuff
because,
like that.
like, it's so weird. I forget if I've mentioned this on another episode before. My bad if I have. But it's weird because this is like the first year in a while where a bad movie would come out and people wouldn't watch it. And you might think, well, no shit. But like, it's weird. I get into this pattern of being like, well, this is a bad blockbuster, but I just won't watch it in theaters and it'll make a ton of money. I'm not giving this like my full support. I got into that like mindset. But with in this year, it's weird. Like, movies were actually underperforming in a way I haven't seen in a while. Quantumania completely like bombed at the beginning of the year. The
Yeah.
Flash was one of the biggest bombs
Oh
in
my
Warner.
God, The
Actually,
Flash.
DC in general was just like
What a mess for
totally
DC this year. Holy shit. They made like 4 films, and Aquaman 2 did like make a bit of it did do the best financially, but still, if we're comparing it to the first film, it did not do that great. And in
Yeah,
general,
yeah.
they're just none of them were doing well. None of it was sticking, you know? And it feels like now, I don't know, it was just a weird thing for DC, especially since they didn't even know what to do with these movies because of the reboot James Gunn was working on.
Yeah,
And
yeah.
it
And
was like a
it's
whole
so
thing. It
weird.
was interesting.
So odd the gap they're in with that universe, because it's like
Yeah.
they're doing like, I guess they're on a new universe with Gunn now. But I guess stuff from the old universe also counts because the Flash was supposed to be the
I
end of
guess
it. But
so.
then
I don't
Aquaman
know.
2 came out afterwards, and that was the end of it, even though it doesn't feel like a final movie at all. And also Peacemaker, that show, it's supposed to be like a part of the old DCU, but it's supposed to also be in Gunn's new universe. It's
You
just
know,
really
yeah,
confusing. I
it's
don't know the whole
weird. I
thing.
don't know. Like, hopefully
Yeah.
this gets like confirmed in a way that makes sense soon. But right now, I'm pretty damn confused about that stuff. So, yeah. And in
Yeah.
general, it's like, man, there were just like a lot of movies. Like in June specifically, there were like so many movies that were bombing, and like, yeah,
Mm.
damn. We'll get to those releases later. Yeah, so first off, some stuff we were gonna say. We're not gonna have like an in-depth discussion on all movies, obviously, because there's only so much we have to say about some of them. That might be why we never really did an episode on them. If we do have if we do like think about like these movies we might talk about could be turned into like more in-depth campy cast episodes one day when we like want to go more in depth on what we like about them and more specific details, which we'll probably do at a later date, depending on how we feel about some of these. But a lot of these we might not do campy casts on, to be honest. So we might just go
Yeah,
all out
yeah.
with some of the discussion. And we also might bring up movies that we already discussed, and maybe like since then we've kind of wanted to like say if our thoughts have changed and like what has happened since then, you know, just kind of talk more about some
Yeah.
certain stuff around it that we didn't mention in the original episodes.
Yeah.
So we'll bring up some of
Timestamps
that.
will be below, by the way. If there's a
Yeah,
specific
timestamps.
movie you're hankering for our thoughts on, we'll make it easily accessible.
Yeah,
You
so
know, you don't
you could
gotta
just watch
watch a
like
whole thing to scrub for a specific part. Um,
yeah. Um,
yeah,
y- you could just press that like those links if you want a bit of a bit more
in the
detail into that.
description below.
Yeah. So yeah, and also the Oscars happened. I said last episode we briefly talk about it, but this year, you know, like I said, it wasn't bad. You know, like it was better
It
than
was
last year's, to be
oddly
honest.
well received in that there weren't people complaining about it. And see, the thing is, I have a strained relationship with the Oscars because I watched it during arguably one of its worst years. If you guys were
Same.
around for the 2021 Oscars,
Ugh.
which if you can remember was a fucking shit show, they set it up as if they were gonna end with a Chadwick tribute, giving him Best Actor, but then gave it to Anthony Hopkins, who was fucking asleep.
Yeah,
It
it
wasn't
wasn't
even
even
there.
like I'm not mad by that award. Anthony Hopkins was fucking phenomenal in that
No, I
movie,
think
but
he
like
deserved it. That's the thing. He does such a good performance in that movie. But the way they set it
it
up
was
was so
so
weird
fucking
and was
awkward,
so
especially since
dragged
that guy
out.
doesn't even like
And
the
like
Oscars.
exactly, and fucking Nomadland got Best Picture.
I keep
Does
forgetting about that
anyone
movie.
remember that movie?
Yeah.
It just oh my god.
2 years
And
in
then
a
on
row
the
where the Best
2022
Picture winner is
Oscars,
going to be remembered for a while.
yeah. Well, 2022 was weird because they gave it to Coda, which I think is a charming movie, but is it
Yeah,
like
I was not
a best
expecting that at
picture
all, and I feel like
movie?
most people forget about it because of the Will Smith slap thing.
Yeah, see, that's the thing. That's the main thing people remember from the 2022 Oscars, the fucking slap. That was the big meme of that for a while.
Yeah.
And that had nothing to do with any of the actual awards. It was an unscripted thing where Will Smith acted like a maniac, and that got everyone's attention. So that
Yeah.
says a lot about the quality of that Oscars. It's just another like blah, boring
Yeah.
one. They
But
gave all
last
the
two
usual
have been
awards except for
fine, you know?
Kraken.
And this year, none of the awards actually pissed me off. Congratulations. Like last year, there was a bunch of all quiet stuff that I rolled my eyes at. And as much as I love everything everywhere all at once, Jamie Lee Curtis winning, like, what? Like she was good in the movie, nothing wrong with her, but why was she even nominated in the first place? She didn't even play that significant of a role compared to
Yeah,
like
that was
some of
weird.
the
I don't
other
know why
actors
they
that she was
did
up
that.
against. So that was weird.
Mhm.
So like Yeah, those were like the only awards that kind of like disappointed me. This year though, every award I thought was deserved pretty much, you know? Like none of them pissed me off. Congratulations. Uh,
Yeah, yeah.
yeah, that's a
I will say the only award I saw contention with is some people were like, "Well, Emma Stone shouldn't have won for Poor Things," but I didn't
I
see the
yeah,
movie that
well
she was competing with,
yeah, well
and I think it was
we'll talk
mainly
about
because
that
of
when we get to the poor things segment, but yeah,
yeah.
that's a whole
Poor
thing.
Things she won. Nah,
Yeah.
that's funny.
Moving forward. Anyways, so what we're gonna do is just kind of like just talk about all the nominees as well. But yeah, it was a good ceremony. A lot of the awards were nice, I guess. Um, we'll talk
Jimmy
about it
Kimmel
more
was the
throughout the
only
video.
like real stinker for me.
Yeah, oh my God,
Like
they gotta get that guy.
I really
Get
do not
someone
know why
else
they keep
already.
bringing back. I really don't know why they keep bringing him back as host. He's just so obnoxious. Like some of the stuff he was doing was like he was making fun of Robert Downey Jr.'s like coke addiction, where like the
Oh
worst
yeah, how
depressive
funny.
years
I
of his
saw
life
that.
right in front of
Wow.
him. They tried cutting out he was like practically like signaling him to like stop, but he just kept going at it. I hate
Yeah.
Jimmy Kimmel. He's such a prick, but that's entirely separate from
Yeah,
the
just
Oscars
get someone else.
discussion.
Many people have
Um,
said this, but like just get John Mulaney or something. And I haven't
yeah, I
even
was
watched
hearing
much of his
that. I'm
comedic
like,
shows, but like he
oh my
already
god, actually,
seems
I might
funnier
bring
than
his.
Jimmy Kimmel just by seeing him
Yeah,
make one single
I
joke.
Yeah, I might bring up his special later in this very video, so I'll get to it then. But oh my god, I remember because I didn't watch the Oscars live for the record. I just like was like doing my own thing and I was keeping up with stuff as it was happening, which is what I do most years. But with this, it was like I saw the little clip of Mulaney. He was doing like I think costume design or
Yeah,
something.
and he
Or wait,
mentioned
no, that
Madame Web, which I thought was pretty funny.
yeah, yeah, it was funny. He did like the mention the Madam Web meme quote and like his deliveries and stuff. Oh my God, John Mulaney is so funny. I love that guy.
Yeah, he has like
Like
much
it's
more
like
like fun charisma with his jokes, you know. Like I
yeah,
think he's just like he
yeah.
seems like a funny
He's
guy.
very like easily likable, which is good for the Oscars. You need a likable guy
Yeah.
for the Oscars. And then
Mm-hmm.
but Jimmy Kimmel, who is a notorious prick, has got it like fucking he did it at like 2019, 2020, I believe. Just a lot of years he kept coming back and back. The Oscars love him.
God, the
He's like
movies
a
are
back.
so long. Am I right, guys? Like, jeez, we get it.
Yeah.
Ugh.
And oh my, actually, you know what's so funny? He made this one joke during the Oscars that was making fun of a movie we'll be talking about later, Transformers: Rise of the Beast. He said like, could an AI have written Transformers: Rise of the Beast? Yes,
Wow.
yes, it could. And then Transformers like fans on Twitter, the Transformers Twitter, 'cause they were fucking cooking him, making fun of him, pointing out all like his stupid shit. And then
That's funny.
Jimmy brought it up on his show the next day, oddly, because he has this like
I didn't
talk
hear
show.
about this.
But
I
then
heard
they
something
cooked him
about
again
it,
because his
but
one,
not the
yeah, I
whole
saw this
thing.
one account that was just like bring up every bad thing Jimmy Kimmel has done, all because
It's
of
like they
fucking
saw him and it's
Transformers.
like, all right, Jimmy, you're canceled.
Exactly, over a movie that's kind of shit, admittedly.
Yeah,
But
I wouldn't go
saying an
far saying
AI
it's
could have
AI.
been Rise of the Beast,
Yeah,
eh,
that's a
I don't know
grave
about that one.
insultment on the creators, to be honest. So,
Yeah,
yeah.
yeah.
Oh well,
But,
he's done worse. Moving
mm,
back into it, let's get into the
moving
movies
forward.
because that's what you clicked on the video for. So I think it's most necessary that we bring up a movie we've already talked about on the podcast, but it's like it is the film of the year, many people have said. Let's bring up good old Oppenheimer, you know? Good old Oppenheimer.
Yeah, we're going from box office bombs to the bomb.
Yes. Now,
But
Oppenheimer,
yeah,
it's the movie of the year, and we already talked about it.
yeah, I think like collectively, a movie like Oppenheimer, I'm really happy exists. Genuinely, I know I didn't get to. I'll throw some shade here. I would have loved to talk about this more in our Clonenheimer episode, but a certain someone was
Yeah, I think,
hogging the mic a little.
yeah, you might
Yeah,
have
yeah,
noticed that for those who were listening to it. Xander kind of stole the show with the Oppenheimer thing, and I feel
yeah.
like you specifically weren't able to say quite as much stuff.
Yeah, I was kind of
So,
like robbed a little bit there.
yeah, so
But
go on.
yeah, a movie like Oppenheimer, I genuinely am like so happy exists because admittedly a lot of it was carried by the trend I'll stop myself from going on a rant about. But like Oppenheimer had this such a buzz, this whole thing. it was practically the movie of the summer, and it wasn't like a big blockbuster. It wasn't anything like that. It was a movie about like the atomic bombs in like the 1940s. Yet it had this like presence to it that everyone was like talking about it. It's
Mm,
still being talked about now, and it got like box office wise, it actually did like really well. Obviously,
yeah,
it's not like
almost
a
$1 billion.
determining factor to an actual movie. Yeah, it did like really, really well for a movie like this. And I think it's a good sign of where we're at in like modern like movie like scape, right? That's all going towards a movie like Oppenheimer that has this big presence, this real like scale to it. It's like a normally a 3 hour like history movie historical pieces like bore people, but fucking everyone was seeing it. My
Yeah.
one friends who don't give a shit about movies at all, they were all going to Oppenheimer, and I think that's a good thing
That's
ultimately.
cool. It
That everyone's
encourages more
going to.
works like this for this success. And
Exactly,
in
exactly.
general, I just have a lot of respect for everything behind this movie. I just think like it
Yeah,
nails almost everything pretty much everything it's trying to do with this like
yeah, yeah.
disaster and event in history, trying to play it out. And yeah, it's done great. I'm happy Nolan got the respect he did when he got the best director win, because I feel like he deserves this, you know? He deserved this. This is one of his most it's one of his most crowning achievements, man. It's like it's going to be remembered for years to come, and it was pretty predictable this would win best picture, but like it is a huge W, you know. Cillian Murphy, Robert Downey
Yeah.
Jr., fucking phenomenal. Really happy they won.
Well,
You know, I don't know. I
I think
liked
Glenn
pretty much
Howard was
every
the
other
best performance.
actor for best supporting actor, but you know, Robert Downey Jr., I'm happy he won. He was amazing in this
Yeah.
movie.
Cillian Murphy for Oppenheimer was the easiest lock, but what, you can act like he didn't deserve it?
Yeah, let's be
Come on.
honest.
He
I
sells
love
the
Paul
whole
Giamatti, which
thing.
we'll learn soon, but
The
like,
plot.
yeah. Great. It's
Yeah.
just everything about it, man. Just everything about the scale, just how they tell the story from Oppenheimer's perspective, seeing just like how he became this man, and just like everything about it has this like amazing authenticity to it. There's so much like
Yeah.
commitment and effort put into how they play out the story. There's just like a lot of
There's
intrigue
just
to
real
this.
just like scale to it, like and just even simple talking scenes. There's just like just feels so rich,
There's so
they
much
got
like tension.
all
Almost
this
every
presence
piece of
behind it.
dialogue feels impactful and purposeful. It never feels like looking back at
Yeah,
this
yeah,
movie.
exactly.
It doesn't
Even
feel
when
like
like
it
the
deserves its long runtime here.
yeah. And just like even like on a thematic level, there's so much to like think about with the whole like thing of it because it's this whole like thing about obviously it's like real events, but the way it's like played up and like emphasized here, it really gets a scale of how like fucked up the whole thing is. Like they
Yeah.
were so obsessed with the idea, like they present Oppenheimer, this guy, he's so obsessed with the idea. Can he be the one to drop the bomb? Is he the one that's like the one to have like this like real scale, real presence in the world? And then he does just to prove a point that he can do it. And then afterwards you see all the ramifications of it, like how this affects him, what like
Yeah.
all the scale is. Is Oppenheimer like a and then like it all just comes crashing down
Hmm.
really. And it's this like really interesting story of how like just because you can do all this shit doesn't mean you should. And like the long lasting consequences of how this affected Oppenheimer, the whole like government just response to it. The second half of this movie is a lot of just like talking, dealing with the fallout. I love that whole like that boardroom scene of talking to Oppenheimer talking and the whole
Yeah.
like the way the stress piles up on it
Yeah,
and
all the like
everything.
loud
It's just like
steps in that one scene is also like just haunting him in a lot of ways.
yeah,
There's
yeah.
so much they definitely do a good
So
job at subtly conveying these emotions. And not to mention, then we got the character of Louis Strauss played by Robert Downey Jr. and I find it always like very interesting how he's like thinking more about shit like how Oppenheimer like kind of made him look pathetic, and like he assumes that he badmouthed him to Einstein and stuff like that. And I think it's interesting, like he's worrying about this small petty thing and not seeing the bigger picture. And it really does a good job at subtly hammering in the point of this movie, and it's done so well. It's such an impressive movie
yeah,
from a
yeah.
writing,
Oh, there
directing.
one scene where Strauss is just like he's yelling about like Oppenheimer at the end of it, how like he's like talking about. how like, he doesn't actually regret and he would like do it all over again just to prove that he has this like presence. That's such a good scene, and the way that I love the way the movie like uses like color because the whole thing. I remember reading like the tweet before this, where it was like, well, in some respects, these scenes that are black and white are the objective perspective, and this part is subjective, and it like,
Yeah.
it's phrased in kind of a weird way, but I love the way they like do that in the movie because when it cuts to like certain black and white moments, it really like emphasizes like certain important bits. And they do it. And it looks beautiful too. Like, say what you want about even Nolan's like weakest works, he knows how to fucking frame it and shoot it just so perfectly. It's like, mwah,
Amazing.
fantastic,
Amazing right there.
perfect.
Such a good movie. Like I
Love it.
said, talked about it more in the
Yeah.
Clonenheimer discussion. Sure, one more person talks more than the other two, I guess. But still,
Mm.
regardless, he made some great points, and it was still a nice discussion and a great
Yeah.
episode. Highly
The
recommend
bomb
checking it out.
dropping may be like the best scene of
Oh yeah, the
2023. Like
ending,
one.
bro. That oh yeah, yeah, that might be the best. That might be the best scene.
I
That's
like.
like
Ah, it was such
that
good.
and like another scene from my favorite film of the year. It's like neck and neck
Yeah,
between
I just
those.
such his presence to it. That's awesome. I love it.
Yeah, I
Lovely,
remember.
lovely.
I think I might have said this in the Clonenheimer discussion, so I might be repeating
Oh, I
myself
forget.
here. When I first watched this movie, I was like, okay, this is good. But it's a lot to sink in, so at the time I was like kind of just like
Exactly, exactly. That's why I wanted
processing,
to.
unsure. I did raise my rating later, and then that second rewatch when I like had more context and kind of understood the messaging more, I ended up loving it a lot more in the second rewatch, and I will continue
Yeah.
to revisit it just to see what they do. It's a remarkable fucking movie and
Yeah,
yeah,
I really wanted to like rewatch it. I was gonna do it before this video, but stuff came up. I probably will soon. By the time this comes out, maybe I have. But Oppenheimer, such a good movie, and
yeah,
also it wins the record for the most white men in one movie.
sure.
There's so many random celebrities in this movie,
Yeah,
like
Chief.
fucking Josh Peck, Devin Bostick, and this is what I only learned recently. You know that Scott Grimes, the dad from the TED Show,
Yeah, I
was in
saw
it.
that in like an interview for the fucking TED show that like he mentioned that he was in Oppenheimer. There's so many like characters and like people in this movie to the point where it's like, okay, yeah, you can easily miss an actor, but yeah, it's
I'm
cool.
genuinely like, yeah, I'm so happy. Like even every like little character gets like a little bit or moment. I'm genuinely really happy that like Josh Peck is like he does good in this, and he like this movie is a big success because he's like I don't know. I guess he just kind of like typecasts into him as like, haha, he's a wacky sitcom actor. But for what he did on Drake and Josh, he did like what he needed to do like perfectly on there. And now he's in a fucking big Nolan movie, and he's got like this big presence. Like, wow, it's a
Yeah.
little scene, but I'm glad he got something. And
Hmm.
also Devin Bostick, fucking Roderick Rules guy, he's gone
Yeah.
so far.
Also, this one
Uh,
best score. Honestly, I would be mad if it didn't because yeah, best score of the year
I don't
easily.
know the bomb
So
dropping.
fucking
So
good.
what's the song called when they drop the
Can you
bomb?
hear the
That's
music?
one
I
of the best.
think I've listened to that
Yeah, yeah, that
multiple
one.
times. It's
It's
such a fucking good track.
Oh, it's
Holy
so
shit.
good. When that
Um,
dropped, it's like, whoa, like really just conveyed that like
amazing.
tone really well.
Yeah.
When I rewatch it, I want to rewatch it obviously, but I think that theater experience, I don't know if like I'm lucky you got to see it twice because getting that like that vibe,
Mhm.
just being sucked into it, that
Yeah.
whole present when the bomb drops, all these like little bits, they shouldn't have this like big impact, but they do all of it. It's just
It's
so
so good.
such a good movie.
Anyways,
Yeah.
I guess that's Oppenheimer. I'm so happy it's gotten so much praise. I do agree with the general consensus that this is the film of the year. It's not my personal favorite, but regardless, it's a film that is just amazing, and I have so much respect for it. Can't wait to see it again one day. Anyways, let's move on to one of my other favorite movies of the year. Would you be down to talk about The Holdovers next? That was also
Ooh, I
nominated for Best
love the
Picture.
holdovers.
I love The
The holdovers
Holdovers.
is
Such a
so good.
fucking good movie, man. I love this movie. I know there's been like allegations lately about this movie being like plagiarized script wise, something about like
Yeah, see,
a doctor and like his patient, I
yeah, yeah,
guess. I haven't read the full
see,
thing,
I was
but I
looking
have
over
heard about
that,
it.
and okay, I didn't look into it much myself. Shout outs to Xander again. I know I just mentioned him. These were like his two favorites of last year, so I guess it makes sense. But I remember he kind of looked over it, and I like took a gander, I guess. And a lot of those allegations are like they seem really like stretched. It's not even like the way I've described it is like, oh no, is there another movie about a kid in college being stuck with a bitch teacher during Christmas break? But no, it's not even that closely connected. It's something like entirely different, but like medical fields and the whole stuff. There are some scenes that sort of connect, but like it's very, very much a stretch. So
Okay. That's
call me
good to hear.
conspiratorial, but I think it's a little weird that those allegations dropped the night before the Oscars when the holdovers could have won awards for script and
That
like
yeah, that's true.
directing and best
Weird
picture.
coincidence
A
right there.
little weird, guys.
Hmm.
Hmm. But yeah,
Anyways,
um,
movie's so
aside from that,
good.
the holdovers fucking rocks. I love this
I
movie.
love
It just
the
it's
vibe
weird.
this
You
film
don't get
has.
many like modern, like really good Christmas
I
movies
know,
because most of
right?
them are like either decades old or bad. So the fact that we
Yeah.
got this like really nice, really like wholesome thing, it's just so
There's
good.
just something so
The
beautiful about this movie, you know. The main character, Paul Giamatti's like a school teacher. He does an amazing job, by the way. So,
uh,
so
one
good.
of my favorite performances of the year. I
Yeah, he
love him.
plays this teacher named
So
Mr. Hunnam, and he's kind of like grumpy around the holidays, you know. He's just kind of alone, you know. He's just kind of a lonely guy, kind of committing himself to this strict form of education that he continues to pursue. And then he teaches this other kid named Angus, and and then soon he has to like stay with him over the break, along with this this lunch lady named Mary who's recently gone through who went through a family tragedy recently. And I'm very happy Devine won. I know multiple people talk about it. Such a great speech. So happy she won. Great, good for her.
yeah,
She was great in this movie. Really brought a lot of character
we deserve
and
a couple
heart
more
to
awards, but you know,
Mary.
it
And
needs more. You know, Oppenheimer was getting everything. I know. Maybe.
yeah, happy the holdovers won something. Um, Yeah, overall, I'm like just it's such a wholesome movie, you know. You really buy the connection these characters form. You love the vibe. The vibe of this movie is great, you know. It's like a wholesome family Christmas movie. It's like it's so satisfying to watch, you know. You get
Yeah,
wrapped into the story and characters so easily,
yeah.
and it's just like there's just this great
Just such a
connection
it's
between
a
them.
simple movie at its core. Just this
Very
like
simple
just
story, yeah.
essentially this little character dynamic, just the whole thing between Paul and Angus, but the way it just like grows over time, you really get this like genuine sense of both like characters to where by the end of it, you know, this really simple thing, they just give like a firm handshake to each other, but that little
Just
bit just has so
satisfying
much
handshake.
weight to it. Oh my god,
It's a
so good.
great way to end their
Um, and
relationship
it's
there.
hilarious too. That's another thing. Like
Oh,
the
it's funny.
fucking, God, I'm so mad they took this poster out. They used to have this scene as the poster, but well, as an alternate. But the part where like Angus, he's running up and he's gonna like do the jump, and you just cut to his like Paul's expression after he's like, oh shit.
Yeah, it's
And
so
then
funny.
like
I love that
the
joke.
immediate cut to afterwards, just the desperation and the hospital. Oh my god, it's so
Yeah,
funny.
performances are
Love it.
so good here, obviously. Especially fucking Dominic Sessa, who this is his only movie he's like been in, and he's probably gonna get himself into like future projects out this rate because of this.
Oh,
And
he's
he does
definitely
so
gonna go
good.
somewhere after this.
Yeah,
It's like,
definitely. Especially since
yeah.
this one best no, well no, won, you know, something at the Oscars and was nominated for a lot of awards, so it's obviously gonna get like some traction from there. Um, yeah, it's
Yeah.
such a good movie. It's so simple yet you just get wrapped into it. There's so many wholesome, nice moments. There's also some fun moments, some sad moments. You know, you get to learn about the main character, Paul Hunnam, quite a bit of how he's like lonely and just see how lonely he is, and it's just sad. You know, these really feel like real people. The dialogue and just everything about it just has this the vibe is so convincing that just allows you to get wrapped into it. I also like the aesthetic of this movie. It really nails the feeling it's going for. A new Christmas classic for me right here. So good.
Yeah,
One of my favorites
definitely.
of the year. Just like
Lovely, lovely
I was
movie.
never bored. It was like it always like immersed me in it. I love it with all my heart. I might like even raise it off my list, even though it's already in the top 5 of the year for me. But yeah, so good. I highly recommend you check it out. It's just I love it. It's hard for me to hate. Like I genuinely just like love so much about this movie. It's just so wholesome and nice. I love it. So good.
Definitely,
You want
definitely.
to say anything else about this? I don't know. Who knows? Maybe talk about it in Campy Cast one day, go more into specific details and
Maybe,
whatnot. Um,
maybe.
who knows? But yeah, great movie. Please watch it if you
Yeah,
haven't.
I don't know. I heard this some. I don't know. This is just like I hear some people say it's like as a criticism. I guess it's like, oh, it's too standard. It's too
I
predictable.
don't
And
care.
I
I
hate
don't
when
give
people
two
use that as
shits.
a criticism because also it's like, well, I don't know. You could have a simple story, which this movie is, and maybe like you
Exactly.
can see where it's going. But if you execute it well enough, I don't think that matters to the
Exactly.
end product,
Unless
really.
there's the
So I don't know.
movie
People
is
are
like there's like a point with this, you know, when a movie is so
exactly
simple that you just can't really engage with it. But I don't see like the holdovers that way as at all, me personally. Uh,
definitely not.
yeah, great movie right here, and I will continue to watch it every year during the Christmas season. Super duper
Yeah,
good.
for sure.
I
For
guess
sure.
next film I want to talk about. I guess we'll go into the Best Picture nominees. I know you didn't see this. Is Killers of the Flower Moon, directed by Martin
Too
Scorsese.
long.
Uh,
Boring.
wow, it is a great movie. One of the best of the year in my opinion. Um, Oh, well, obviously, in my opinion. But basically, I loved it. It was a great movie. I have never weird thing up till I watched this. I had never seen a Martin Scorsese movie. Never.
Really?
Yeah,
You've
I'm
never seen
surprised
a
too.
oh wow, never seen a
Never.
Scorsese.
I thought it was weird.
Wow,
Like I was like,
crazy.
why have I never seen a Martin Scorsese movie? I was like, I felt weird while watching this. Like this is an interesting introduction, and yeah, it's great. Basically, it follows takes place in Oklahoma, 1920s. Kind of focuses on this very dark and sad period of history revolving around the killings of just many for the sake of their savings and overall just like yeah, just the murder of many of the rich, and it's done in like such an amazing, rich way. There's so many emotionally impactful moments that really suck you into this experience, and every point of this movie, just like there's so many great scenes. Obviously, well directed, well filmed. Uh, a lot of it is done beautifully. I do have like two small issues. First off, Lily Gladstone, so fucking good in this movie. Holy shit. She was like, I don't remember who particularly said this, but at the Oscars, they said that she was the heart of the movie. And I was like, damn right. Damn right she
Isn't
was.
it weird that they said that but then didn't give her the award?
Yeah, that's
Were
like
they pitching her?
I don't
That's
know.
odd.
Yeah. Regardless, it's like I
Like
prefer
that's the
her
thing.
over Emma Stone, which I guess we'll talk about soon, but like, yeah.
Well, I hear they're very different
They're
performances in
very
terms of what they
different,
have to
yeah.
do for
One
the
is like
movies.
I don't know. I just personally got more like just more immersed in her. I almost wish we saw her in the movie more. She plays Molly, basically the wife of the main character Ernest, played by Leonardo DiCaprio, who's being essentially manipulated by Robert De Niro, who plays his uncle, and he continuously shows this like lack of being able to stand up and letting him control him to the point where he ends up alone by the end of it. It's done beautifully in that way. I don't know. I just almost wish we saw her more to fully like strengthen her because her just like having to accept all the like torture and blood happening around her town and like constantly being paranoid that she will be next and not knowing that Ernest is behind all of this. It's done in such like an amazing way, and then just showing her crippling like sadness is done in such a subtle beautiful way. She fully transforms into this character and really basically makes you just sad about everything happening in this movie, and it would not be the same without her. Great job for her. And yeah, also I look, I think I enjoyed this movie a lot in terms of what I was saying, but I feel like it could have been shorter. Like, honestly, it's very long.
Boring.
I'm fine with that. But there's just times
Three
where I'm all
hours.
like,
Gay.
okay, 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 okay. Anyways, um, Yeah, I just thought it could be a bit shorter. I feel like it would have just made everything more tight, and I probably would have raised my rating because of that. That's more of a personal thing. I know some people might not see the issue, but the way they show everything,
On
this
a
film,
long movies, you gotta like set some time for it. You gotta really like have a
exactly.
good day to watch. It
And
can't
I
always
just feel
put you
like
on so
I'm
casually.
fine. I
Like,
know a lot of people say this, but I'm fine with long movies if it's deserved. And I don't know. In this case, it was like just a bit too long. Also, many people have pointed this out, but Brendan Fraser randomly shows up as the lawyer near the ending of the
oh, he
movie.
what? Oh my god.
Yeah, you didn't know he
Oh,
was
he
in the
does?
movie. Yeah, he's in a
Oh my god,
scene.
that's so good.
Yeah, yeah,
Oh my god,
he's
Fraser
so
comeback. Oh my god, I
yeah,
love
it's
that.
great that he's in a Scorsese movie, first off. But man, a lot of
Mm.
people pointed this out, but like it's not even because his performance is bad. His performance is good. But it almost just feels like he just almost feels out of place. Like you just get this Brendan Fraser jump scare and it's like
Oh
I
my
don't know.
mm.
I almost started
Ah.
laughing because I just found it funny that he was in this movie. So,
No, but I'm genuinely so happy for him though. Like, I guess the whale, I never watched that, but I
yeah,
guess if he's getting a comeback period for this, that'd be awesome.
exactly.
Like,
Another
he
good
deserves it.
positive of the
He's
whale.
like, yeah, I know. Like, the whale is 2019, Josh. But anyway, it is nice though because he was like stuck out like just in obscurity for so long for like a multitude of reasons. Poor guy, Brendan. Really poor guy.
Yeah.
I'm glad he even if it's a small role. I'm hearing from that's nice.
Hmm.
Go Frazier.
Yeah, that's
Good
like
cooks.
mostly what I have to say about Killers of the Flower Moon. It's a great movie. Go check it out. It's a very
Mm.
long movie, I guess. I can't wait to finally check out some more Scorsese work in the future. I'll try and make time for that. But yeah, it's great. If I want to go to another one of the my personal favorites of the year, I guess I think I want to mention Robot Dreams. How about that? I know you've been wanting to talk about
Oh, I
that movie.
love Robot Dreams. Oh my
I
god.
know it's very
This
weird to go
was
from Killers of the Flower Moon, such a dark movie, to something like this, but it's on my mind at the
see,
moment.
Robot Dreams, I was really excited for it because there was a whole buzz around it. I was like, "Ooh, what's this? A nice indie animated movie making the rounds at film festivals. What's going on?" I knew zero zip about this movie, but I was very interested based on those like initial factors alone. In my opinion, I think I should have got the. Well, actually, I think it would have been cool if it got Best Animated Feature the win. I knew it
That
wasn't
would have been
gonna, but that would have
insane, and
been
I'd be
cool.
so happy for
Yeah, it
it.
would have. I am in love with what a lot of this movie does because it does this thing where, see, I didn't know there was no dialogue until I actually watched it. It's like,
Really?
oh,
I
this
knew
isn't
that
just,
going
oh,
in.
no dialogue. Oh, I didn't at all. I was like, oh, why are they not?
It's
Oh, that's why they're
completely
not
visually
speaking.
told, and that's like
It's
a
a
huge
silent
part of
movie,
why I like
and
it.
I love that because it communicates the emotions of the movie so well. Because it's a simple story, right? About this robot and dog. They don't have names. We just call them robot and dog.
Yeah.
But the dog, he makes this robot. Then they form a bond. But eventually, he has to give up the robot, and you just kind of see the dog. He has to eventually try to live life, move on without him. And the dog, he eventually like when the robot, he like eventually wakes up. He's like, oh, what am I gonna do? He doesn't have someone to guide him around anymore. You actually just follow their differing perspectives, and it's such a cool thing because you get all of like the story. There's like, despite the fact that it's simple, there is a narrative to follow. There's not really like, it's not like confusing or anything, despite the lack of
Exactly.
dialogue. But the animation, I love the animation, great art style.
So
But it
good.
does all of it so simply in this way that's so well. Then you get all the intended emotions, how the dog eventually tries to fill the hole with like other people. Eventually, some of those people don't really last. He's like
Hmm.
the eventual like sadness of how much the robot clearly meant to him. The initial scene with their first connection that I really love. There's all that.
Yeah.
It's so
Nice
good.
song
And I love
too
the
that
bits of
they
the
use. I
robot on
think
this
it
one.
fits.
But oh yeah, that song I'll mention in a bit because the it works so well with the ending really strongly.
Yeah,
But
very cute ending.
yeah, and actually I guess oh my god, the ending is something I love so much because it just the whole thing you're expecting is, the robot and the dog, they're split apart, but they'll have a nice little conclusion where they come back together. Now maybe that would have been like a nice little ending, like a sweet little thing. Like, aw, look at them. After all this time they're back together. I think the movie could have ended like that and it would have been really great. But no, we're really elevated Robot Dreams to being like a top favorite for me. Probably like top 5 of the year overall, if we're being for real. What really elevated it to that status for me was the fact that it just like, oh my god, I love that, like the conclusion they go to where eventually the dog sees the robot sees the dog, right, and he's like, after all this time, I'm just gonna know. I'm not gonna cling to our past together, and I'm just gonna live. And what they do this in a really
Very
clever
nice.
way, where they play the song. Do you remember the 21st night of September? The song that was playing when they were like connecting initially. But this time he's playing it for himself, the robot, and the dog hears it and it fits with their new friendship. And it's this really beautiful thing about how even though they're apart now, their memories they had together, they still meant a lot, but they're not clinging to each other anymore. They can like move on. The dog is having a great time with his new friend, and the robot is having a good time with his new friend. And they do it so beautifully for the animation and the music, just that simple song like connects it. Orchestral stuff is great in this movie, by the way. And like it's so beautiful because they do that all with just expressions and music without a single word.
Yeah.
And you get all the intended emotions and all this movie is saying. And I fucking love that. It's such a cool thing this movie does. I love that conclusion so much. And honestly, I got a little teary eyed on that first viewing because I wasn't expecting it. But that whole message about like change and coping, I love when media does that. It's
Yeah,
like even as a commentary, I
it's
love
very
things
nice.
like
It
talk
also
about.
shows a very
So good.
realistic approach to friendship in general, and I feel like that
Yeah,
makes for a
yeah.
very nice ending for it,
For a
and I
movie
feel
with
like
all
it
these
just
like
leads me to think more
that's the
about
thing.
with it.
Yeah, there's nothing for a movie that's like all these like different like creatures, like animals and stuff. It feels oddly like real. Like every little background character, it's so like they're so well designed, and they all feel like they have like some own
Yeah,
story to
amazing
them. The
animation
actual
style here. It
world,
really fits with the
the
tone of
actual
the
yeah, the
movie.
actual world just feels so lived in. Like you get the little like they love the beach they're at, the like all the little details of the dog's apartment, all the little places they go and visit. The person that actually tunes up the robot and that because his new friend, I love his design and oh my god, I could just so much cool stuff with this movie. Especially like, oh my god, musically, I mentioned the licensed music works really well because that gives the movie like a real identity. That like song is very intrinsically tied to their friendship, and there's all that, but even beyond that, just the actual like orchestral songs, they're really good. They're like oddly relaxing, but they got this like upbeat tone
Yeah,
to
in
them.
general, like
It's
all
all just
that is
really well
very good.
stuff.
Not to mention the sound design
Yeah,
is
yeah.
also really good
Ooh, yeah,
to add to that.
yeah. It all
So,
fits really well. It's great stuff. Just lovely movie. One of my all-time favorites
yeah,
of the year.
easily.
Yeah.
Um, yeah, next we have I don't know. I don't think I think you said pretty much everything that I would say. It's a very cute, very genuine thing with what it does, and yeah, there's just like a lot of like heart to it. The plot of this seems like a short
Mhm.
film, yet I feel like I don't think it's like I feel like it still would need to be a movie for it to really get that message across and like pace it well.
Oh, no, of course. The whole thing, you gotta have that time to show their
Exactly.
little like
Wouldn't be
bits
the
of being
same if it
apart to
wasn't a
really
short, you know.
develop the whole thing.
I would still
Like,
probably
yeah.
like it if it was a short though, either way. I would just think it's cute. I
Well, it
just
would be a
think this
cute short, but I
version
think
is
having
better.
it being a movie really like enhances all the communicated emotions
Yeah.
really well.
There was another
There's all
movie I saw this year, which I probably will get to later, that I think would have benefited for being from being a short though, but we'll get to that. Yeah, that's pretty much all I'd say we got to say about that. I do
Mhm.
I've been wanting to talk about this one for a while. You saw American Fiction, right? Saw American
Oh,
Fiction.
I did. I love American Fiction.
Great
That's a
movie.
funny as fuck
Yeah.
movie.
So
I
it's a
was surprised it got
satire.
Best Picture because it's the type of it's weird because the whole movie, the whole point of it is essentially it's a sort of a critique of just like Oscar bait, like just like pretentious like writings. Where
Exactly.
this writer, right, he's criticized for his works not being black enough, whatever that means,
Basically
and he
kind
makes
of
this like
commentating on like what the publishing industry like expects from like black writers, and
yeah,
it does
exactly,
it
this
in like
whole
this
like
great
commentary.
satire of
And
it.
it's so weird because it feels like the type of movie the Academy would not get because this whole idea of writing these things like designed to fit a certain audience. That's just what they do a fucking Oscar bait every year, like fucking
Maestro.
Maestro and all that stuff was this year. So it's like, and it's kind of funny they even nominated it, considering it feels like a critique of the type of movies the
Yeah,
Academy
honestly,
likes to
that's
nominate.
true in terms of what they nominate,
Yeah,
and but
yeah.
it's cool. I'm happy it got the screenplay
I
one, to
really
be
like
honest.
American Fiction. Actually, this movie's fun. Like it
Yeah,
just has this real like vibe to it, real
yeah, I love
energy.
how
I
it's
love what
like
it's saying
done, how it's
about how
made.
like
I
yeah,
love the
I love the
performances from Jeffrey Wright and Sterling K. Brown.
oh, he's so good.
They're amazing in this movie. Happy they got nominated at for the
Yeah,
at the Oscars. They were both great. Um, there was a lot of
yeah,
great moments
definitely.
between them. It's also funny. I wasn't
Oh,
expecting to actually have some pretty funny
God.
laughs here.
See what my biggest laughs come from the whole idea of it where at first when he's developing the story, he comes up with this like alternate identity for himself to like fill and then like to being like, oh man, I'm like like typical like weird black stereotype shit. He's like, oh man, I was in these gangs and I was doing all this like illegal shit and I got out of prison, like all that like typical stereotype stuff. It's funny, but then like eventually it escalates to where he's like on like actual interviews, but they don't show his face to cover up this like stupid persona. Like the way they like escalate that, I find really funny. It's so stupid. The way it just like goes overboard with it.
Yeah.
And yeah, it's kind of funny, Anthony. You mentioned this to me first, was like it's literally that one Family Guy episode where Brian becomes a
It
writer.
is. It's so
Season
similar.
9,
I
Brian
thought
writes
that was
his dad's family.
hilarious. Except this time,
Yeah,
Monk doesn't become like a pretentious asshole with it,
yeah.
genuinely thinking that it's a well-written book. Though in this case, it's like the complete opposite. He thinks it's just
At least it's not
stupid.
raining.
And
Such
I
an
think that,
absurd situation. Like he gets caught in this like sort of lie, I guess, where he thinks it's fucking terrible, but everyone's sucking it up as like hot shit, and that like eventually gets him to be nominated for all these prestigious like writing things.
yeah,
It's this really interesting like philosophy about it. The whole idea where I love what it says, like commentary wise, where they're like they say it's like not obviously the whole thing is that not black enough, not like authentic enough. They want
exactly.
authentic stories, but really what they want is stuff that fits what their perception of what authentic is. Like there's like, oh, this is a true black story, just like all nonsense and made up to
Yeah,
like
they're basically it's
pander to a
honestly not a
specific audience.
satire that's like incredibly in your face with it, and it's honestly not like overly exaggerated. It's like done in
No,
a
no.
way that's like funny, but not like in an overly
Yeah,
like insane exaggerated way. It's done in like
it's
a
an
way
interesting
that
movie to
works.
think about, and I had a lot of fun with it for what it
Yeah.
is.
I've seen
I
many
liked it.
people criticize the family like side plot of it, which to be honest, I don't know, they just kind of think it underdevelops the satire, which I don't think
Nah,
I don't agree with that, to be honest. I think
I
that's like
wouldn't. I wouldn't say that.
yeah, and I also
I
think
don't
the
know.
family stuff just kind of adds to making Monk like a more like a character you can empathize with more, and it kind of makes you enjoy the satire a bit more because you enjoy this character more, seeing him like yeah, and it also kind of gives us a better understanding of why he's acting this way. I also really like the scene where Keith David shows up. Keith David jump scare.
Oh my god,
That
I
was
love
cool.
Keith David. He is. Oh
This
my
scene
god,
was
he's like
also
my
one of the
goat.
funniest ones in the movie. Which
Oh yeah, it was. He just goes to town on it for such like a little thing. But I love him though, Keith David,
yeah, he's
my
great.
goat, truly.
Everyone is great in this
He like,
movie.
oh my god, I could hear him talk for hours. Like he really just sucks up everything he's in, becomes the best part. But yeah, I love that. Well, he gets a great little scene there. Um, My favorite bits though might have been I don't know how you felt about it, but I really like the way this movie ended. The way it
Oh,
like
same. I
shows
love
these
the
like
ending of this movie. I was
alternate
about to
like
mention that.
dramatized views of what could actually happen. And it's kind of weird. They do this like weird meta thing where it pans back and like it's the guy we've been following, he's directing a movie and he's like describing possible ways it could have ended, but also these events actually happened because he's talking about stuff that did
Yeah, so
happen.
it's not
It
like
was a it was an
undercutting
interesting way
everything
to
either, but it's doing it in a
no, no, no.
way.
I didn't think it undercut anything. And if anything, I think it
Exactly.
enhanced the message. The way it's like these endings are all pandering to very specific demographics of people who like this stuff. They're all very exaggerated, very weird. Especially the one where he like dies, and it's like this whole thing. I
Yeah,
was
it's
like,
funny. It's funny because it's not only just like it's not like I said, not overly exaggerated, but then in a rather realistic way that manages to be funny, you know? And not to
yeah,
mention, it's a
exactly.
very
And the most
cleverly written
exaggerated
film
stuff.
in that sense.
Yeah, the most exaggerated stuff didn't even like didn't literally happen. So you can't
Yeah.
even really
Also,
give it.
also another thing I love about the ending is that like it basically hammers in the message in a more subtle way, like you understand it more because you see him pitching this movie and they're basically trying to change it into something that appeals to like the different audiences they want to in some way. And it's basically like
Yeah, yeah,
it's like pretty realistic and honestly pretty funny how this is how they end it all
yeah.
because it definitely
Yeah, and it shows the
hammers
thing
in the
about
message well. I like it a
shows
lot.
the thing about authenticity well, really too, because there's one of the endings where it's like our main character Monk, he like he's coming back and he's like he's going to like Coraline or whatever. He's like doing this thing where he's like, "I'm sorry, I'm gonna like apologizing for all that happens." It's this really dramatized thing, and they cut it. It's like, well, did that happen? It's like, oh no, who's to say? In real life, she wasn't very receptive, and it's this whole thing of like, obviously the big audience they want that like big, more exaggerated ending, but that's not authentic. It's not really how like people work, how stuff authentically like happens. That really communicates the message of the whole idea of we want these exaggerated, authentic stories, but nothing that's like really in that vein. You know what I mean? Like
Exactly.
that
It's
whole
done very
concept of
well.
it.
Great
I
movie
think it
right
was a
here.
really interesting message, and I'm really glad that the movie
Yeah,
talked on it.
that's pretty much all I got to say
I
about
like it a lot.
American Fiction. Highly recommend it, and I don't understand. I don't know. I don't understand some of the criticisms with it. It never really bugged me
I do not.
personally. Um, yeah, I want to
Yeah.
mention another film. We already talked about this on the podcast. I guess it would be nice, mention Spider-Man Across the Spider-Verse again. Um, uh, we're gonna talk about this on the podcast link episode. I think we said most
It's
of
weird.
this
Sometimes
stuff
I
there.
forget we did that episode because we did so many back in the summer. So it's like, oh yeah, I guess we did do Across the
Yeah,
Spider Verse
yeah.
alongside Little Mermaid and The Flash, and another movie was gonna be in that, but we'll talk about that later.
We'll get to that
Um,
later.
Across the Spider Verse is weird because I like I used to be like my top, and then all these other like fantastic movies came out, and I was like forgetting how like, much I do really like the movie because like I don't know, I've been like gaslit into being like it wasn't that good, but I don't know, I kind of want to rewatch it sometime still
Same.
because I think Into is sizably better. That's one of the best animated movies of all
I
time,
agree. I
so
think
it obviously
Into's
it's a
a more
pretty high
complete
bar.
and well-rounded story. Well, like I said,
Well,
this is still a
obviously,
part one as
I
well.
mean, obviously, Into is more complete because it's like a self-contained
Yeah,
story.
yeah,
Be
obviously,
Across we only
but
know is a part one, but yeah, we mentioned a lot in that episode, but really, it's even though some stuff world building wise is a little like I don't know, a little shaky. That whole like an event thing, it's like
it doesn't really
I'm a little
bother me
shaky
at
on
the
that.
moment, though, to be
Well, I don't
completely
really care that
honest.
much. It's like a little note, but like
Yeah.
in the grand scheme of things, though, it's still just ah, what a well crafted movie. The way it develops on Miles' stuff and the first with like his arc plays into
Done
it,
very
the
well.
added Gwen focus
I
and
just
stuff is
enjoyed the
so
arcs a lot here. There's just so
yeah,
much
yeah.
creativity to it. And I mainly wanted not to bring this up. First off, the way the animators were treated hurts. Okay, it hurts to
Oh
hear
yeah.
that. It makes it almost hard. I hate how it makes it almost harder to like compliment this movie. And I hope Lord and Miller learned their lesson and stop being assholes
Yeah.
with that type of shit. So,
Yeah. I don't know. Phil Lord is just like I was doing some stuff. By the way, I this kind of ties into what I was saying earlier. But I was in my Xander's Elemental video, and for that I had to read a bunch of stuff about Phil Lord because there was like a whole thing about how animators are treated in the industry, and he was one of the big players. It really paints a slightly more unfortunate picture. This movie could get the impression he was just kind of an asshole. You know, he really
Yeah,
forced
it's
these
kind of
big
disappointing.
deadlines. The last scene of the movie was finished animating dangerously close to the deadline. It's actually
Oh my
insane.
god, yeah.
But I don't know. I respect Phil Lord in a way because him and Miller's vision for this original Spider Verse is even the reason these movies are kind of as good as they are in the first place.
They've made some
But also,
truly
it's like, come on,
amazing
pay your animators well.
stuff,
And yeah, oh god,
but yeah,
I've probably ranted about this at some point, but it's just like it's awful the way like poor treatment of animators is just normalized in our modern industry. You know, like you got like it's just so
sucks,
bad
man.
how like so many of them are underpaid, overworked, just like not given the respect they like need. And I don't know, even in stuff that's really beautifully animated, I don't think we should like have stuff like this normalized. I don't like
Exactly.
that at all.
It's
So
dumb, frankly.
yeah.
Yeah,
And that's why I'm glad Beyond is ultimately not coming out as soon as because obviously I want to see where it goes next,
yeah.
but also it's like you know, I don't want them to be fucking whipped to death like bam bam. And if
Hmm.
Across was finished so close to the deadline, I don't think Beyond's got a few couple years before we're getting anything on that. You know what? We already got a lot in Across right now to satisfy ourselves. So you know what? Good job. I quite like that. It's not my favorite animated movie of the year. In fact, I think I prefer Robot Dreams a little bit. I know you disagree on that, but I think that
Yeah,
was
I
like
guess that's
one of
fair.
my tops.
For
I think
me,
we'll be able
I
to talk
still
about it.
like it. I know some people have been criticizing it a bit more, but to me, none of these issues have really like plagued my enjoyment of it. Like the world building
I have
stuff
a
is
little
kind
bit
of just
like
like
hmm.
I don't know, like we haven't seen the full thing
The thing
yet, and
is,
I'm kind of just like
well, yeah,
not
I think
overly bothered by it at the
it's kind of an
moment.
awkward spot we're in because I think Beyond will give us a bigger picture of how well Across holds up, but also, you know, Beyond so far in advance, you know, so it's
Yeah, we
like
don't know when that coming out, but I really
gonna
hope
be a
they just
while.
continue to take their time with Beyond, and I hope it ends up
Yeah,
being
you
good
take your
because
precious
we
time.
need
I'm
a good trilogy
not like
here, and
wasting anything.
yeah, I think we just
Yeah.
need Beyond to be a banger, and hopefully things will just work out.
Right now, I have faith. I know some people. See, the thing is, even people I know who think this movie is like a little like not as good as the first, maybe have some writing issues. Some of them can't even write the movie. Wink wink. But I think even the people who don't like it or like story wise still think it's a fun movie. And you know,
Yeah,
at the end of the day, I think that's
there's
like
still like
the
a
core
lot to
thing about, you know.
appreciate
See,
about it, so I
everyone
can
still
never see
has
myself
fun
really
with
like.
Across the Spider-Verse.
What were you
And
saying?
that's like yeah. Oh no, I'm just saying the same thing where people like even people who don't like it as much don't think it's fun. And I think that's something you can definitely
Yeah.
give to it because it has a really good pace, really good, so
Hmm.
much creativity, all this stuff. Really glad a movie like Across the Spider Verse still exists because that theater experience was
Oh, so
so
good.
nice,
I gotta see this
great,
movie again. I haven't
great
seen
stuff.
it since I first
Although they
saw it.
kept edging me, which is really annoying. Like it's gonna no, a couple more minutes. Oh, it's gonna end now. Oh no, no more. Oh, yeah, it kept going like that. Little annoying. But yeah, great movie. Great
Yeah.
movie. One
Um.
more little note I have on it before we move on to the next one. I forget if we mentioned this in original video, but do you know the whole thing about how they were changing minor details of it and like across a bunch of theaters and like
Oh yeah,
remember
I've
this
heard
Anthony?
about that. Like small
Yeah, and
details
it's
and
weird
different
because
cuts.
now that we have the home release, there's like a version of Across the Spider Verse that's lost because some of those details aren't going to be like seen again.
Yeah.
So it's like, what gives, man? Like, like how hard is it to just put all versions on the damn Blu-ray or whatever? You know,
Yeah. Let's just.
like,
Yeah.
come on,
Just do that.
can't be that hard.
Anyways,
Yeesh.
I guess our
Yeah,
next
Across the
movie.
Spider Verse is cool. I like it.
Yeah. This is a big
Yeah.
jump, but I feel like you mind if I bring up the our favorite movie of the year, Godzilla Minus One. Uh, Big jump there. I know. I mean, to be fair, I
Mm-hmm.
don't know, but it is my personal favorite movie of
Oh,
the year, Godzilla Minus One, right here. Such a good
mm.
movie. Holy shit.
Yeah.
Pretty much, I'm not even. that in to like I'm not a huge Godzilla guy. Like I watched uh I don't know, I've watched Godzilla versus Kong. I've
Hmm.
seen Shin Godzilla. I remember liking Shin Godzilla. I just remember not like I know, I remember it being very well written and stuff like that, but I just remember not like and like God the scenes of Godzilla were cool on top of it. I just don't remember like I remember respecting what they did with it more than I liked it. And in general, I don't know. I also don't
Well,
remember the
actually, Shin
editing being all
Godzilla is a
that
more.
good, but that was a
Now,
long
the Shin
time ago.
Godzilla is like a different approach where it's Shin Godzilla is much more focused on the government aspect of it, which I think is
Yeah.
cool. The way like we see
Hmm.
all the government people like, all right, who the fuck is this motherfucker? How are we gonna deal with this and the whole like fallout of it? And I think Shin Godzilla is a very well written movie, but it's not a personal favorite. It's
Yeah.
like
I haven't
it's
I
solid,
need to
for what
rewatch
it is.
it though. I haven't
And
seen it in ages,
yeah,
so I'll need to
yeah.
do that
And much
first.
like you, I'm not a big Godzilla guy. It's funny. One of the only Godzilla films I've seen is was the worst Godzilla film, and hands down Godzilla 1998, directed by Roland Emmerich, which is not a good impression to get of the franchise because such a departure. For some reason, how the '90s Simpsons cast in it for some reason. That's like the most interesting thing about it. But then that Shin. I watched Godzilla versus Kong, but that's like a crossover movie, so it's like a little
Yeah,
different.
that
But
one's all over the place.
it,
Yeah.
it's certainly something.
Hmm.
Certainly something.
Can't wait to
But
rewatch that
this
for
was my
Godzilla X
first like
Kong.
core experience, and I love Shin Godzilla a lot. Well, not Shin Godzilla
Godzilla
minus
Minus
one a lot.
One.
Sorry, I mixed them up. But the thing about minus one that's so cool, why I put it at my top spot of the year, is because it's a thing I think is so cool where Godzilla the whole thing, I this is like a common thing. I'm sure you'll hear it from everyone who praised this movie. It's kind of an overdone thing to say, but it's true. They're
Hmm.
all like, "Isn't it cool that it's a Godzilla movie where you care about the human characters?" And in this, I think it's really interesting to because the whole thing is Godzilla in the other movies is kind of just a device to be like, "Oh my God, Godzilla! What's he gonna do?
Oh, he's
He's gonna go
Godzilla.
into it for the action. Like, oh yeah, go punch the lizard, Godzilla. You
Fuck
go,
yeah.
girl." But in this, it's this thing where Godzilla, I took it at least, is that he's less of a creature and more he is like like a metaphor for like national disasters because Japan is known for having a lot of those. I took him as like a metaphor for stuff like big tsunamis, earthquakes, all that stuff. Because when Godzilla comes, it's less like, oh, this is big. It's like, oh shit, this is a big thing that's destroying a bunch of property. And when you see Godzilla, it's less, oh, whoa, look at the guy. What's he gonna punch? It's like, oh
Yeah.
shit. He doesn't really like have any real presence. There's no personality to him. He's this unstoppable force that's gonna show up, wreck shit, and bam, people are dead, people are out of jobs, buildings are
Bing, bam,
destroyed, and there's
bow.
nothing fun about it. It's awful, but it's like, oh my god, it's
So strong in that
so
way. Damn. And then there's like this movie is just like everything about it is great. Like the main character named Koichi, he's very you understand him. He's basically been traumatized from Godzilla. He's let this like consume his life. He can't even like seem to live properly, and he kind of almost loses this will throughout the movie and kind of like does whatever he can to like take down Godzilla. And it's all just displayed in such a great way compared to the people around him. He's such a well-written protagonist, and everything about him is
yeah,
just done
yeah.
in such like this strong way. Like you can really buy this trauma starting to consume him to the point where by the end of the
Mm.
movie he attempts to sacrifice himself, but no, he doesn't. He realizes that living would be more important. Like he'd be able to like still raise that the child, and stuff like that. And it would have been like it's very strong to see him not give in to this trauma that has haunted him for ages and him finally making the decision to move forward in his life and let it go. And
Yeah,
also, he kills
yeah,
Godzilla, but he doesn't let him go down with him. It's done so good. And also, I mentioned this in the Oppenheimer
yeah.
thing, but this and the bomb in Oppenheimer, the scene where Godzilla first attacks the city is displayed with so much beauty and tension through the visuals and
Oh, it's so
score.
good.
It all culminates in such an amazing, frightful, and impactful sequence I have ever seen, and it might be my favorite scene of the entire year, and it's probably
Honestly,
the reason.
that
It's
is
like
entirely
it's
fair.
so good. Holy shit! It's like solidified me loving this movie. Like, wow, just wow,
Yeah,
bro, what
yeah.
a movie! Like at
I
that
will
point,
say, for like, yeah, for negatives, I think this is real. This is a really good movie, but I think like, Waz is really good. It's like my favorite of the year. My only like little like stipulations come with stuff near the end, not enough to bring it down from like a 10 to a 9, but just some stuff where it's like, I'm a little iffy on because I think the end. I know some people like criticize the girl still living at the end. I think that kind of undercuts it, which I'm fine with because it's like, this movie's so like bleak and depressing that actually having that like
that happy
hopeful
ending
note
for
near
him is
the end,
almost like
I
kind
think
of
that's that.
nice in some way. And I
Yeah,
feel
I
like
think that's
now
good.
I've
It's a
kind of
really
like
really
grown
sweet
on
scene at
that.
the end. It's
Like
like,
at first I was kind of mixed
yeah,
on
you
it, but now I think I've grown on it because I feel like it kind of adds to the theming of the story and kind of like leads with a better ending. Also, this movie teases a sequel, which I
yeah,
feel like
yeah.
I didn't think this movie really needs a
But that
sequel.
was the thing I was gonna bring up. Yeah, I don't like
I don't
that.
know. That's not even
Which
like a problem
see,
though at all. It's just like a weird
well, see,
thing to
I
think
can
about.
ignore because it's literally a couple seconds near the end, and if you
Exactly. It
don't
doesn't
watch that,
subtract from
it's fine.
anything.
But my just whole thing is like, I see that and it's like, I think if this were a much more wacky Godzilla movie like the other ones, like, very action thing, like, oh, look at our big lizard, he's gonna go punch some more. That's fine. They do that in like the old Godzilla, like 50s, 60s stuff. That's all right. But for a movie that's so like, serious in tone, it's just like, eh. And plus, they aren't gonna like actually do a -1 sequel. Like that's not gonna happen. Like
Yeah.
that just feels weird. I'd only accept that if they called it Godzilla -2, then
Uh
that'd be funny.
yeah,
But
another
yeah.
thing I want to say, um I just like the other characters, not just the main character, though I do think he's my favorite of them. But I like the doctor guy, I like the other two guys. I can't remember their names because they're all Japanese and I feel like I just have a trouble remembering their names. Like, same thing with RRR from last year, which was my favorite movie
I
of
have that.
his,
It's
but
not a criticism against the movie. Just
the
sometimes,
characters are
because you
memorable. I
can't.
just can't say
Well, no,
their
because you're
name.
reading it instead of like hearing the name constantly out loud. It's like I
Exactly.
have a
So,
problem with remembering character names, even if I like the characters themselves. It's a whole
yeah,
thing.
it's kind of weird, but
But
I
yeah,
kind of understand why it's like that. But I do enjoy the doc guy. I like the other two guys, and they're kind of butting heads a bit, with one of them being a bit more
yeah, yeah.
cowardly and how he comes back. They're likable. They have a nice like dynamic, and they're just they're nice. And seeing these people just like risk their lives for Godzilla is done beautifully. Like this is how Godzilla should be treated. This unstoppable force that
Yeah.
culminate is a guy. He's basically this kaiju that like culminates all like the past actions of World War II and whatnot. I know you said that once,
Yeah,
but
yeah.
like the movie displays that very well. Also, super duper happy this one visual effects, easily best
Oh
visual
yeah, I
effects
did.
of
Oh
them
my god,
all.
I
And
was
look
so
at
happy for
just
the
the
team. They were
stage. They got
also
the
like,
Godzilla shoes, the action figure. Like, come on. What a
mm,
dedicated crew to make this
yeah.
absolute masterpiece
Oh
of a
my god.
movie that absolutely blown me away. I need to
Yeah, I was
rewatch
looking at
this.
like
I need to.
I saw this clip of like them reacting to being even like
Yeah, they
nominated.
were so
It's
happy. It was
really
so
wholesome because
nice.
they were so they were just so like ecstatic, and you can see that because that passion
This passion
for
of
like
this
Godzilla
movie. We
as a
need to
character in
see
the thing,
more of that.
it comes through perfectly in all the scenes in the movie. Just like so good,
We need more movies like
lovely.
Godzilla Minus One. This film blew me away. Everything about the character, story, visuals, everything was amazing. I genuinely just like can't. Everything will stick with me. The emotional core is so strong and well developed, I love the idea of like Koichi just kind of trying to get the same guy who was at like the camp with him in the opening to like help him take down Godzilla for the sake of trying to come
Yeah.
to a true conclusion with his trauma, yet deciding against
Mm.
it, thinking about like all the people who have been there through his harsh times. It's such a beautiful ending, man.
Oh
It
my god,
almost
that
got me to
opening is
cry,
so good
genuinely.
too.
Bro,
Just
yeah.
like
I,
it's so
yeah.
yeah, the fucking it's so awesome. The way that like God, we were talking about the way that Godzilla just has that scale and everything, that whole like the whole bit. I And it is like kind of, despite how depressing it is an ultimately kind of nice movie. How they all just like come together to actually take Godzilla down. I love this whole thing where
Yeah.
this bit where I feel like in another movie it'd be so easy to be like, government bad because they're making them fight against Godzilla, like an anti-government. It's a thing in like a lot of blockbusters. But I love that scene where they're coming to him being like, "All right, you guys gotta go out again. Godzilla, he's a bit of a goofball. You gotta take him down." Instead of doing, and at first they're all like nervous, but then eventually they're like, "Hey, you're just in war. Like, well, what's this like gonna hurt?" And they're all like coming together, being like all united under this like force just to get him. It's like, oh my god, such a good scene. It's great,
Yeah. I I
great
don't know,
stuff.
man. I gotta rewatch this again, and then I'll probably like, who knows, maybe
Is that
like
on digital yet? Because
I have
I
no idea,
I'm not
man.
sure.
I have to. I gotta rewatch it.
It might
It's
be.
I gotta revisit
If
this.
it's on digital, I'll watch it because it
Same.
deserves that
Yeah.
treatment.
It
But
will
yeah.
stick with me for so long. I love it so much. It's my favorite film of the year. Honestly.
Yeah.
So happy it won Best Visual Effects. Deserved maybe more awards, but like, I don't know. We'll take what we can get at this point. You know? Yeah.
Mhm.
I guess yeah. Moving on. I want to bring up Past Lives, which was nominated for some Oscars. Didn't win any. It was nominated for Best Picture and I think like two other categories. And I'm like, it's good. It's a great movie. It's about like two friends meeting up with each other after so long and like, their childhood friends and they end up forming a connection again. And it's done in such a genuine and beautiful way, just for the way it's presented to the performances. There's so many powerful moments. I love the scene at the bar with Nora and Haesung, accompanied with Nora's like fiance at the time, Arthur. I think that leads to a lot of great scenes there. I like the ending. The ending is beautiful, bro. I just love there's such a great message about friendship. There's like two childhood friends coming back and then like I don't know, like some people might think a romance might like become with them, like form with them, but it doesn't because, they've made they've moved on with their lives, stuff like that. And they simply just can't have that. And they're happy, they're kind of happy with they're happy with what they have at the end of the day. It's like it's sad seeing them part though, but there's a lot of beautiful, nice moments with them. And it's a hard movie to hate. I know I said that already, but like what a great fucking movie. I love it so much. Phil, it's very well filmed. I love the cinematography. That's definitely something worth praising. It's all great. It's a very simple film. I don't like have much else to say, but it is just such a lovable movie with what it says and what it is. Please watch Past Lives. It's so good. It's so good. Yeah. Um, yeah, that's all I have to say about that. Uh,
Boring.
okay. Are you just gonna say that every time I bring up a movie you haven't seen?
Yeah.
All right, then I'll bring up a movie you have seen. How about The Boy and the
Oh,
Heron?
there we go. What we got? What we got?
The Boy and the
Uh,
Heron, which won Best
ooh,
Animated
I prefer to
Feature.
call it How Do You Live
Yeah,
because
first off,
thematically that
that's a
actually makes
stupid
more
name
sense.
with The Boy and the Heron. Just call it. Just look. How do you live? It's supposed to be called that, but then like I guess some executive thought there's a boy, there's a heron, there you go. But the movie doesn't hinge on the bond with the boy and the heron, so the title is just bullshit.
If anything, they're like not really. It's not one of those like big bonding movies. Like, oh, an unlikely duo forms. Like technically they get together, but
They
that's
do, but
hardly
they
the
don't. It's
point.
not the films. Their friendship isn't the focus. It's rather the main character now. This is the new Studio Ghibli movie came out this year. We're a fan. I'd say I'm a pretty big fan of Ghibli from what I've seen. I
Yeah,
haven't seen all of them, but
I
I've seen a good chunk
love
of them.
Ghibli. I think it's Ghibli, not Ghibli, but
Ghibli, a lot
I
of people call
I
them
think
both.
I've seen most of their movies at this point. I was doing when I was doing a little rewatch of a bunch of them, December, January, because they're one of my favorite
I gotta
studios,
watch
and
more.
I want to make sure I've seen all of them. Some of them just need to rewatches in a while. I got like five or so left, and I'll finish that up eventually. But they're a great studio. Obviously, they're one of the most like out of the main animation studios. They're like the least like you know,
Yeah, kind of
greedy.
speak
I
for
guess
themselves, to be
I'm
honest,
putting it.
for fans of
Yeah,
animation
they're
and brought
very
up
like
their
mm,
amazing
yeah, they're at
work.
least like they're at least like tapped down by that kind of stuff. Made some of the best movies of the medium, and that was like I think a cool driving factor to seeing this one because it was just neat to be like, oh wow, a new Ghibli movie is coming out and it's in theaters now, which is funny. I remember I was like, when we were going to see this, I was like, wow, I can't believe Ghibli hasn't made a movie in like nearly 10 years. And normally that would be some gay joke, and I'm like, haha, because the earwig is bad, it doesn't exist. But no, I wasn't even trying to be funny. I just genuinely forgot that movie exists. I was like, oh, I guess that does. But anyway, that's besides the point. Point is, seeing it on the big screen, beautiful. Love the world, love how everything looks, love all the little designs of like the titular heron is so cool. I love him when he's
So
like this
cool.
half bird, half like creature thing. Love so good in the in-betweens. Love that like the in-between of him. It looks so good. Love all the like different parts of the world. These like the fire, the green when they go on like all these little parrots, there's the green birds, which is so cool. And it's all done with like real like thematic purpose. Because see, I've been waiting for this movie to come out on digital for a while
Yeah, because I
because
need to
it's kind
rewatch
of a
this
lot
movie.
on a first viewing, and there's some thematic stuff that like I got a good figure of now, but a second viewing I think would harness that a little bit and
Yeah.
really help me with like fully getting what I want to get out of it. But yeah, even still there's just a lot to dig into. It's really just kind of like about like it's about a lot of things,
It's
which
about
is
grief,
I
a
think it's just about
cycle
like
of grief shown
living
with the
and
main
moving on, which is
character,
why I
kind of
think
like
yeah,
coping over the loss of like his mother. Mahito is a great
yeah,
protagonist, one of my
oh,
favorite
I love him.
Ghibli
One of the best
protags.
Ghibli
He just does
protagonists.
a great job with like they do a good job at like conveying and showing his emotions and how he tries to bottle them up a bit. And he also like he's just a character who tries to like chase this endless cycle through this fantasy world that's been crafted by like I think is like great grandpa supposedly who has like these blocks I guess controlling like reality. I'm still like kind of thinking over what that means. Some people have
Yeah.
been like thinking like putting it into like the fact that it might be related to Hayao Miyazaki's career, and I think that's a very interesting interpretation I've seen. And I genuinely see that as like adds to the movie with like him using these blocks to build like different worlds and whatnot, like constructing it, keeping it balanced, I guess. And yeah, like Mahito's trying to like take over this, kind of like he has said that he might like try and like I guess supposedly take his place at some point, but he just doesn't really end up doing so. And I don't know. There's a lot to think about here. Fantasy World is incredibly creative and colorful. Usual Hayao Miyazaki compliments, but it all like culminates in a very like personal and just great story about grief and creation itself.
Yeah, about just like yeah, it's the whole thing. This is why "How Do You Live" would have been a much better title because the whole thing in this is this whole thing about
Asking
like
one single
essentially
question:
like
How do you
I took it
live?
as a whole thing about like the whole coping and like moving on because Mahito he's like obviously like as Anthony mentioned his mom's dead whoopsie but then his like his surrogate mother she goes missing and the whole thing is like oh he's gone into this fantasy world to get her back and at first he's like even denying that he has some like sort of connection which I like because it shows that he's like holding his guard back. He doesn't want to like admit outwardly. But then eventually, there's a scene where I think is one of the best in the movie where he gets to his surrogate mother's place and she doesn't want to go back with him and he breaks down being like that's the first time he knows that's the first time he calls her mom and you get that whole thing the reason he's
Yeah,
so desperate he like doesn't let this on at first but he's so desperate is because he's like clinging to this idea of having a motherly figure in
yeah.
his life
Having
so
trouble
badly
accepting
because
this
he's been
change.
without it for so long exactly and it just such a good scene the way it like breaks there and like it's a whole I
Yeah,
love that whole
it's
thing.
like the
It's
time
really,
where he
really well
starts
done.
showing his emotions and letting them out, and it's done very well. Like you just see him traveling through this endless creative fantasy world, you know? And I feel like this message also ties back to kind of like the main stuff with like the with like you know, the guy with the building blocks who some people like Shay Frillis have kind of like interpreted that as kind of Hayao Miyazaki's career, like I said, which I think adds to the which I think if you consider that really like makes the whole theming of the story come together very well.
Mhm.
And of like about
Yeah,
just chasing
very.
something endlessly and trying to like how do you live? That's the question. Why is that not the title
Yeah.
of the movie? That would have been so much better if that was the title. Like that would have been genius, but no, some asshole decided to name it The Boy and the Heron because they misunderstood the point of the movie.
I guess it was to give it some sort of general appeal or whatever,
Yeah,
but
that's
I
what
don't think
I'm
that actually
assuming,
worked.
but
It's
I
like,
still don't
plus
like
it's
it.
like at my screen, I was like, it's Studio Ghibli, you know, they have a reputation here. Totoro is one of the most like well-liked characters in animation history, and he's the studio's damn
Exactly.
logo. Like people are gonna know,
Yeah, he was
gonna
even in
see
Toy
him
Story
there.
3.
Hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh yeah, he was in Toy Story 3. That's cute.
Yeah,
I
that's
like that.
nice.
But
Yeah, like I
mm,
said, we could
I
talk
love
more,
it.
but a lot of like I'm still unsure about a couple things, and we really and I need to rewatch this movie at some point. Like out of like
Yeah,
almost out of
because I
every
got
film
like
in this
most of
video.
those. I got most of the thematic depths, but there's some stuff I think just on another watch it would
Yeah, in terms
really
of
iron
like all the
everything.
stuff with Mahito, I think I understand. I'm just trying to get the whole
Yeah.
world thing
But even on
brought
this,
down a
like,
little
even
more.
on this first viewing, it's still like definitely top three of the year for me. I
Oh, hell yeah,
love this.
definitely.
So
Um,
rich. So like, I love that we get like movies like this still. This nice, like, rich 2D animated thing up on there, and it was successful, which I was really happy about. At my screening, like I assumed it'd be nearly empty, but we actually had to switch showings because one was like practically almost full when we were doing this. Like,
yeah,
wow, it's still got the magic. You know, people care about this
we
stuff.
watched
People care, and also you
watched
watch the dub.
yeah, that's what I was gonna say. We watched a dub with Robert
Yeah, which
Pattinson,
actually,
and it's a good
see,
dub.
I'm not like, see, I'm usually one who's like a little against dubs because I'll be like, well, it's not true to the original direction of the story. And I'll admit, I've been a little more lax on that recently. There are some things that I think are better in dub than sub.
Oh yeah,
I on
definitely.
dub, gonna plug that by the way. But um, Ghibli especially has movies where I can like I much prefer their dubs to sub. And I haven't heard the dub of this one, like the sub of this one. I think I'll do that when I rewatch it so I can get both experiences.
Same.
But this one, the dub was really, really good because there's
Hmm.
Robert Pattinson who like
Willem
he's
Dafoe
one of the
plays
only times I've seen in
like
he's
another
one of the only
heron in
times
one
I've seen
scene.
like and yeah he plays the Heron
A
and it's so cool because
Deadshot one.
he's genuinely one of the only times I've had like a celebrity voice an animated character in an animated movie and the voice is actually disguised well and actually is putting on a voice and not just I'm
What?
celebrity I play animal give me money. You know,
Aquafina.
it's like he actually does it so well, and it fits the character so a little like snarls and sneers. It fits
He really
the
embodies
voice
the
matches the
character.
design so well. Lovely,
Yeah,
lovely.
Robert Pattinson really put an effort with it, and I appreciate him for that. I don't know if the sub's better, but you know, dub is still good, so watch it either way, depending on what you want to do. I'm assuming the sub is also good.
Yeah,
But anyways, yeah, that's all I gotta say. Can't wait to rewatch it. Hopefully, it comes to streaming soon, which I'm pretty sure it is. So yeah, looking forward to rewatching it. Um,
mhm.
what do you want to talk about next? What do you want to talk about?
Oh, can I pick? All
Yeah,
right, let's
you
see
could
here.
pick. You could pick every now
Uh,
and again. You know.
all right. I'm gonna take this out of the way because since we're doing like more top stuff right now, I want to talk about Blackberry because
Yeah.
I fucking love this movie. This
Ooh,
movie is
so good.
so
I
good.
literally just
It's like
finished it
okay,
before this
yeah,
recording,
okay, this is the
so
last
it's
one
fresh in
you
my
watched
mind.
for the video. Mine was a little different. We'll get to that. But Blackberry is a movie I really, really like. See, the whole thing is it's a story of the Blackberry phones, which it was like it used to be the primary phone pre iPhone Steve Jobs like in 2007. And it's a really like it's one of those like movies where I'm not huge into like based on a true story type things. We'll talk about the actual creation of some of this stuff, but in this instance, I was actually really into it because one, the story of Blackberry is really interesting. How it started as like they were never meant to be one of the biggest companies for their time. It was more so just like they were some of the first to do it, and it is like you see in the movie, they weren't meant for this kind of big thing. They were just a bunch of guys who liked watching like
Bunch of
fucking
computer
80s
nerds.
movies. Yeah, they're a bunch of nerds essentially, a bunch of like guys just fucking around. They're very very casual people, but because they were some of the first to innovate and they got that position, they got to rise up. They were one of the big guys, the big top dogs, really.
Hmm.
And oh my god, it's such an interest. And they do this like it's already an interesting story on its own to me. I love that whole thing, but the way it's shot and the performances that enhances it so much. Glenn Howerton, this I'm gonna go on a limb here. He gives my favorite performance of the year, I will say, as
uh,
Jim Basil, the guy who Basil, yeah, yeah, that's
that's fair. He
Jim
was the
Basil.
best part of the
Yeah,
movie for me. I think he brings just
he
a
was.
lot of
He's
character in
so
this
good.
role.
See,
Really
oh my god,
embodies
I
him.
love him. I know a lot of people. If you check Letterboxd reviews this movie, they're all making the same jokes because Glenn Howerton, he's one of the main characters of the iconic sitcom "It's Always Sunny in Philadelphia," which had a great year this year, by the way, season 16. Big comeback year, one of my favorite 2023 things. But the point is, he was on that show for a while, and obviously it's a comedic performance inherently. But if you watch that show, you realize he's a really Glenn Howerton is such a fucking good actor. He puts his all into like a bunch of those episodes. There's some great ones. You just see his insanity. In fact, the mental health day episode from season 16 really communicated his like. It was one of the best performances from last year. He did so peak episode, by the way. The point is, he's so good, yet people, I don't think they kind of undermine that because oh, it's just a wacky little sitcom. But no, in this is one of the main things he's done outside of Always Sunny in Philadelphia in a while. And here he just like he's so good. Like obviously he's known for his like angry bits, and that made him kind of funny because when he was angry, it's like it's Dennis Reynolds. But he's so good at this. I love that part where they're initially inviting him to his team, our two main characters, who's Matt.
Hmm.
One of them is Matt Johnson, who's like the director too.
Yeah,
Love
he's
Matt
great.
Johnson. He's a great guy. But he's coming in right. He's doing his whole thing, and he's like basically he's just like listen up. He's just like guys, just fuck off. We gotta like actually work. Stop fucking around. And he
Yeah, he's
comes
getting
in
pissed.
hot shit, being like, "Don't do this." And he's like, "Oh, his angry reactions are so good." He's like, "I love Glenn in this." He's like, "Oh my god, he's amazing." The way he like
He's
goes
so
in on
good.
him,
Like his performance
like,
was like my
God,
favorite part of the movie.
love
But
it.
in general, a cool part of this, it's just kind of interesting to see the rise and fall of something like
Yeah,
this. This corporation that started off as a bunch of computer nerds being molded into this just like this more strict company area to the point
yeah,
where they're not
yeah.
even allowed movie nights anymore. Like what is this?
Exactly. It's so interesting. I love that. It's underrated a little bit, but it's just such a like a funny thing where when the company is actually getting started, there's this bit where they like have like one woman show up and they like froze up their whole thing, and it's based off the truth because Blackberry, the whole like the company working for them, was just a bunch of fucking computer nerd guys who didn't know anything. So the fact that like another person came and it was like weird at first because they weren't used to people outside of their like their general friend group actually getting involved in the general scope of the company. It's this really interesting thing. I love the bits at the beginning where you see how they're like practically just like completely out of it business wise. Our two main guys, Mike and Doug, played by Jay Baruchel and Matt Johnson. Love them. You get this part at the beginning where when Glenn Howerton's character he first comes in and he's like explaining how their business is essentially like fucking it's stupid essentially because they're being paid this much to this specific thing, but they don't like know business wise how they're gonna do any of this because they're so casual. And then that's that bit where he comes in and like really straightens them all out. But it is really interesting this whole thing about how was like BlackBerry was like a thing that wasn't meant to be a success because the people who were making them were not built for that kind of success. They're
Yeah,
very like casual like people, as you said. I find that so interesting, and like the way it's shot too is just like
that's really
the
well
really
done.
authentic style to it. I love that. so like well framed, so well like interesting. There's like great shots. I mean, even scenes that are kind of like just talky scenes, setting up business, they're still very well done. I love a bunch of like business. I love when Matt Johnson he's presenting his like commercial for the BlackBerry at first, and like they think it's fucking stupid. They're like, well, what's this phone sort of thing? And out of there, it's completely just destroyed immediately. Um, and then Glenn Howard and so many like back and forth bits there that are so good.
Mhm.
Pros AD gets by the yeah, it's Sung One Pros AD like
Yeah, he makes a
famous
cameo. That's
YouTube
funny.
guy.
I mean, kind
Yeah,
of, he's
you
a
might
character, but
which is
not just a
yeah, he's a
one
character,
thing
but he does like
character.
a whole thing in this. I love his thing because I was watching this whole thing. He has a video on his channel about like how I got to be in BlackBerry, and it's an awesome bit where he's just explaining how Matt Johnson got him because he was just like genuinely just a fan of his skits and his work, and I find that really nice.
Oh,
But
that's
he has
cool.
this it's cool, but he has this like whole little like bit, and I love him because like it was actually like the first time he was in a live action because he's a big voice actor. He did a bunch of stuff. He was even relatively recently like Adventure Time, Distant Lands, Fiona and Cake, one of the best 2023 things too, getting in that plug. But it was cool that he got to do like a live action thing for the first time, and I love how deadpan his first scene is. He's walking in so casual. It's very funny, and even on top of that, I love the way that Blackberry, it's a perfect rise, a perfect fall story because there's such casual people in the business market that the second Steve Jobs comes in with the fucking iPhone, it's over. They
It's
are done
over. You
for.
know how the
Because
movie
it really,
goes
it
from
says a
there.
lot about how the industry is. Because I think there's a movie about Steve Jobs. Never seen the whole thing about his rise and his fall in the well when he made the iPhone that how like launched all of his like that's an interesting story in and of itself, which I'm sure would make a great movie of its own. But this I love that because you get to see the outside of that and how quickly it falls. But also it makes sense because BlackBerry right they sorry is BlackBerry, their whole thing is like I was talking about. They're such casual people. They had such a quick rise in this market and such a quick fall, and it makes sense because they're so casual. The second competition comes, they do this whole thing where they're watching the initial preview for the iPhone, and they're just like, well, it's fine. You know, people aren't gonna want a phone without a keyboard, you know, and all this stuff. Where
It's
they're just in
stupid.
denial because they're such casual people. They're not gonna be like, oh, I guess a keyboard is something people do not want on their phones because it'd be more convenient. And it's just like,
Yeah.
oh my god, it's so good. With the phone thing, this is one part where I was part of the great Glenn Anger bit where he's like, "You want to know why people have our phones? Because they actually fucking work or something like that." And it's
Yeah.
this big reaction out of it. It's so good. And then Glenn does great at the ending parts of that. He does great in both. But I love this part where he's trying to convince another guy to just move a guy at Google to move out down to where Glenn is and his whole thing. He's just so good at that convincing role. And then eventually on the other side of it, when he's like the downfall happens, is at this business meeting where he's talking about he's done all this shit with like he's so overconfident he's like announcing all of his plans like publicly and he thinks he's like hot shit because like oh eventually he'll buy out this like NHL team. I got this sponsor of this hockey team, but that's none of that is gonna work out. And he has this
Yeah.
bit where he just breaks down. It's like, I'm from Waterloo, where the vampires hang out. It's such a raw, good
Yeah, there's a lot
vocal
of great
delivery from
moments
Glenn
like
there.
that.
I love
I
it.
really
And
don't
then I just love the sorry,
I really don't have as much to say about this movie. Is like you're basically saying everything I liked about it. It's just like a very well
yeah, sorry, I
presented
didn't mean to
and
dominate. I
well
just
done.
have
Oh
like
no, no, it's
I have
fine.
a
It's fine.
couple little notes after this, but not like anything too long. So it's just one of my favorites of the year, so I wanted to take
Yeah, it's
this
fair.
chance to like
It's
rap
great. I
about it a
love it
little
a
bit.
lot.
Yeah. The ending too, I love the whole thing of it. We just see that people were gonna like live normal lives. They thought of it. A lot of based on true story movies have that, but I think it's like a cool little bit.
Yeah.
Pro ZD was apparently gonna be in that, but they cut his scene out. He talks about this in his YouTube thing. It's kind of funny. I love the whole thing where it just shows how quickly it fell. It's like BlackBerry used to be like this percent of the market. They sold this many. It's like now they're at 0%, zero phones, and it's like damn And Empire really crashed that fast.
Yeah.
It's
I
insane.
I watched
But yeah,
this
yeah,
one. Like, there's a lot of biopics like based off corporations that drop. Like, there was a one. There was Air. There was the Cheeto thing.
yeah, the
There.
Cheeto thing I heard was like really bad actually because it
Yeah,
painted
it was
like
even
the whole
nominated for
thing of how it's made
fucking
is
on best
entirely
on
like a
Oscar for
farce.
a song. It was a.
Yeah, I did, and that's so funny. But it's so stupid. Like, there's like the story of, oh my god, you know that a janitor created flaming hot Cheetos? Like, no, it didn't.
Yeah, it
You're
is cap. They
lying.
basically admitted that this was a lie. This whole movie is a lie.
Yeah, it's funny.
And also, it's like,
Goofy, yeah.
yeah. Also, the song was not good, and they should have just nominated one of the
I heard it
songs from
was. I
Across
didn't
the
listen to
Spider-Verse
it,
or
but
something.
I heard it was pretty bad.
Yeah, it was not
You know,
good. I don't know why it was
that
nominated for
whole thing.
Best Original Song. Like, why that of all
Yeah,
movies?
but
But yeah, but I'm
this
glad I
does it
watched
way
Blackberry
better.
because I think I'm like the most interested in the topic and seeing it all unfold in a
Yeah,
very well presented and like interesting way with how like the main like CEO guy named Mike kind of becomes more like into the whole thing and starts like hating fun a bit more. Yeah,
yeah,
but like,
yeah.
pretty
It's
realistic story
really
that's
really
done
neat.
well in a lot of ways. And not to mention the
Yeah, I
actor who
love it.
plays him, Jay Baruchel, does a great job. Great job. I
Yeah,
also
they're
noticed
both
I
just great.
recognized his voice, and I was like, wait, he sounds like Hiccup. And I was like, oh yeah, he's the actor who plays Hiccup.
Oh, he's him? I didn't even
Yeah, there were
realize
so many
that.
moments where I
Oh,
was like, he sounds so familiar. And I'm
wow.
like, oh yeah, of course.
Oh, that's crazy to be honest. That's really cool. Um, two little more like I have the one or two little more notes about Blackberry. They're kind of disconnected from the movie itself, but there's something I find interesting. Um, Remember Matt Johnson was talking about this. He's Canadian, by the way, which I only bring up because I remember he made this movie and did this whole thing about the BlackBerry because there's a severe lack, he said, of like actually like Canadian history and like movies and stuff, which is true. It's all like American based. We're
Exactly.
essentially labeled as America's hat by a bunch of people. But no, BlackBerry was a like a start as a little like a Canadian thing, as like a
Yeah,
little.
it's a great
It's
movie.
nice that he like did that. Very like loyal for him. You go, Matt. We're a proud the other C in Camp E cast is we're the Canadian Camp E cast, Loyal Canada.
Yeah.
And one last thing, disconnected from the movie, but Anthony, I'll plug this or something after. You gotta watch the video where they let Matt Johnson, official Letterboxd YouTube, let Matt Johnson read people's reviews for BlackBerry, and it's hilarious because he's making fun of Letterbox users the entire time, dissing people's Letterbox top fours, and he just disses random movies. It's like so fucking funny. He says
I'll
that
check
Beau
that
is
out.
Afraid is dog shit, and he just makes fun of people's tastes. Like, oh, you have the
That sounds kind of
Before
funny.
trilogy in your top four. I love it because he's like, so many directors are afraid to be honest, but he's just like brutal with his critics. I love Matt Johnson. I've got to watch more of his stuff. He probably
Yeah,
has
based off
the
just
show
his
or
work in
the
this
damn
movie,
show.
he seems like a
I
cool
want to
guy.
watch his stuff. Yeah, I love Matt Johnson. He's my
Yeah.
goat. My goat for real.
Anyways,
But
I'm gonna
yeah, that's all on
quickly.
Blackberry.
Oh yeah,
I'm all where I dominated that segment, but I
yeah, it's
love that
fair.
movie.
It's
Yeah,
fine.
so.
It's fine. I didn't have as much to say about it, and you basically worded everything well. Next, I want to mention. I just want to get some three other movies out of the way because we got a lot to discuss in this video. Some of these segments are gonna be short, so we're gonna do some every now and again. But yeah, I want to talk about The Zone of Interest, another Oscar-nominated movie. I think this movie's great. Okay, if I'm being more objective, I think it's a film that does what it wants to well in terms of showing this part of like World War II history with like kind of showing like the two sides of like a Nazi soldier at the time. I think the movie nails that well. Its atmosphere is very good. The sound design is fucking amazing. So happy this won best sound, to be completely honest. It was done well, great movie in that way. I have like so much respect for what they did with it. I can understand why it's all just so simple. Literally, I feel like every decision made with this movie felt intentional in terms of what they were trying to convey with it, and they succeeded. But for me, this is me personally. I can understand why people like this movie, but me personally, I just kind of was like, it's this, I don't know. I don't overly enjoy this subjectively. I was more like, wow, this movie is so impressive and well made. Props to the creators. Damn. But I was like, I wasn't like overly entertained by it. It was like a very like the plot is pretty simple. and I understand why, but just not a lot resonates with me. Like there's some good moments, like how we just see like smoke subtly hinting in the background of many scenes in like the garden and whatnot of like the like house place. I think that's done very well, and it's all just done showing like this obliviousness that some of these people had at the time, like with all the torture going on around them, with them just living normal lives. It's done beautifully. You know, this film is incredibly well made. I'm happy it got. I have a lot of respect for it. I'm just not personally overly into it, but I will not deny The Zone of Interest is a great movie, and I have a ton of respect
I
for it.
didn't watch it, but I saw Jonathan Glazer's whole like speech with it. It's weird the Academy even like nominated a movie like this and gave it this recognition, like
Yeah.
when it's so like so like against what they're like saying. It's just kind of weird. And the fact that you know, in his uh in his speech, right, he took this whole like stance. It's mild for like what you could say about it, but then actually took this stance on the whole like Palestine Israel conflict and actually like said something
Yeah.
meaningful when like
That's
the
good.
whole thing is like it's ironic because Oscars are so like pro-Israel, so of course that's why it was like controversial, I guess.
Mm-hmm.
But I didn't watch the movie because I don't know, I was bored. Boring movie where they don't talk, But
They do talk, but
yeah, well, subtitles. Me 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 me.
okay.
But I really do like. I respect them a lot for like actually saying that in a place where like no one would actually have the balls to even get that out. And it's weird that there's so much controversy around his whole speech, and I think that was pretty wise words there.
Yeah, I
But oh
agree.
well,
Great speech right there.
Brady.
Yeah, that's all I gotta say about the Zone of Interest. Another Oscar nominated Best Picture I want to mention. Anatomy of a Fall, another great one here. Don't have too much to say about it. Very interesting detective story, like mystery story. I mean, uh, a lot of great performances of Sandra Heller. I don't know if I pronounced that correctly. I probably didn't. My bad. But yeah, a lot of great emotional moments between this family. You're hooked. I'm hooked to it personally. I just think there's a lot of great moments here. I love the moments with the kid character, specifically the boy Daniel. I think there's a lot of genuine and heartfelt moments with him, and he's the big heart of this movie. Really, really good, good. I don't think it's like amazing from a mystery story wise. There could have been like more emotional moments, like you could argue that. But regardless, I was still invested throughout the whole way. I still enjoyed the family conflict. I thought the mystery unraveled was still like interesting in some cases in terms of how they presented it, and like this lawyer in this like courtroom drama. There's some great moments with this. It's a very well written movie. Happy it won uh best screenplay. I also liked how they played like the big old basement, the big old attic song that was playing in the opening of this movie while it was receiving the award. Also, the dog was there, the Snoopy that guy. That was so cute. I liked
Oh,
that the
that's
dog
where
was
the
there.
dog was from. Oh,
Yeah,
that's
yeah, the
cute.
dog was from this movie.
Let
Yeah.
that dog go.
Yeah, Jimmy
Let that
Kimmel
dog go.
pointed this out, but
Oh,
it was cool. The dog literally threw up in one scene, so that's commitment. I hate that I agree with
I
Jimmy
like that they
Kimmel for
gave
once.
him prop hands.
Yeah, that
That's
was
cute.
that was very
Not to
cute. I like
clap.
that.
That's adorable.
Yeah,
Love that.
so cute.
Uh,
Anyways, great movie. Don't really know what else. No, do not
this
know what
one,
else to say
it's
about
funny they call this one Anatomy of the Fall because it fell off my radar.
it.
That's funny.
I guess I'll bring up another one that didn't fall off your radar. How about The Killer?
Ooh,
How about
ooh.
that?
Ooh, I quite liked The
The new
Killer.
David
A
Fincher
very
film that dropped this
very
year.
interesting movie. Um,
What do you think
what
of
I
The
really liked
Killer?
about this one is, if sometimes I feel weird saying, "Oh, I like the movie because of the dialogue." Like Tadoy movies are like inherently like dialogue based, but I got the way that the titular killer, right? They do it so well because a lot of it is internal monologues, which if you're familiar with Fincher, you know he's really good at. A lot of his movies have great internal monologues. Fight Club comes to mind as one of them. But it really does like because there's so much little bits of him talking, describing his like everyday, carrying out his like emotions, and through all those like individual little bits, you you like get the whole like perspective, like his like weird like fucked up like mental state, but
Hmm.
also it's like you get like it's oddly hypnotic, you know, like you start hearing him talk and it's like Fincher is so good at dialogue, man, the way he just like ropes
Yeah,
you
there's a
into
lot
it.
of
You
great
see
like
his situation
monologues with
unfold
this
throughout.
character, and
So
in
good.
general, there's just like a lot of intrigue to him. So basically, he's an assassin, and he misses a shot, and the whole movie he hammers the fact that he's got to be this great assassin. He can't show empathy, or he can't like, he's gotta just gotta focus a lot
Mhm.
of the time, and he says this like all these like pretentious type like things about him, and then soon he misses the shot because he lets this like get to his head, this like egotism thing, kind of letting his feelings show that he's continued to conceal. And this film very subtly shows this great psychology and like mindset an assassin has. And it kind of like goes in depth with it. Like there's this great scene between the titular the killer, that's just his name in the movie. It's like Tenet with the
Yeah.
protagonist, even though I haven't seen Tenet.
Well, it's way better than
It's
that.
way better. It's probably I'm gonna call out. I'm just gonna say this is probably better than Tenet from what I've heard about that movie. But yeah, and then he talks with the expert because a lot of characters in this movie don't have names. And then they just talk about like kind of what it means to be an assassin, of like how you're just like put into this like life and just not sure how to, and you're like and some people like handle it differently, and how he's like kind of been consumed into this industry, and it's kind of not industry, kind of like this organization. It's all done well. Like I said, a lot of great dialogue moments, great sound design, great moment. It's just a geniusly crafted movie with what it does. I still think I need to think more about it to kind of see what the whole thing meant with it. But yeah, such an amazingly crafted film. Like
Yeah.
directed well,
I could do a
glowing
rewatch
dialogue.
on this one, especially considering how like, you know, melancholic a lot of it is just like
Yeah,
hearing
the
all this stuff. But
atmosphere,
it
everything
is a
about
really
it is
well
so
done movie
cool.
in a way I found very interesting. Like on so many levels, just like obviously technical aspects, great cinematography, the whole thing, so
The
well
whole
shot.
package here.
Um, I'm surprised people haven't really been talking about this one as much because like
Yeah, I
dropped
almost
on
forgot it came
Letterboxd
out, to be
not
honest.
Letterboxd, obviously dropped it dropped on Netflix a while ago. But despite being a big Fincher hit, I haven't really seen much like discourse, no discussion,
Yeah,
really.
especially compared to
Which
some
is
of
a
his other
shame. I really
movies.
like this one. It's a very neat watch, I'd say.
Yeah,
Especially considering his last movie was Mank, which
yeah.
is a
Which I've
very
seen despite not
disappointing
seeing
movie for
Citizen
like
Kane. Don't
actually was
ask.
Mank?
Don't ask why. It's a whole
Mm.
thing, but
You've never seen Citizen Kane? Oh my god.
you didn't know that? I
Gotta get
thought I
on that
told you
one.
that.
I well, I probably have, but I forgot.
But
Man,
yeah,
Max
I
is a
don't know.
weird movie.
This is better than Mank. I like this a lot.
Well,
It's
yeah,
it's great. It's just there's just a lot. It's such a cool
obviously.
movie with what it does to me, and it's like a
Hmm.
very well written, well directed film with what it does. It's like with the main character in such subtle and just like clever ways to me that I thought were like lead it to a very cool experience that I just like. It's like a very simple revenge story about this guy who's trying to like get these people off his back after they harm his wife. So he just kind of goes and like beats the shit out of them, and then he just kind of like by the end of it just kind of continues the way he does, despite all this like journey of us showing like his mindset and kind of understanding this assassin mind of how he's been formed into this human being. And the movie just writes that very well, and I can appreciate a lot about it. It's a great movie. uh
Yeah,
yeah, I might appreciate
very,
it
very.
more if I like go more if I like watch it again, I guess. I still need to think more about this movie because I did watch it pretty recently. But yeah,
Yeah, yeah,
regardless, great movie. Um yeah,
definitely,
have anything else to say
definitely.
about this one?
Um, no, not really. I think it's like very simple in that approach, but it all works very, very well. So,
Yeah. I want to bring this up. Nimona. I watched this a while back. I like this movie a lot. It's a Netflix film. It was pretty much everyone who's brought this up has brought it up. I'm gonna bring it up again. Canned by Blue Sky, blah blah blah. Most people know the whole story. It's like kind of the
I kind of hate that, to be honest, because I feel like you can't. I didn't watch this one. Me not watching a movie, pretty typical. But the discourse around it is so annoying because you can't talk about the movie without being like, "I'm so happy Netflix brought this to life against the evil capitalist Disney and they canned Blue Sky. It's such a swan song to their career.
Okay, all
And
right.
also that it's gay. That's the second thing I always hear is either gay or it's like that.
Okay.
So I don't know, maybe
I
it's a
said
really good
that in my
movie, but I don't know.
review, and I think that's solely because I just don't have that much to say about the actual movie. I do think it's good
Yeah,
though.
so
I
true.
like the animation style. I enjoy the
I like
characters of
it.
Nimona and Ballister. I think they have like a solid dynamic. I actually bought their connection quite well. It felt pretty well built up. I enjoyed their characters, they're fun. I liked them, I really bought their friendship. Riz Ahmed does a good job. Felt like there was a lot of passion. I do like this movie in that way. There's also an LGBTQ relationship that I thought was well handled, so good for
Gay.
that. Yeah, yeah, yeah. But yeah, that was done well. Yeah, it's a great movie. I don't really have much to say. The character work I just thought was well done. I really like Nimona's emotional arc about being seen as a monster and how that like plays into the climax with the beautiful visual of him just becoming this huge. She just becomes this huge monster just looming throughout the city, and it's very well done from a visual standpoint. I can't help but be impressed.
Oh, wait a minute, that's what happens in Steven Universe. Oh my god.
Oh shit, never mind. 1 out of 10. This is the
It's the
worst movie
Steven
of the
Universe.
year.
Oh
You
my god.
ruined it for me.
Oh, like I am a monster. Oh my god.
Yeah,
Ooh.
anyways, enough Steven Universe. It's a great movie. I highly recommend it. Um
Isn't that
one
why
thing
that Netflix uploaded it to like
Yeah, that was
YouTube?
weird.
Isn't
I
that
don't know
odd?
why they did that.
Just like on like I forget. I think it was for the Oscars. But let me check. Is it still on?
Yeah,
Hold
I
on.
swear it's on YouTube. The whole
Yeah,
film is just on YouTube for some reason.
they just did that.
I don't know
Isn't
why.
that odd? Like
That's strange.
weird.
Have they
It's just
ever done
very
that with a
odd.
movie? Like why this one specifically? Like
I'm not sure why. I think it was like I think Netflix was really hoping for Nimona to win the Oscars race, which I'm really
it
glad. Or
definitely
like,
wasn't.
did it get nominated? I
It
forget.
did
Did
get
it like?
nominated, and I'm frankly
Okay, yeah.
happy. There's
Which
only
I'm really
like
glad
one
that Nimona
film
didn't.
for best animated feature that was nominated that upsets me, which we'll get to later, trust me, isn't that right?
Yeah.
Yep.
Oh, you bet I'll get to that one later. That racist, sexist, homophobic movie. But
Okay.
yeah, I'm really glad that Nimona didn't win because it's like I know if it did, people would be like, oh, can't believe Blue Sky really took down those corrupt Nazis over at Disney. Oh, thank you, Netflix. Netflix doesn't care about animation either. They can most
That's true.
projects and replace them with shit like Marmaduke. They do not care about you. But
I'm still happy this
ooh, that
project
was a
got
good one.
finished and it was pretty great. If I have one small issue,
Eh,
kind of, I'll admit it's like kind of, I don't know, like the tone can be a bit weird. I'm not the biggest fan of the humor. That's like my only
I
main
heard it
issue
has
with it.
like yeah, I heard it has like annoying comic relief or something. Like whoa, there's like a lot of animated movies. Whoa,
Yeah, but it's not like
why?
infuriating with it. It's just kind of lame with the humor
Mm.
aspect and bothered me a little, but not overly much. Regardless, great movie. Yeah, I'd watch it again. It's good. Happy it got nominated the Oscars. Best animated feature. Um, so
Eee.
yeah. All right. So I say we go next. Let's do Mission Impossible: Dead Reckoning Part One. Long title, but
Alright.
yeah,
Yeah. Well, see, it's funny because the movie bombed. They removed the part one
yeah, that
text.
kind of
Although
sucks.
that's kind of awkward now, because when the other movie comes out, what are they gonna do? Like
Exactly.
part one is in Dead Reckoning. What are they gonna re-release it and like cut out the part one text?
Hmm.
Like that's stupid. They can't do that. But anyway, I will be upfront right now. I think Mission Impossible is a cool franchise. However, I
It's become
probably
a cool
could watch them on a
franchise, I
way better.
guess.
Yeah, well, it's become one. See, my whole thing is I really regret my thing with the Mission Impossible franchise because it's so funny. Basically my mom was like, "Oh yeah, we're going to the theaters tomorrow. Will you want to see anything? Dead Reckoning?" And then like I guess Mission Impossible. It's like, "Oh, I could see that tomorrow." And then I was like, "Oh, wait, I haven't seen any of them." So I fucking booked it, did most of them in like a day, which admittedly I like really regret now because that like damaged my experience with all of
Yeah,
them,
that's
doing
gotta
them under
suck.
such a short time. All of them from like three to Fallout are sort of meshed in my brain a little bit. Obviously, I can pinpoint like little action bits
Yeah,
from
maybe you
between.
should
And I
rewatch
really
some
like
of
Ghost
like the
Protocol,
good
but
ones one day.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I was thinking. Eventually, I want to rewatch those because I feel like my thoughts on those, I feel like were a little condensed during that time. Dead Reckoning less so because so that's when in theaters, baby, and I don't know. See, Dead Reckoning I think is in some parts I think a little less tight than the other ones because there's like some bits I'm not entirely like keen on, like the whole AI thing. I actually really like as a
As a
concept.
concept, yeah.
Like this whole like I think it's like there's some good tension with that. How the whole thing like has this like over control over it. This is a scene I really like where Simon Pegg's character is like
Great
his voice is
character.
being replicated by the AI, and that like convinces Ethan or whatever. Stupid name, but Ethan like the that he's him and it's this whole like thing that creates tension really well. I love the whole thing at the airport, the opening scene. It's just
There, these
something that I
films
think
have
is a little weird
evolved
how the
so
logic.
heavily into actually being
Yeah.
engaging, which was the opposite of the first two
Mm.
movies for me. Like, I've actually
Oh my
care
god.
about Ethan and his crew. I like Simon Pegg.
Oh my god.
Uh,
Yeah. Oh yeah, that's the whole
I
thing.
like all them.
The actual like I actually like the characters in the later chunk of Mission Impossible films. They're
Yeah.
so
I
fun,
also like Ving Rhames'
which is
character, Luther. He's fun.
yeah.
They're all good. I like him.
It's crazy how much of a jump Mission Impossible had. Like these used to be so
Yeah.
mid
I
and
don't think this
boring.
is as good
Like
as
Mission Impossible 2,
Fallout.
which is
Fallout
gay.
is amazing.
But
Fucking
Fallout's like the peak of Mission Impossible, I think. Like I don't even love Fallout as much as some other people, but it's very, very well done.
yeah,
You know?
one of the best
But
action movies of
yeah.
the decade of last decade. This is like great, I enjoy it. I love the action. The action is so fucking good. Holy shit. Like I don't care how,
Mm.
how unrealistic it is, all we felt, it's cool, it's cooler. And I'm invested
You
in
know,
the
some of this stuff
characters.
is it's very goofy, and I don't know if it makes sense, but also I had a fun time. Like when he like, oh my god, it's such a stupid scene when he's riding the motorcycle off and is gonna land on that like train. It's like I think like even Simon Pegg like, bro, how the fuck you
It's
gonna do that?
kind
But
of
when he does that,
ridiculous,
like,
but
oh
it's
my god,
so badass and cool that it kind of makes me
yeah,
shit
oh
my
my god,
mouth.
it's so cool. Like, whoa, that's
Whoa,
awesome.
the stunts. Wow.
Yeah.
So cool. Sick. It releases the cool brain chemicals when watching it. It's like, wow, he
Mhm.
do the action stunt. Yeah. And then there's also just a lot of like just great tension. The music is so fucking good. Like genuinely. There were so many moments where I
Yeah,
was just
yeah.
blown away by the
Oh my god, I
score.
love.
Like in this one, like damn, like there's this great scene where Ethan's running through like the town looking for Ilsa, and then there's like the score goes so fucking hard during this scene, and I'm all like, holy
Yeah,
shit,
yeah.
calm down. You're hitting me with so much fire. And it
I
sounds
love the
cheesy, but
opening when they actually like was part of the like this business meeting and the gas goes out and Ethan comes in and it's like whoa and they cue in the Mission Impossible theme like no such an iconic theme obviously but
yeah,
it's
and
such
how
a
that
good
sets
scene
up the
like
rest of the story.
whoa
I like the
yeah, yeah.
I don't know, it's like a part one. It's always hard to judge these part ones, like we said with Across the Spider-Verse. The story is not finished yet, but it's all established. I'd say, well, I enjoyed
Hmm.
the new character
Yeah.
Grace. I
This
like
is
her
one of
dynamic
the
with
tragic
Ethan.
victims I want to say of we were talking a lot of movies bombed earlier, not in the Oppenheimer way. But the Dead Reckoning Part 1 sadly has not done very well, which makes me very sad because I
Yeah.
thought this was a it's like a prime like summer blockbuster thing, like this type of
It was just
action
bad
movie where
timing,
everyone
let's be
comes around the
honest, that kind of
corner
killed this
to
movie
watch.
by the end of its run.
Yeah, you've heard me rant about this enough, but
Yes, I
Barbenheimer
get
kind of
it. I
killed
get
Dead
it.
Reckoning.
I agree.
Both of
I
those
get
like I'm not even saying it in the stupid meme way, just having two really heavy hitters right beside this, it kind of killed its relevancy.
Yeah.
Which sucks 'cause I think that's kind of ruined their ruined Paramount's whole plan, right? Because like they were banking on this other one, Tom Cruise, big action star. What's he gonna do? But it's like, oh, I guess now it just bombed. Like, what's going
It
on next?
sucks.
Like, where are they gonna go with it?
Yeah.
But
I don't really know what else to say about this
actually,
one other than it's very cool, very fun, engaging with the characters, and yeah, I had a good time watching it. I'm interested to see where they go with this AI plot they established here. I think it's very intriguing, leads to some interesting foe for Ethan and his good old team to face. I'm happy I'm a
yeah,
fan of
yeah.
these movies now. I'm happy. I had a good time. I had a great
Mhm.
time watching this movie from beginning to end. So much fun.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I gotta give these the time of day some eventually, but
Yeah. This
yeah,
got nominated for
it's a
like I
cool
think
movie.
visual effects and I don't know. It was another award. I kind of forgot. I think it
I think
was.
it got sound design or
Oh yeah,
something,
sound design,
or
sure.
like
Effects.
wait,
Some of it looked a
which
bit
I don't. It's
weird,
like
but it was still like
there
not
were
terrible.
some bits, but I don't know.
I don't know.
I didn't think it was gonna win any of them, so just kind of
Same.
like like a
One of the
drawing thing.
best
It's not as
theater
bad as the
experience
Dial
for
of
me this year.
Destiny Best Original Score
Blech.
So
Like,
ugh.
oh, because it's John
Ugh.
Williams, blah, blah, blah. John Williams makes good music, even though he just did the
Original
same thing.
score, my ass. I can't name a
Original,
song
yes.
not from the first three.
Yeah, whatever. I don't know, maybe I'll bring that movie up later again, but who knows?
Mm-hmm.
Maybe we did talk about it already in the
Yeah.
Indiana Jones episode. But
Mm-hmm.
moving back into things,
Yeah.
let's I want to bring up, I know this is kind of a skip in quality, but I feel like I want to bring up I was going to bring this up earlier when we were talking about the best picture nominees, but I feel like Barbie is appropriate to bring up again. Like I feel like there's just this movie it's it hasn't like I don't know. I haven't seen it since then. I feel like it's just been like a mix of like I don't know. I've just been kind of mixed on it as of lately. My thoughts are still kind of scattered in some places. I still don't hate it. I enjoy it. I think it's a entertaining little film. I think there's like quite a bit to appreciate about it. I think that there's a lot to like about Barbie. Even though it's just not it's just
Eh.
man, the movie is just kind of like I feel like this movie should like we said in the discussion, it really could have benefited for just being a comedy because I feel like you could excuse
Yeah,
the
that's the whole
you could
thing too.
excuse the idea of the movie hammering it in unsubtly if the movie was trying to be comedic with it, which it is in some cases, but then they take it seriously and the whole thing kind of falls down for me. So like that's like my
Yeah,
main
I don't know.
issue with
See,
it.
that's the thing. As much as like I'm like not, I'm definitely not as ho hum on Barbie as you are. The thing is, the movie actually has like funny bits, especially with the Kens. The Kens are like
Yeah,
fun
I'm
characters.
just
I just
Ken is
think
a
the
banger.
way it ties that to the overall message, the weird hypocrisy of the whole thing,
It just
it just
doesn't
I don't know.
it just
I don't
doesn't
like that
land by the
message in
end of
life.
it. It's entertaining, it's
Oh.
it's fun. Like I said, we did talk about it in the 2020 the no, what no. We talked about it in the Freaky Got Barbie thing, whatever that episode is
Yeah,
called.
that's true.
But yeah, I don't know. I'm in terms of I'm just Ken and what was I made for the best original song thing. I'm personally more of an I'm Just Ken guy, mainly because I prefer the more like comedic elements of Barbie, and also I just think that song is more personally catchy. I do like what was I made for as a song though. It's still a good song, even though I don't think it's used the best in the film with its emotional moments. I don't know. I wish I liked this movie more, but I still have fun with it. It's still enjoyable. There was still some clear
Yeah,
effort put into this
yeah,
movie. America Ferrera was
definitely.
nominated for Best Supporting Actress, literally just for the Clay Puppington monologue ripoff. Yeah, just that was the one reason.
Sacrifice.
Sacrifice. Yeah, it was just that. The I'm Just Ken performance at the Oscars was great. Just amazing. God
Well, they did
bless
an
Ryan
I'm Just Ken
Gosling.
performance at the
Yeah,
Oscars.
you didn't see that? You didn't see that? It was great.
Oh,
Yeah, they
that's
were
boring.
re-performing. It was like Not To from last year's Oscars at with RRR.
Oh.
It was
Oh, they
cool.
did that at last. Oh man, I'm really behind. I didn't know they
No,
did
you
that.
didn't know that? I thought you knew that. Huh. But yeah, it's a cool
Man, I'm
performance.
like
Ryan
so
Gosling
behind
is great.
on the Oscars. Oh my god.
Yeah, you gotta.
But
Yeah.
yeah, I'm glad I'm Just Ken didn't win because that's like a weird meme pick.
Okay.
But you know,
All right.
yeah, anyway.
Yeah. I don't know how much else I have to say. Yep. Uh.
It's transphobic. That's my last thing.
Okay. Wow.
No,
Anyways.
but there's evidence for that, Anthony. There's evidence.
I just
Because the
wouldn't
whole
go
thing of
that far
Barbie's
with
a
it.
real woman because she's in the real world, has a real body because she doesn't have the
That's
little
a weird.
transphobic
I'll say that's a
maybe.
weird ending. I don't know. I just feel like bit of a twist. That's a whole thing. I don't know.
It's the What
I
is
don't
a
want to get
Woman
into
of
that.
2023.
Okay, let's just calm down just a little bit. Yeah. Also, for those for some of the lunatics watching this, yeah, we ain't covering any transphobic documentaries this year. Like, yeah, no, Matt Walsh
There
didn't make a
wasn't one
sequel.
this year, actually.
Maybe next year. Are you gonna watch the
No,
next one?
maybe he could do What is a Man next time.
Am I a man or am I a puppet?
Or am I?
Okay, yeah, back to the movies, back to the topic. I guess we'll get into remember good old Asteroid City made by Wes Anderson himself.
Ooh, Asteroid City. Yeah, I love Asteroid City. All right. So Wes Anderson, I will firmly admit he is probably my favorite director still working. I know it's weird. I've seen all of his movies except Life Aquatic. I gotta get on that one again
I
because
need to see
people
more of
love
his
that one
movies.
here. Say it's one of his best. You should. I love Wes. And
I've
the
seen
thing
like
is,
a decent amount of them though.
people. Yeah. Well, see, people diss Wes in a way I don't like, where they're like, "Oh, people like him for his style over substance much," huh? And then they watch like a Marvel movie or whatever. But no, see, Wes is my goat because he has these great ass styles. He's like it's such his movies are like so cool to look at. I look at all of them, so angular, got the specific shots, so framed well. Everything is like a storybook, a little painting, and none of it are done for no reason. It's all for good purpose. Like Fantastic Mr. Fox, that's done in that style because it's a storybook thing. Moonrise Kingdom is done like that because it's presented like a exaggerated view of like a childlike perspective. Grand Budapest, his most famous movie, it's like because it's been like a story within a story within a story, and you can do this for practically all of his movies if you go for it. And even though the the style is the overt thing, he's still a really fucking funny guy. You know, his humor is really like is really dry, really
Hmm.
good sensibility to them. Have a great cast of characters, just very like
This movie
low
is very
key, just
charming
fun.
to me.
And yeah, exactly. Asteroid City. That was like that's what I was leaning into. A lot of those elements for me, I really apply to this one because I know some people are like they were like not as into it because it's just Wes going for the motions. Such a boring director,
I wouldn't
and
say
I
it
would
worded
disagree
that
with
way
that
with my
because I
issue.
think this movie's done very very well. I love the whole like sort of anthology feel it has to because we have like our main guys, Jason Schwartzman and his like his family, like they're dealing with the passing of their like mother. Right, that's the whole thing. They're staying at Asteroid City, but there's like a million people there. You get like they're all little perspectives. It's a fun, very very fun little thing. They all like get their little stuff. It's like it has a real good energy to it because they all these people are important, but they can like cut around to all these different characters and everything, and it's fun. I like Tom Hanks a lot in this as like
Yeah, Tom Hanks is
the
great. The
grandfather.
whole cast is great.
Yeah,
As per
Tom Hanks.
usual, Wes Anderson's got some stacked
Yeah,
names here. Bryan Cranston is here.
yeah.
He plays
Bryan Cranston
the
plays the
host guy.
host in the weird like meta segments,
I like
and
those
I
meta
love him. He's
segments.
really really good at it.
I
I
want to
love those
mention
whole
that.
like weird
Yeah, I
meta
think it's like
segments
an
with it. They're really
interesting
fun.
approach and device Wes uses here because it's kind of like how these like the actors play in the play Asteroid City in the movie Asteroid City are essentially asking the director like questions about what the point is, and I feel like that can sometimes be like a part of Wes Anderson as a filmmaker, and like it's kind of probably a relatable thing for a director to go to in some cases. So I feel like it was a good way to like commentate on it in some way. And it also leads to this really good scene between
Yeah.
Jason Schwartzman's character and and his wife, who was played by Margaret Robbie in like one scene. It's a great scene that is like, actually powerful in terms of what they convey there. And obviously, wow, Wes Anderson movie is beautifully shot, so I'm just gonna say that.
Yeah, well, yeah, well, it looks really cool. I like.
Yeah,
I don't
I
know. It's
think
a
this
basic
like town
compliment, but West
setting really
carries
fits his
still.
style, so it tends to like
Yeah, yeah. It
shine
had this
really
little like
well.
rustic little area with all these like specific like, little trailers, all that stuff. It goes really hand in hand with his style well, and especially I love in like Wes's recent work. He'll like, I think like the divide is like ever since Fantastic Mr. Fox, he has gone all the way with his specific styles being like it
Yeah.
was already very exact, but now it's really really exact. And Fantastic Mr. Fox is like a top 20 movie. Love that, but the way just like he goes extra here is so cool. And I love how he expands on his style a bit by using it in stuff that like really fits it. Like the whole stop motion, I think it was stop motion with the alien thing. That
Oh
was
yeah, that
super
was sick.
cool.
I love the
Oh,
alien thing.
I loved all that stuff. One of my favorite like theater moments of the year, just
Yeah,
seeing
I
all
like all
that.
the loony different
Lovely
characters, like
seeing
the
yeah,
teacher and all like the children's stuff. There's a Steve Carell who owns like a hotel.
yeah.
There's like there's a lot of characters. Like there's some scientist guys. There's like some people trying to spread it to different parts of the world, like of the news. I'll admit I don't think this film quite hits me the same way Wes's best films do, like Grand Budapest and Fantastic Mr. Fox. I feel like this one is kind of like it's great. I have charm with it. I can never like it's still a Wes Anderson movie at the end of the day, you know? I enjoy the
See,
characters. It's a charming movie. But I gotta say, I don't know.
well, see, Mister.
A part of me feels that the emotional part of it with Jason Schwartzman, while I like it on paper, and there are some great moments that where they use that in terms of like him being like put in this like asteroid city setting while like trying to cope over it, like like being stuck in this like grief state,
Mhm.
and how he like bottles up his emotions in some way. It's good. I like that idea, but I don't know. I just feel like they could have done a bit more with it. And since there's so many characters, it's like I don't know. It's like kind of the best thing about this movie and the worst thing about this movie. Because on one hand, I like these characters, but you know what I mean. And I feel like in some
Mhm.
cases, it's like I don't know. I just
Yeah.
feel like the theme of it all could have been more developed. Like the theme of like I don't know. It's kind of hard for me to fully grasp with this movie. I should probably rewatch it again at some point. Maybe I should do a full-on Wes Anderson marathon one day. You
You
know?
should, you should. But yeah. And then with that, like you were talking about, Mr. Fox, and like that's the main example I put. It has like that real emotional connection to it with the whole Mr. Fox. And there's like a lot you can think about thematically with that one, how like the whole thing of Mr. Fox, he wants to like be more civilized, but his like inherent animal nature prevents that, and how like
Yeah, he's like
that
getting into
connects to
those
how we like
instincts.
actually
We should
there's
talk
a
about
lot
that
you can
movie one
really
day.
dig in with the, yeah, we should someday make a great episode. But there's a lot there thematically with that one that I
Exactly.
really
Such
like.
a good movie.
This one is not quite as much. There are things you can definitely read into it, and then I really like the whole when they eventually. I love the part where they cut out of the movie, like its whole play. They cut out of it. That extended black and white scene where it kind of exits the movie and moves on to that whole thing. I love that. There's a lot to dig into there that I find very interesting. But I'll admittedly, some of Wes's other works do that a little better. That being said, I still really love this movie, and there's a lot of great like
Yeah,
bits in
I
it.
like the
The
idea of the
black and white
message you
stuff is
can't
great
wake up if you
plays with
don't
it.
fall asleep. I guess. I don't know, that whole
Oh,
thing.
oh,
That's
shoot! I love the scene where they like replay that line a bunch. That's really
kind of
cool.
let that
I
resonate
remember
with the
like it was kind
audience
of
a
funny.
bit.
No joke, I was like literally gonna fall asleep when I was in the theater because I was like tired that day.
Okay.
So I felt like I was being called out. It was very funny.
Yeah,
Like
I don't
and
know, like
okay,
that scene is like good. I just think the theming and overall emotional weight, while there are moments where they like grasp that, could have been done better. And that's why I can understand why some
yeah,
people, while they'll admit it's a good movie and has like a lot of the stuff they like about Wes Anderson, it's like just not one of his best work. But regardless, I do need to rewatch this movie at some point. Like that and The Boy and the Heron are the specific ones I definitely need to
mm.
revisit.
There's a
So,
lot of movies
yeah.
on this year I need to rewatch that I would have, but I was watching other movies for this
Same,
video, so
same. But
I had to
I
fill it out.
still really love this movie and what it does. And yeah, I
Mhm.
just kind of read into some of the movies that I wasn't able to like kind of fully like, like if I haven't seen them in a while, I just kind of went in depth in that
Yeah,
way.
yeah.
Anyways, anything else you got to say about this one, or can we bring up another one?
No, I think we covered. But there's other stuff I could mention, but that's just more like specific jokes and gags and stuff. That's not like more general thing that we
Yeah.
do in here.
All right,
Um,
let's talk about
it's fun.
I know you watched this
Mhm.
recently, Poor Things. What do you think of Poor Things?
Ooh, Poor Things is a good movie that I don't like very much.
Wow.
That's my
Is it one of
take on
those
it.
movies where you
Um,
like understand and think there's a lot to appreciate, but you just don't
yeah,
personally?
yeah, that's where my head is sort of at. Where this one with okay, so the thing is, I really liked the first half. I think the
Yo,
whole like
same.
Frankenstein motif they're going in there. The black and white is amazing. The Emma Stone's whole thing and the set design, especially the costume design with Willem Dafoe, it looks
Oh,
so
so
good.
good. There's so much
Love that whole thing.
to
It's
appreciate
really great.
about this movie's visuals in that way because
Definitely,
this
so
film,
so good.
there are so many transcendent and beautiful art pieces shown in the backgrounds, and just it's all just shown beautifully. And the costume design, the
Yeah, yeah,
performances, some of the best performances this year. Mark Ruffalo is amazing as this like very petty, like sad man who just
yeah.
kind of almost like kind of abducts the main character Bella, played by Emma Stone. Also, I'll get into the Emma Stone thing in like at the Oscars, like later in the segment. But like she is so good in this movie. She is so committed in playing this character,
Yeah, yeah.
and yeah, I'm happy she won, even though I personally connected with Lily Gladstone's performance more. But regardless,
Yeah, we'll get
she
to
was
that in a
great.
sec.
But yeah, I can understand why this movie isn't for everyone though. First off, there's a lot of sex. Like the most sex I've ever seen in a
Mm.
movie. Like
They fuck a lot in this
there's
movie.
so much porn.
Yeah.
Uh
Mm.
yeah, I
I
guess
think
it's
that's like I get it. Like that part wasn't really a stipulation. I don't know. Like
I
I
get it
knew that going
thematically
into it.
kind of, but
If you're
like, you know.
but the thing is, if you're asexual, I would heavily recommend not watching this movie. That's my
Oh, damn it.
my main thing up top.
Yeah, yeah.
You will be very uncomfortable. But you know, see, the thing is with Poor Things, I get what it's saying. I kind of like, the whole thing is like, it's just about like sexuality and uses sex to be like, oh, that's how Bella, the main character, really feels like free and in her
And she
own,
gets like
because that like that
this
gives her
sense of
this freedom and this
individuality
consent.
through this like
Yeah, exactly. This
relationship
is
with
like
the mate with Duncan,
yeah,
played
it's
by Mark Ruffalo.
represented through that like sex, and that's the reason there's so much of it. It's supposed to represent how like that gives her like individuality, and that goes to the stuff about like feminism and her whole thing. I like that. I think that's all interesting, and they tell that through an interesting point of view. Also, it's funny. I like that. There's
Yeah,
a
there's some
little
funny moments. I
little
like the
jokes
line,
there.
I
I like the
must
part where
punch that
Bella's gonna
baby."
like beat it. Yeah, I was gonna mention. I love that joke where
That
she's like
was
gonna
funny.
fucking
It's all just done by
abduct
the
it.
performances, man. This is some of the best performances this year. I'll give it that. It's like
Yeah,
my
yeah,
favorite aspect of it. And you know, I am personally
yeah.
entertained by this movie. Like I like the shenanigans with Bella and
Mm.
Duncan. I think they're pretty entertaining for me. The other stuff,
I liked it for a bit, but I think this movie would greatly benefit from being shorter because by the time we got to the halfway point, it was like I completely understood the movie's point, but also there was like an hour left, and I was like,
that's
it's kind of
fair.
boring. I want
Hmm.
this movie to end, you know?
Yeah.
It's like I didn't feel like we really needed that extra time. And the second half says like again, I still appreciate those elements I did before. Like again, it looks really good, all the visual stuff, very, very well shot movie. And on that like thematic level, I'm glad that there's like something like that because it's very interesting. I'm glad that it's there. But
Yeah.
again, it's like I don't enjoy that personally very much, and it's like,
Hmm.
eh, it's not very.
That is
I don't
perfectly
think.
fair. It does kind of get a
Yeah.
little weaker the longer I think about it, I guess. And then like the stuff near the end when Bella kind of like comes back and marries the other guy, I kind of forgot his name, but you know him probably. But like yeah, he comes back, she comes back,
Yeah,
and then
yeah.
she meets like her real husband like before she got the brain surgery and whatnot. And I like the concept of that. I just didn't think it really did much for me thematically. Like, didn't really add much. I don't know. I do like a lot of
Yeah.
concepts. I think this movie's weird nature is very cool. I like all the different animal like mutations and whatnot. It's just a very interesting experience that I was always entertained by, regardless. And I think your criticisms are fair. I can understand why someone might not like this movie.
Mhm.
You know, it's not for everyone, and I don't think it's like perfect at all. Like I just think the themes, I understand them, but I'm just not like overly into them. Like nothing about it is like overly emotional, but I do enjoy like some shenanigans, and I do appreciate there was clear effort put into this movie, and I'm happy it got recognition at the Oscars in that way. So yeah, it's a great movie.
Yeah.
I guess we'll
There's a
bring up
whole yeah, I
the
agree. It's
Oscar
like I
thing.
don't know. I respect it more than I like it, but I
That's
understand
fair.
why a bunch of people loved it. For me, I just personally wasn't into a lot of it, and I think it was like kind of was a little insistent on its themes after a while.
It
Like, eh.
insisted upon itself,
It's
Lois.
I don't see the people giving this like a 10. Like boring.
Uh,
Um,
the Oscar drama
but
with
anyway,
Emma Stone winning.
yeah,
She was great.
I think it's hilarious. She like did not want to win. Like you watch that video,
Yeah.
she's like upset.
She's like,
Like,
what?
come on.
What? Like, she wasn't even expecting it. And it's like,
Mm.
yeah, I don't know. She clearly wanted Lily to win, and I think most of us expected her to. But Schaefer Ellis pointed this out in his video he made, which I think was a good point, is that as much as like as great as Lily Gladstone's performance was, she's not really the main character of the movie. Like she's one of like she's an important character, but they're like she's not necessarily the main character. In Poor Things, Emma Stone is the star of the show, you know? So I feel like they could have like that might have been the reason in some cases, regardless if what you think of the overall performance. And to me personally, Emma Stone has already won an Oscar before in La La Land, and La La Land is one of my favorite movies. So I'm happy she won something for that. But personally, you know, it's just like just a better performance, you know, in this film specifically, what she was able to do with the character of Bella, you know?
Yeah.
So yeah, great
They're both
movie.
very different performances from what like
Yeah,
I
that's
hear, but
true.
like
They're like completely
I think even
different.
though I didn't like Poor Things that much, a lot of what the what the movie communicated really like centered on that main performance. So it's good they got that well, you know, like really
Yes.
carried it, I suppose. Yeah. Um I think another thing is that people are like, well, she already won for La La Land, you know, she didn't need another Oscar, you know. I guess it's like that's another big factor in it where like I think some people were upset, but I don't know. I'm not losing sleep over this, and people were like very happy at the Oscars otherwise, other than that, so it's fine.
Yeah.
And not losing sleep over this pick.
Yeah, that's all I gotta say about Poor Things. Great movie. Um Dream
Yeah.
Scenario. I know you saw this as well. What you
Ooh,
think of
this was
Dream
a
Scenario?
fun one. I
I
like
had a
this
great
movie.
time watching this
Um,
movie. The
there's another one
premise
where I
is
think
what
it's
I liked a lot about it.
oh, it's amazing. Nick Cage, I'm so glad they got him for this role because he's the perfect character to put in this situation where it's like, the whole premise is there's been some guy, essentially some Freddy Krueger like figure that is appearing in everyone's dreams and killing everyone, and he just so happens to look like Nicolas Cage, and that just it's perfect, like the
It's
whole
it's
like
just
setup
great.
there.
Not to mention
Admittedly,
what happens with what the movie does with this premise is both really sad but very funny. Because like basically it commentates on the idea of cancel culture. Because first Nick Cage is very popular, but then all of a sudden he starts killing people in his dream in people's dreams, and then they start treating him differently, and then he gets canceled for that. And I feel like that's kind of
yeah, yeah,
relatable for someone to just get canceled for something that it isn't even their fault. So like I think that was like a
yeah,
fun
yeah.
way of commentating on it. Like I do agree with some things they could have done some stuff differently. Like in some cases they could have like expanded upon this in a more psychological element, and they also could have showed stuff like how it impacted the family in different ways. Though I do think we get enough of
I
that that it
think if
doesn't bother me
anything, they
that
should have
much.
either gone more serious or more wacky with it, because we're kind of at
That's
like a
true.
middle ground-ish here, where it doesn't fully go either. But for what it is, I think it's fun, you know. Like
Yeah, I had a
Nick
great
Cage
time.
again, he has like their. I appreciate that they don't just make him do the the wacky Nick Cage thing where
He's
it's like
great in this
I'm
movie.
screaming,
He's
wow,
genuinely
yeah,
like
yeah, he's
playing
so
this
good, but like
socially awkward
obviously,
like
yeah,
guy, this teacher professor.
yeah. No, but they do it so well because obviously Nick Cage he gets cast in a lot of these roles where it's like, haha, look at Nicolas Cage yell and scream and be wacky because he's such a bad actor. And then he got sort of purposely being cast in something where he could be really wacky like this. I know he was in a Renfield this year, which I
Oh
hear is
yeah, I
way
guess I
worse than it.
might bring that up later because I did see that movie.
Yeah, but no, in this he's like he's dialed back a bit, and it's just funny. He's just like this average guy, is so baffled by this stupid scenario. He's
Yeah, it's kind of
dream
hilarious.
scenario he's found himself in, and it's it's great. I love what he's doing. That like apology video like thing near the end.
And
Like,
then everyone
so
hates him for it. Like it's a good metaphor of cancel culture that way.
yeah,
Like in terms of doing. Also, many people have pointed
it's
this out, but Michael Cera is like playing a different character here that isn't just his typical like Scott Pilgrim esque
yeah,
personality in this movie. So yeah, that's cool to hear, even though he's not in the
playing a
movie a
different
lot.
character for once. No way,
Yeah.
insane.
Um. Yeah, it's a great movie. I personally loved it. I
Yeah.
do admit they could have done more stuff with it, but I feel like what they did with it was very great, and I wouldn't
What do
mind
you think
rewatching
of?
it again. I had a great time watching it.
Yeah. What do you think of the ending? 'Cause I know some people are like a
The
little
ending isn't
contentious on all
all. I don't
that. It
know.
goes really experimental near the end. I think it's fun,
I think it's
personally,
alright.
but
Yeah, it's an alright
yeah.
ending. I don't know. I don't know.
Mm.
I feel like I do more could be done here, I guess, which kind of is why it's like a lower 8 out of 10 for me. But regardless, it's still a pretty damn good movie. Yeah, just for the
Yeah.
premise alone. I guess getting into other movies. I guess I'll bring this up because I know for a fact that you haven't seen this and probably never will. I'm bringing up Guardians of the Galaxy Volume 3. Insert yawning from you because you
Ah!
hate
Oh my
James
god.
Gunn.
Uh, not James Gunn, more like Nazi Gunn. I hate
Okay.
him.
Oh, wow.
Go on, yap about your gay movie. I'm not.
Okay, yeah, you could
I'm
just
not-
sit back for this one.
okay.
Guardians of the Galaxy Volume 3. Um, it's it's not the best. It's not my favorite of the three, to be honest. It's the weakest, easily. I do enjoy it though. I do think it's a nice send off with these characters that I've grown to really like. And the fact that this was good and soon we will learn has been a very shitty year for Marvel as a company. So like it's just been kind of like interesting to like see how this just kind of plopped in, and I actually enjoyed it. I like the characters. The stuff with Rocket specifically really worked for me. It was the highlight, man. His emotional weight was so powerful, and how they framed his backstory with like his friends. It's so sad. And then the High Evolutionary, who has a great central performance along with just being intimidating. Like, I actually like an MCU villain. I can't remember the last time I liked an MCU villain because they've all sucked as of
Hey.
late. And the only ones I liked was when they brought old ones I liked back in No Way Home. Funny how that works. Um, and yeah, it's just like it's just so cool, man. I just have a good time with it. I enjoy the stuff with Peter's character as well, Star-Lord, with him trying to accept Gamora that she will never switch, even though I think Gamora is a bit overly harsh, like even for a 2010 iteration, like it was kind of off, but whatever. I also thought it was weird that the
Typical Gunn
character
writing. Okay.
Adam Warlock just randomly showed up at some points. I don't know why. Like, he was only in this movie because they teased him at the end of the second one. So I guess they just kind of threw him in some scenes, which felt a little off. I don't know. Some scenes felt like they had a bit of tonal whiplash, and I don't know. I remember the pacing in like the first
Typical
half was a
James
little
Gunn
bit.
problem. He thinks he's so funny, but these deep stories. Guardians 2 made me cry. You're gay.
Okay, man.
Sorry, did I say that out loud?
Yeah,
Whoops.
you
I
said
thought
that
the mic would
really.
catch that.
All right, yeah. I
I
don't
will
know.
say, um,
Yeah.
I was gonna say something. Can I talk about like I just find I've never seen this movie and I never will.
Mhm.
Ding. But I find it kind of annoying the whole thing about it, where a lot of people right they do this thing that really pisses me off, where they're like, well, um, I'm done with modern Marvel, but Guardians 3, it's gonna be my last one, then I'm done. Because apparently James Gunn being involved means he's the messiah of DC. He approved The Flash, by the way. The messiah of superhero movies who can do no wrong. And and then I guess that was like the people saw the. I guarantee most people who said this is my last Marvel movie, they were the Marvel's opening weekend. They're all a bunch of hacks. None of Guardians was not your last Marvel movie. Everyone I've heard say that has watched another one. So
Except me.
that's
I
the
haven't
thing that
watched
pissed
another
me
one
off.
since then.
Well, see, Anthony, I respect you. You're a respectable young man, so I
Thank,
know you
thank you.
wouldn't do that. But a lot
I
of
just
people have
this
been
is the
selling
only
out
one
their
I really
beliefs.
care about, to be honest. There's not really much upcoming ones. But who knows? Maybe I will watch another one after, who knows? But like as of now, I have no interest
Sweet.
in ever watching the Marvels. So yeah. No Marvel's rant in this
Well, that
video.
looks boring. I don't know.
Yeah, the
Probably
Marvel's
not very
probably
interesting.
is terrible, so I'm not gonna watch it. This one, good.
Yeah, man,
I
fine.
had a good time with Guardians 3. Fun theater experience. I love the ending of the movie and the overall just like the soundtrack, like just the song playing, the dog days are over.
Yeah.
So nice, Mo. It's beautiful. I like these characters, man. Some of them might be a bit different every
Mm.
now and again here, but regardless, I still enjoyed them in this movie, and I enjoyed the ending a lot.
I
It
don't know.
got to
Doug
me.
Walker said that Guardians 3 wasn't good, so
I
yeah.
what else did Doug Walker say though that was controversial that I can currently bring? The wall. He said the wall was pretentious or whatever. There.
Hey,
I don't know. I'm
I'll
not.
have you know that was a very balanced critique. Hashtag we stay winning, Doug boys. But
I'm joking. I don't
yeah,
know. It's not a
it was Guardians
perfect
3.
movie. There's many issues, but regardless, I had a good time with it. It's a nice send off for these characters,
Yeah,
and I didn't hate any of them by the end of the movie, which is something I was
yeah,
very worried would happen, but it didn't. Thank God.
yeah. Well,
Uh,
it didn't. So good
yeah.
for you,
Round of
I
applause
suppose.
for me.
Yeah.
Um, what do you want to
Good
bring
for
up
you.
next?
Anyway, you've been doing a lot of. Oh, I guess you were gonna let me anyway. But you've been doing a lot of movies that you have seen that I haven't. So to balance it a little bit, I'm gonna take some brief time here to talk about a movie I've seen that you haven't. Okay. On
Hmm.
the on the more positive side of things, I saw the new Scooby Doo movie, Scooby Doo and Krypto 2. Not crypto like the currency, like the DC dog. This one has a really funny history to it because I'm not an overt Scooby Doo fan. I just watch the. I've kept up with the new ones as they come out now because like they're fun. Trick or Treat Scooby Doo from like 2 years ago was very good, and I like the art style shift. That was fun. But this one was interesting because it was one of the victims of Warner Brothers doing its famous thing, where they axe movies. But bam, it was gone. But then some guy decided they were gonna leak it, kind of like that Sandy Cheeks thing from a while ago. But
Oh yeah.
it's good. So, but yeah, I watched this one for like completion's sake. It's like, oh, another new Scooby movie. Let me just give this one a go. And it's not a preferred one. It's not like overly like interesting or anything. But for what it is, it's like a fun little movie. Just like a little crossover thing between the Scooby Doo and just a bunch of Marvel stuff. We got like, oh, there's the Joker, Harley Quinn, all that jazz. As Scooby Doo movies go, it's very very simple, kind of by the books. That whole thing they have there's like a million Scooby Doo's crossed over with like everything. And the weirdest thing though is the last one, Trick or Treat Scooby Doo, is gonna be this that one had an art style. She's like, oh, are we getting rid of the old direct to DVD style? Is this like where they're going? Is that really what's happening? But no, I guess they're just back to the usual one here, which is odd. If whatever they usually do one a year, so whatever one comes out this year, I guess that'll determine if Crypto 2 is they're actually going back to the old art style or if we have the other one back. But regardless, it's a fun movie where the circumstances in which it was released are more interesting than the movie itself. But it's still fun. I'd recommend it. It's pretty short.
Hmm.
I hate Warner Brothers, but yeah,
Who doesn't
just
at
want to
this
get one
rate?
out there because there's way more you've seen that I haven't that I've seen that you
Yeah,
haven't. I'll
that
mention a couple more
happens. I
later.
guess I'll bring up
Yeah.
another one that I guess we both have seen. How about we talk
Yeah.
about, since we're getting out of the good movies a bit more, well, you might bring up a good movie every now and again. We're just kind of going in whatever order we feel like it at this rate. How about we bring one thing I do feel like bringing up. How about Evil Dead Rise? How about that?
Oh my god, keep that in, please. That's
I'll
really
keep
funny.
that in.
But even
Okay.
please don't cut that. But Evil Dead Rise. Okay.
That you got your giggles out,
So
you can talk about it.
okay, so Evil Dead Rise, right? Um, so this is the newest Evil Dead, right? There's this whole thing, and I love Evil Dead as a franchise overall.
Yeah,
There's
we
a
gotta
very
talk
fun
about that
movie.
trilogy someday.
Yeah. Oh, we should do an Evil Dead episode someday because I love the first three,
Same.
especially
I want
Evil
to
Dead 2 and
rewatch them already.
Mwah. Yeah, they're so fun. Especially Army of Darkness. I just love it when it goes all out.
I love that
Though with Evil
movie.
Dead Rise, I was like kind of skeptical beforehand because Evil Dead 2013 sucks shit, and it like totally misses the charm or the
I
point of the
know,
first
yeah.
three. And Rise, from the ads and trailers and stuff, it looked as if it was gonna be of like a similar vein. So I was like, oh, is this gonna be terrible? And I thought it was gonna be for a little bit, hence people calling it nothing. But it's just kind of okay. Like I expected more in either direction, but it's like fine. I don't know.
I
The biggest
enjoyed it
laugh
actually.
is I like the opening that goes in like a it's like a drone shot. It's going. It's a cool visual thing. Like I like it's kind of how
Mhm.
the Raimi ones like flip with perspectives. I like that. That's cool.
Yeah.
Um.
I love the
However,
aesthetic of this movie. Like the apartment setting is a
ooh,
very cool like setting to take the Evil Dead premise. And also I like how it focuses on a group of family members. Kind of like it's reinventing the premise instead of like just remaking it without any of the charm or creativity that the first one had, like the 2013 remake that sucks. So this was like actually like not a bad continuation or like expansion of the Evil Dead premise. And yeah, there's some cool creative like visuals and characters aren't terrible. I do admit I kind of wish it was a bit more
okay.
campy in that case if they really wanted to
Yeah.
capture
See,
it.
the thing is, I always much prefer the wacky Evil Dead stuff over the horror stuff is good and it's very solid in one and parts of two. That's kind of why always Army of Darkness has been my favorite because that movie's just fucking ridiculous. Like Ash is fighting mini versions of himself. He like such a dumbass in that one. That's
I
why I
love
like
that.
that one the most. It's so fun. But in this, it's like, eh. There are some bits that are more campy, like that opening. I love the part where it's funny. The title card is my favorite part of the movie. That sounds like a weird compliment, but there's a part where
Like
it's
when
like
the Evil Dead
rising
is
up. It's like,
rising.
oh, it's
Ah,
like the title,
that's
Evil
the
Dead
name of the movie. How
Rising.
clever.
Oh, it's fun,
Oh
but
no. Yeah,
yeah,
it's
it's
there's
fine.
some dumb stuff I don't really like. There's like a typical girl in a horror movie, little girl. She does stuff. She has plot armor. Blah blah blah. Yeah, I don't know. And it's overall just fine at the end of the day. It's just like, yep, it's okay. I enjoyed it personally. I enjoyed it probably
Yeah.
more than some others, but I had a good time. You know.
It is way better than a list like like a movie like this should be. And you know what? I give her credit for that.
Yeah.
So good job.
Congratulations on not completely fucking up the Evil Dead premise.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Mm.
Solid one. You know, had a good time with Evil Dead Rise, despite I don't know. I wouldn't
Speaking
fuck.
of movies, I have Evil Dead Rise thoughts on. Illumination released a new movie called Migration, and it was
Oh,
aggressively fine.
yeah,
Like,
that.
see, I talked about this a bit when we did the Mario movie video, which I think has cursed this podcast. We can never go a while without the Mario movie being brought up again. But I guess
Yeah.
in this instance, I remember with this and the Mario movie, people have been like, Illumination is back. They're on a comeback streak. They're making not terrible movies. Did you know that Illumination is doing better than X Animation Studio this year? Isn't that funny? And yeah, it kind of is, since they're like one of the
Kind of
worst.
pretty
They're
funny, yeah.
oddly one of the only studios to be openly anti-AI, which is very funny considering their movies feel like AI sometimes. So that's
Yeah.
funny. But anyways, of Migration is I feel like we shouldn't be giving it like the pass because like it's like okay,
It's
but it's still
fine.
an Illumination movie, man. It's just still like
It's
aggressively,
still just the
aggressively
story is
fine.
so like generic and basic, and like I'm fine with simple stories, but like this one just doesn't really do anything that like overly engaged me with it. Like I do think it was cute though. It was cute in the moment. Like there isn't anything like emotionally manipulative or just annoying like the Sing movies or the Secret Life of Pets movies or the Minions movies, all that shit. It's like
Yeah,
just like
nothing like
passable. I like the art
actively.
style a
I
bit
don't know.
more.
That's the thing about it. I did a little brief letterbox review, and I think that puts my thoughts the best because it's like, wow, it's not overly obnoxious, but is
It's
it
just the
funny?
bar is set so low
And
that
the
we're
the
just
only
kind of,
like the only thing I actually really liked about it is Danny DeVito plays a character, and I think
That's
because
cool.
it's Danny DeVito, he gets like a
Yeah.
fun,
Oh, also
fun
Danny
little bit.
DeVito and Arnold Schwarzenegger at the Oscars was amazing, by the way. That one of the best
Oh yeah,
parts
I
of the set.
love that. I love that he like
How did
they were
Batman
both in
beat
the
you?
'90s
I thought that
Batman
was really
movies,
funny.
so they antagonized Keaton. Oh, that was hilarious.
You see,
I
there's
love
so
that.
many people
But
that could host instead of Jimmy Kimmel. Like, come on.
exactly, just make Danny and Arnold
Yo,
They'd be
that
fun as hell.
genuinely be amazing. Like, oh god.
That would be so peak. But anyway, so he's like the only character I got kind of laughs out of, but only because it's Danny DeVito.
Yeah, it's
And
kind of
it's
hard to
funny because
hate
his
Danny
name,
DeVito.
yeah, Danny DeVito, and the main character is named Mac, which is funny because that's like Danny DeVito and Mac is the name of a character on It's Always Sunny. And I thought that was funny. The next back to the Blackberry thing, but yeah, no, that's like fine. And then it's like, oh wow, the animation's not as cheap as usual. Are these like really memorable designs? These ducks, are they really anything that mind blowing? That's gonna be like, oh my god, look at these ducks. Like I love ducks. They're great animals. It's so like fine. And it's like wow, look at It's not like emotionally manipulative. Wow.
Hooray. The bar
But,
is set
like, do you
low.
actually care about the story going on? It's aggressively simple. And I think another movie would be like, oh, it's simple, but there's very likable characters and interesting dynamics and stuff that can
Yeah,
flesh
like the
that out.
Holdovers.
This does not really have that. It's like Migration feels like a movie where you get out the base and you're like, okay, we have this base that works well, but we're gonna iron it more so it's entertaining. Except Migration never had that ironing, so just like a flat bread of a movie, you know?
Yeah, like there are
Where there's
so
so many
many better, more creative animated films that we could be watching. But like if a kid really wanted to
exactly.
watch it for some reason, then like I'd put it on. I feel like this is the type of film that people who hate Illumination movies say most of their filmography. No, people who
Yeah, exactly. Because
defend
really, I
Illumination
get it.
movies
It's like
say that their filmography is like yeah. I don't know. If they made more stuff like this, I would probably tolerate them, but just would never watch their movies because like there's much better things I could be doing. But
yeah,
yeah.
exactly.
And
The only real criticism I have of this movie that's like big is I think the climax is kind of weak. Because I remember honestly, if you forgot this, I genuinely won't blame you because it's a unforgettable movie. But my main thing with Migration, right, is because they set up the whole like village later, like they're capturing the ducks, and that's the whole central thing of it. But they introduced that so late into the movie that when they got to that, it's like, oh, really? This is your big thing? And the movie's like, it's so flat. It's like barely 80 minutes, which is short even for modern animated movie standards. Like
yeah,
it's so in or out.
it's
And
such a
normally I love movies that are
simple,
brief because you can
aggressively
get really
fine
from
movie
what
right
to
here.
what. Exactly. There's just so
Okay.
little to Migration that it just like
Yeah.
eh.
I also,
You know, what are you getting on this?
yeah,
It's
I don't know.
ridiculous.
I
But
also want to bring up I know you kind of mentioned it here, but the Mario movie, I think this is worth bringing up one last time because I feel like it's like one of the
it
highest grossing
sucks.
films of 2023. It's not, yeah.
I don't like it. I'm
Mm,
tired of this damn movie. And you know what? This is entirely against the movie. But since I've talked about it a lot, I'll mix up what I say about it. Um, I hate the Mario movie because it's become the poster child for that type of animation fan. I think you know the type that puts animation is cinema in their Twitter bio and talks about how
uh,
animation should not be treated as a kids medium, and they only watch like Pixar and Illumination movies.
mhm.
Like the people who are like hurting the media more than most. If you really think animation is cinema, watch a fucking Satoshi Kon movie or something. Get some taste into your blood. But I don't
But
know. That's like an aggressively fine movie.
it's just like,
It's cool as an adaptation. I got to see all these things I like. Whoa, this, whoa, that,
yeah, I
whoa.
just want
But as
to,
an actual narrative, it's aggressively bare bones. I don't
yeah,
give a
it's just
shit anymore.
like
Fun with the
Migration, there are
damn
so
Mario
many
movie.
better movies that we can be making and seeing than the story in this. Like we need I feel like Sonic,
Mm.
like I'm a bigger Mario fan than a Sonic fan, but I feel like Sonic, like that movie at
Yeah.
least appeals to like more like just I feel like more non-Sonic fans than this appeals to more non-Mario
Well, see,
fans.
Sonic, it's kind of funny. Sonic and Mario have the opposite problems to me, where I'm a relatively big Sonic fan. I played enough of the games, and
I'm a
way
decent
too into the lore and shit.
Sonic fan
So,
too.
like,
That's it.
with the Sonic movies, which by the way, we are definitely doing a trilogy episode
One
when
day,
Sonic
one
3 comes
day.
out. Stay tuned for that later this year. But the thing with the Sonic movies is, I think they could honestly stand to be a little more like the games. You know, like they're so disconnected from it. I think they would have put more elements. People were like hooting and hollering when like mild elements of Sonic. When Super Sonic showed up, they're like, "Whoa!" And like people are really desperate for Live and Learn to be in
Yeah.
Sonic 3. Just mild elements. I think they should use the score of the games more in the Sonic movies. The point is, Mario, on the other hand, is the complete opposite, where they like are so obsessed with being just like the games that I feel like they forgot to write an actual like script in the meantime. You know, like it's so flat and bare bones that it's like it's another thing that's talking about migration, where it's the type of thing where you would go back and add more flavor. But
Yeah.
because Illumination, 5 out of 10 is their base card, we never get above that. So for
Yeah.
me, it was kind of frustrating because I wanted to like this movie. I'm a fucking Mario diehard for life. 3D World was like my favorite game when I was like 8. I don't know. Like, come on, just just throw me a bone a little, you know.
Yeah, just
Like,
do
but no, it's like
more.
I'm aware other Mario fans like this way more than I did. But for me, as like it's kind of a competing wolves thing. As a Mario fan, I was kind of satisfied. But someone who actually likes movies as an art form, I'm like, this is lame.
Yeah, that's
Uh,
exactly how I
I
felt
need
with
some
it.
real spice, you know, some
Yeah.
real sizzle.
I have a good time with this movie though, regardless of it, I guess. But yeah, I can
Eh,
understand why people don't like it. And also, the controversy of this movie, everyone losing their shit over it, people on Twitter just absolutely refusing to tolerate any diss to it was just very
I hate
annoying.
it so much. The Mario
Uh
movie discourse makes me dislike a perfectly fine movie more
I
than I
know, like,
should.
let's
You
just,
know,
how long, like, and someone who, if someone doesn't like this movie, like a fan of film, that is incredibly fair. Like, come on. Like, it is
yeah,
literally mainly made for the Mario fans. I'm pretty sure the creators literally admitted that.
yeah, exactly, exactly.
Yeah, you know what? I'm gonna bring this up as well. Just like the FNAF movie was made for the FNAF fans, because I have a small thing to say
Hey,
about
that
that.
was a good transition.
Yeah.
That was
Now,
good.
I already talked about
Um,
FNAF,
that was a terrible movie that I had a lot of fun with. You know.
Same with me, man. This movie did get a bit worse, like after like I have thought a lot about the FNAF movie, I'm a FNAF expert, I'm a FNAF fan, I'd say. It's not okay, this movie we talk about on podcast, it's not scary. The plot is a mess. It's just there's just and it's just like yeah, but regardless, it is fun. I could even understand like even as a adaptation of the games, I do admit there could have been more stuff like that. Like if the whole movie was like the climax, this would have been like easily like oh, it would have been even better, man. And I hope the sequel double downs on like just like goes full in on the stuff I liked about the climax of this movie since
Like you're
yeah,
saying that a FNAF movie having most of the movie being the animatronics that kill you playing with like
little
like a
girl.
toddler. It's like, we probably could have had like
Yeah, like they
something else.
build a
They
fort,
didn't
blah blah
even do
blah.
the bite of 87.
Yeah.
What was that about?
I will
Like,
admit this movie
um,
gets the award for best theater experience of the year, like we said in the
oh,
episode.
it did. I swear to God, our theater experience that was unmatched. Like so many
Holy shit.
passionate FNAF fans coming and being like
It was
saying
so
all their
beautiful.
pieces on it. It was amazing. I loved that
Yeah, I can't
so
believe
much.
I got the
So
whole theater was cheering when a grown man was being crushed by spring locks. I love
people were like clapping every time like a FNAF thing was there.
like
People even
they
yelled
said the
fucking
name
"me"
William
as a reference
Afton and
to
the
the I
whole
Show
theater
Speed
clapped.
thing. Yeah, people like yelled "meat" when Chica showed up because of the fucking I Show Speed thing. Like it was
You could
insane
tell that
how
the
much
whole
like.
FNAF fans were just pulling up to the theater. And I'm hyped for the
I will
sequel
say,
and yeah.
I say what FNAF 2 happens, if there's that kind of audience again, I will be happy.
Yeah.
If we
I'm
get
assuming
that
it will
again.
be hopefully. Uh, yeah, I don't know. I'm assuming FNAF 2 is probably going to come out next year from what I've heard about it. But yeah, I'll be there. I'll try and be there day one. Trust me. Yeah, more on the podcast thing. But yeah.
Yeah.
Another movie.
Speaking of a movie made for the fans, Good Burger 2 came out this year in a
Hey,
very
yeah, we
interesting
couldn't talk
fashion.
about this movie
Where
because November was very packed for us. So, yeah, we'll talk about it now. Plus, even then, I
also
don't think
let's
I
just
have
say
that
that
much to say about the actual movie. So,
yeah,
yeah, but it's
yeah, no,
it's
we
fun.
talked about it I know we talked about this a bit in our Good Burger episode with Redacted, but the thing with Good Burger is it's very 90s Nickelodeon, the humor, the whole like motif of it. So I was like, okay, if they're bringing this back in our modern day, can that really work? I was sort of like, and I was like, okay, like there are some bits of Good Burger 2 where I'm iffy on it, where they do things that I'm like, okay, the first movie was kind of random shit, but this is way too random equals funny for its own good at some points. Where
Yeah.
it's like, well, especially there's that part where Dexter's at Ed's house for the first time, and they
And then
rattle
all
off a
the
bunch of
kids are
stuff, and
just
I'm like,
dressed up in the exact same uniform as he is.
yeah, yeah. I wasn't into all that as much. Like, nah, I don't know. Like, you don't have to do
I
all
also
that.
thought
It
that the
felt,
license, like the music, felt very weird. Like some of
I
the,
don't know.
yeah, like some of the, I don't know, it just didn't fit with Good Burger. But, and it's overall like pretty similar to the first film, just like more goofier in that way, in different ways. Like there's some like similar things, like they're still competing with another restaurant. This time it's like the villain from the first movie, like I don't know, it's like his sister or something. And then there's like Ed Robot. It's very goofy shit. I can't blame anyone for hating this. Like this has a very low average on Letterboxd. It has a 2.4. Though that might be because not many people have seen it. That could be the reason. Some people might not even know this exists.
Yeah, people just didn't bother with this one. Even people who were like, I love Good Burger, they weren't even fucking with no Good Burger too. And I was like, I was really disappointed by that because I think they really look, it's a stupid movie.
It is.
But
I
if
can't
you
blame
like the
anyone for
first
hating it,
one,
like I
I
said.
think it's very in line with what you'd like expect there. Because the whole thing is I think the core dynamics, Ed and Dexter, are really where I want them to be. It's a very like they got that like in Keenan and Kel, they got that energy back, like almost like the same as the first movie, which I wasn't expecting. I thought they'd maybe just go into it for a quick paycheck, but I think it was very funny. They did their time, did their jobs really well. Great back and forth. It really carries the movie, and that leads to a lot of fun bits in like a similar vein. And the plot is like so stupid. The whole thing could have been solved if Dexter just like read his
Or
like
could have just
fucking
read the
contract
contact
over.
contract.
Exactly, but no, that agrees with this whole thing where it's like, oh no, that makes him the bad guy or whatever. And then also the stupid thing about robots and stuff taking over, this whole anti like robot thing. They gotta sneak in and somehow, it's so fucking stupid how to do this. The protagonist of this movie was somehow related to Kurt, and just so they can tie it back to the
You
Mondo
mean the
Burger stuff in the first
antagonist?
movie. Oh, I did say protagonist. I meant antagonist. You know what
Yeah.
I meant. Was the same? It was so like, it's so stupid the way they like
Yeah.
go about it. But also, it's like I don't know.
It's
It's
fun.
Good Burger, so when I think the fact that it embraces that stupidity a little bit, like
Yeah,
come
I
on,
think
it's
Keenan and
fun, you
Cal still
know?
have like, they still have it in them, you know? They haven't lost their
Yeah.
chemistry. And it's
No.
still
It's
entertaining.
great.
Uh,
Oh, there's a lot of really funny bits for me. I love the part where they parody the Imagine video from COVID, where all
that
the
was very
celebrities were
funny.
like
They
doing
just got a bunch of
hot stuff.
celebrities in that, like Andy Sandberg, Maya Rudolph.
Yeah, yeah. Oh my god, it's so funny.
Yeah.
And and oh my god, actually, I was gonna. Oh, actually, my favorite. This isn't even really a joke, but my favorite bit in this is they have to like write Dan Schneider's character out of it because he's like a fucking foot fetish creep now. So it's like
Yeah.
I just love how they just mysteriously don't mention him despite him being a very
Man,
prominent
they could have
character
just they
in
could
the
have just
first
it
one.
would have
Like,
been so funny. I think I predicted this in the episode we did on the original Good Burger, but like we like I really wish they just said that his character was dead because I would just find that so funny. And like
oh
they
my
just
god, if
don't
they like
mention
low
him.
key killed off Dan Schneider, that would
That
be
would have
so
been
fucking funny.
hilarious. I guess they just
I
went the
think you
safe
could maybe
route
see
and just
like
didn't mention him at all. So,
nah, but it's so funny. Now, this is one part where like Dexter's looking up on the wall of all the old pictures of Good Burger, and there's like coincidentally none of them have their manager in it.
I wonder why.
I wonder why that could be.
Yeah. Also Dan
Hmm.
Schneider, but Matthew, Dan Schneider apologized, so that automatically
He
makes him.
did in the worst YouTuber apology of all time. It's
Yeah, he
fucking
has a
hilarious.
beard now, which
It
I thought was
genuinely has like the
hilarious.
worst like to dislike ratio I've ever seen. And it's hilarious because the guy was like a sex pest and like debatably
Just a
weird towards
fucking
like
weirdo.
minors. Yeah, yeah, like he was really weird towards like minors on his like sets, just like a sex pest and an awful boss. But then he's like,
Ugh.
"Well, guys, I cracked under the pressure, that's why."
Yeah,
Like, are
what
you
a
stupid, Dan? Are you a fucking idiot? Like, okay,
yeah.
come on,
Uh
but like, sure,
yeah,
so
that's all I
stupid.
gotta say for Good Burger 2. It was fun.
Yeah, I liked it.
I have two movies
Uh,
I'd like to quickly bring up that I only saw. Wonka.
all
So
right, you can
Wonka, you know,
yeah, shut up, Wonka.
eh, Wonka was okay, I obviously the premise was something I'm like mixed on because like the original Willy Wonka thing, like many people, it's like Willy Wonka is a very very mysterious character, and I think that's like what makes it interesting film in that way. So yeah, I was not fully into the idea of making an origin story based off him, especially the worst parts of Charlie and the Chocolate Factory were the ones with Willy Wonka's origin story. So like, yeah. But this one was okay, It was directed by Paul King, and it's not quite as good as the Paddington movies. I won't go that far. I kind of wish he just directed Paddington 3 instead, but whatever. And I don't know. I think
Oh yeah,
it's
he's
like
not coming back from it. I think he's sad.
I think he's
Like,
writing
come
it
on.
though. Don't worry. It's not. Let's not
Oh,
lose hope in humanity yet. I think he's
okay,
still a
well
part of the
that's still
production.
good. Have
So
you recasting the mom in Paddington 3? That makes me scared. Like, no,
yeah,
don't
I
do
think those are
that.
like I highly doubt it will be bad, but those are like the two things that are going to be hard for me to get
I
over.
feel like you would have to try to make a bad
Yeah,
Paddington
exactly. How
movie.
do you make a
Like
bad
quite literally,
Paddington movie?
quite literally, all you have to do for people to like a Paddington movie is be charming, and people will fucking flock at the door. You'd have to
Exactly.
like actively be
There's
terrible,
like
like
an
do
irresistible
something.
charm for them. But
People
anyways, I don't know. That's a story for
exactly,
another day.
exactly.
But this
Yeah,
movie there is charm here. I will admit it does remove some of the mystery of Willy Wonka, which is kind of like it's just like kind of comes down to the
I
premise a
always
bit.
thought it was lame giving Willie a backstory. I think the whole idea that's cool about it is in the original movie, you don't know anything
Yeah,
about Wonka.
he's this
And when you
mysterious
enter the
guy who kind
factory,
of
that's
like
more of it.
let like just
Yeah,
kind of
they'll miss it. I'll be
hide his
fair here on
secrets.
the bird movie doesn't do that either. And that's probably the movie's weirdest aspect, given that weird backstory where Willy Wonka was like a
Yeah, like I
scientist.
said
It's
earlier.
like
But yeah, this
stupid.
movie,
But,
there's still charm here. I
um,
actually like the music. The music is actually pretty damn good. Like there's some catchy songs here. I wasn't expecting that. There's some good shots, nice cinematography. Does have that Paul King style to it, which I was happy to see. Some good performances actually, some fun comedic ones based off like the three villains specifically of the
I
Chocolate
don't like
Cartel was
Timothy
pretty fun.
Chalamet as Wonka. I'm just a weird
Timothy
casting
Chalamet
choice.
was fine, I guess. Like, I don't know. I understand why people were off by him in the trailers, like, just for kind of with him. But, he was fine. He actually wasn't that bad. Like, it was kind of amusing to see this, like, I guess, more cheerful side of Willy Wonka in some way. So, yeah. And I also liked, I don't know, it was just a fun movie. There's some nice, moments and it's cute. Though my main issue probably is there are some bad visual effects. Like the stuff with the Oompa Loompa looks like
Oh
shit.
no!
Like There's like Hugh Grant is in this movie, and he's not good. I don't even think he
Oh,
liked
Hugh Grant
working
is
on
the
this movie.
Paddington.
Yeah.
Oh, he's in Paddington too. Oh,
Yeah,
that's cute.
he did not, apparently he did not like working on this movie, and he hated like having to do like, I don't know, like motion capture for like the Oompa Loompa, and it does look very out of place and
Oh, the
off.
critter.
Same with some of like the
Yeah,
CG animal stuff. It just looks weird, and some of the stuff in the pure imagination sequence, but yeah. But I don't know, the whole the he just felt like weird. He feels very out of place compared to everyone else. But I don't know. Also, there's like one stupid plot point with like the chocolate cartel I thought was kind of dumb. Like they just have this book where like they contain just like all of their plans as a company, like all the
That's
illegal and
stupid.
stupid shit that they've done in the past. And I feel like just protect
That's
that
so
book or
goofy,
just
to be
don't make
honest.
it at all. Like really? It's like that's like my
Oh, that's
two of my
good.
main issues with it, but it's still a cute little movie that I enjoy. You know?
Eh,
I I'm
probably,
glad
yeah.
that this movie wasn't terrible. You know? Glad that it
Yeah.
haven't.
All
Yeah,
right.
I don't know what I was gonna say. Another film I wanted to
Um,
bring up was Inside. This movie,
what the fuck is that?
you don't know what this is? I locked it. I don't know
Who?
if you heard of it. It's a movie about Willem
I have never
Dafoe.
heard of
It's just
like Bo
Willem Dafoe.
Burnham.
It's just Willem Dafoe in one
Oh,
room for an hour and
oh,
45
okay, maybe
minutes.
I heard of that.
Yeah.
That was
Um,
cute.
yeah, it's like it's a good concept, don't get me wrong, but you know how I said earlier with Robot Dreams, like in that segment, I thought there was another movie that would have fit more as a short film. This is that movie. This is that
Oh,
movie right here. Because I feel
uh,
like this movie
oh, did
was
they drag it out too much? Oh,
kind of. I feel like the point got across pretty quickly. Like the
oh,
whole thing is that Willem Dafoe, he's just great. Don't get me wrong. He's one of my favorite actors. So like,
oh man.
yeah, he's great. But I just feel like what he's given, I don't know. He's like usually just trying to escape and whatnot, and like so, he just does this attempt, and then the movie leans into like the theme of creation leading to destruction and stuff like that, which I thought was an interesting approach to say the least with how they handled it. But yeah, just not anything I'm like overly into, and I thought it was just like kind of dragged out a bit, and the theme was just not like that well interestingly executed for me. And I feel like I would have loved this if it was just a short film, you know?
Oh, well,
But
that's a shame,
it
man.
wasn't bad. It wasn't
Thank
bad by any means, okay? There's
hmm
some stuff to appreciate. It's also very well shot, and Willem Dafoe is great. But honestly, if I want to watch Willem Dafoe go crazy, I'd rather just watch The Lighthouse, which is
Yeah, yeah, that
fucking
makes sense.
phenomenal movie. I gotta rewatch that
Um,
again. Yeah, great.
yeah.
It's fine.
Mm,
That's
yeah.
about it.
Speaking of things that are fine that one of us have seen and one of us haven't, I watched the Charlie Day film Fool's Paradise. I swear to God, I don't keep meaning to go back to It's Always Sunny in Philadelphia. I feel like I've like crossed that loop a couple of times, but I guess it just kind of inadvertently leads to some of the movies here. The point is, on that one, you think star this big guy, Charlie Day. Um, Big actor, even outside of Sunny, he's been in a bunch of great stuff. He's great in Lego Movie, Horrible Bosses. Great comedic actor. Everyone loves him. He gets to do a directorial thing. He has full control. Only writer. Let's see here. What is Charlie Day gonna do? I was very interested, and it comes out, and no one likes it. I'm checking. Oh, really? Like no one? Even It's Always Sunny fans who love the show are like, oh, it's really bad. And I'm like, really? Fool's Paradise was bad? What the fuck happened? And I watched it with a bunch of my Always Sunny bros. Shout outs to Josh. I mention him every episode. Hi, Josh, if you're listening. But point is, I was watching it and I was like, oh, how could they mess it up? And the real thing, the real kicker of Fool's Paradise, the problem is it's like a fine enough concept that you drag it out too much, and I don't think Charlie Day really knew what he was doing. It's like a million things at once. The whole thing is Charlie Day, he plays two characters. He's like a well, he technically plays one, but it's as funny. The joke of it is he's like a Charlie Chaplin silent film like protagonist who doesn't talk through most of it. He's silent the entire time. But he's an actor, so when he's on stage, he plays this character who's really big and bombastic. He's always yelling and like talking. It's like supposed to be a funny contrast thing. I thought it was fun. But the whole thing is that he's that, and then the whole joke or conceit of the movie, I guess, is he's just the character that's being constantly pushed into bigger and bigger scenarios because he's like he has no real free will. He just kind of gets pushed into everything. Like his career gets bigger and bigger, and bigger, unbeknownst to him, not even saying a word. And it kind of connects with what you're saying. I think it'd be funny as a little thing, but for like a near like over 90-minute movie, it just kind of it loses steam for a lot of it, and I don't know, just kind of like lame for a lot of it. Ken Jeong is in it, and he's kind of fun. Like he's like our side guy. There's some alright bits with him, but I really just for the concept of it, it really just overstays its welcome. Doesn't really need to be that long. Like I guess the coolest thing is that it could be like, oh look, there's all the Always Sunny co-stars there. There's Mary Elizabeth Ellis. There's David Hornsby. There's Glenn Howerton as the business manager. They all get a little bits. Charlie Day practically called up everyone who's given him a favor throughout his career to help him out here. And I don't know. I think there's like there's some good bits, but I think it just like it's a case of either too much creative freedom, or I think Charlie Day really knew what he was like doing with the idea, which is because I fucking love Charlie Day. Always Sunny is like my second favorite live action sitcom behind Community. He's a very high up there man, and he's great when they give him freedom on there. So I don't know. It's kind of sad to see what happened, but TLDR, I guess. Uh, Kind of fun in parts, but concept wise weird and could be much better executed. So
Yeah, I have to agree.
yeah,
Um,
kind of
yeah.
weird.
All right. Uh,
Period.
I guess something I want to mention. Watched Blue Beetle, another superhero movie that came out this year. It's all right. So I don't have much to say. I just kind of want to mention it. It's it's the best DC film of 2023.
Wow, what high bars we're setting, Anthony.
Yeah.
Whoa.
Yeah, clap for that. Wow, such high bar. It's fine though. I think it's
Wahoo.
like I understand why some people might not like it. It's a very simple superhero movie, you know. It's just kind of typical origin, villain that has same powers as the main kid, but evil, you know, that kind of stuff. And I don't know, the main protagonist is decently likable. I don't know, it's just okay. I didn't care. In terms of one thing I said in my review that I hold back, first off, I take back, like, it's not that great looking back at it. It's just fine, but it's decent. I enjoy it. But, like, I don't know. I don't think I like the villains as much. Like, there's, like, this lame business girl. I don't remember. She was lame. I didn't care for, I don't know. The other villain, I don't know. I forgot his name. Carapax or something. Uh, I didn't
Mm.
hate his backstory, but I feel like they just kind of didn't do anything that interesting with it that made me like get compelled by the character or interested in it. And yeah, it's overall just fine. I also don't really like the CG looking back at it. It looks kind of off in some scenes, especially when Jaime's just kind of
Whoa, a
flying through
DC
the
movie
city.
having bad CG? What a shock. But
Yeah.
Chuck.
Speaking of
Yeah.
DC movies with bad CG, do you want to watch about one that you've actually seen, Shazam 2?
Oh my god, I've actually seen this movie. Whoa.
Whoa!
Shazam 2 is alright. I
Eh,
know some people went really down hard on it. I think it's okay. Like I
it's
really
like there's some
the
stuff
thing
I
with
don't like, and
the thing with Shazam 1 is I like I like that it has Skittles in it. That's cool.
taste the rainbow, motherfucker. Haha. I don't know.
It's cute.
It,
I like it when they reference Fast and the Furious. It's what they say about it's all about family. It's
it's
like
all about family. I don't know
and
why I said it like
I just think for
Joe
me, like
Swanson.
see, I'm not even huge into the first Shazam, but the main reason I like him, I think it's very charming. You know, like oh, look at him go. You know, like
It's a good
the
movie.
actual
Yeah.
like Billy Shazam thing. I think it's like really neat in how it portrays that whole thing of oh, this is what actually like what an actual kid would be like if he got all this like power or whatnot. It's not an amazing movie, but I think it's fun enough for this. This one I don't think carries as much of the charm to it. The whole like romance thing of this one is I think
Yeah.
not as
I think I
interesting.
don't
I
know.
wasn't
I feel
really
like
into
my
it.
issues with this one, first off, the Wonder Woman cameo is kind of bullshit. Like,
Oh, that's such a bad scene. Like I'm fine with that as a running gag, even if I think it's not that funny. Of course, Horn like it makes sense in the context of it. But her actually showing up is so fucking
it's
weird. Like
bullshit.
why?
Where was the rest of the Justice League, huh? I swear almost all these
Exactly.
DC
Why did
movies that
Wonder
don't
Woman specifically show up? What for this stupid gag?
it's just like
Is
I
that
don't know,
it?
it's just kind of stupid to be honest. It's like a random thing they just
Yeah.
threw in. And then it's like I don't know, I feel like Billy was a bit like less mature and more like goofy than he should be compared to what happened in the first one, I guess.
Yeah, especially considering it's like a 2 year time gap or
Yeah,
something.
you
I
think
think it
he'd
is like at
mature a bit
least
more.
it's a sizable amount of time. Yet he feels like arguably like less competent really in the
Yeah,
first movie,
it's
which is
kind of
very odd.
annoying. And also
But
the one of the main villains is like, I don't know, she's like this girl who can somehow just morph buildings and like I don't even know how her powers work. It doesn't make any fucking sense. What happens to the people in those
yeah.
buildings? I don't know. I don't even remember her power specifically. But yeah, they also make like I swear a pedophilia joke with like the girl and Freddy. I
Oh yeah.
guess kind of something like that. I don't know. Interesting
That
joke
whole
to
stuff kind
make.
of is when I like kind of zone out a bit. I don't think that stuff's as interesting. Like not even
It's
really.
just whatever. It's
It's
like a
sad.
perfectly
I don't
made
know.
superhero movie.
I could see this. I know some people really don't like this movie, and I think that's fair. But to be honest, this movie left such little impact on me that I don't even think I have things I could like feel like lowering it for. I'm
That's
sure if
kind
I
of the same
rewatched
for
it
me
or if I
though.
cared more about Shazam, I would. But like, it can stay perfectly content in that middle ground
Yeah.
area. I had a decent enough time watching it, and I don't think it really ruins anything like the other DC movies, like especially like Flash, all that stuff. That
Oh,
nothing like that really. It's a
yeah.
for me. It was perfectly adequate, and I think it's all right in
Yeah,
that position.
it's I don't know. Yeah. Um I don't know. Villains or whatever. Didn't care for them particularly. I preferred the villain of the first film.
Fine, I don't know.
I don't know. I like
Yeah,
the first Shazam much more. It's a good movie. I recommend you check that out.
definitely.
Um, anyways, back to I guess we'll move on. Now we've been having too much fun. We've been light. Like we gotta get into the bad movies, okay? We can't just be positive all the time. So I want to bring up a
All right, you know
very
what? You
bad
want to get into a
movie.
bad movie?
Yeah,
I'm going to pick a bad movie, Anthony.
yeah. I think I know what you're gonna bring up.
All right, you know what? Well, guess what? I'll pick the worst movie. Today we're talking about racist, homophobic, sexist Elemental. The worst movie of the year, except for Spy Kids 5. I fucking hate this movie. It's terrible. There's nothing good about it. It's unironically racist. It's just like Zootopia, but somehow worse, even though that movie's bad. Elemental sucks ass. It
Okay.
doesn't know what it's saying. It's so okay. So I'm gonna get to the top here. So we
Yeah,
have our two mains, right? Wade Ripple, who has one of the worst character designs for any Pixar character.
that's true.
Like, why does he look like that?
What is with
That
his hair?
stupid fucking idiot.
His hair. Why does it look at
Oh my
this?
god, he's
Look at
so
his.
stupid looking.
Yeah.
Hmm. How does he
Like,
have hair when he's water? Is the question. Like, he looks so stupid.
does hair
Fucking
exist
goofy
in the
eye.
universe? Okay, first off, okay,
Yeah.
I want to mention something
Mm.
about this film. So, so the movie is like I watched it and I have to be honest, I think after thinking about it so much, I genuinely hate this movie. I don't hate it as much as
It's
you,
so racist.
but okay. I want to talk about this movie. So basically, it's the new Pixar movie and it's easily one of the worst Pixar
It's the
movies.
worst Pixar movie they've ever made, and I don't say that unironically, like jokingly. Like, you think Cars 2 is the worst still? Like, imagine.
Okay, all right.
Elemental has it beat. It's worse than Toy Story 4. It's worse than
Yeah.
Lightyear. It's worse than Turning
Yeah.
Red. It's
Yeah.
worse than Brave. It's worse than The
Yeah.
Good Dinosaur. It's worse than Up. It's worse
Well,
than
up.
Ratatouille. Like all.
Yeah, I feel like this movie's kind of tried
Oh,
to drive you a bit crazy for everything
mm,
around it.
oh my god.
Um,
Mm,
yeah,
yeah,
so this
but.
movie is
Mm.
just dumb,
Just a
frankly.
stupid fucking movie. Like I'm tired of the whole metaphor of it makes no sense
We're gonna
because the whole
compare
thing is
fire and water
oh,
people to racism.
Yeah, it's supposed to be a metaphor like, oh, we're gonna make fire people immigrants and water like I don't know, I guess they could be white people, I guess, in this metaphor.
Yeah, but
But the whole thing
one
is so
thing.
stupid because they're equating. This is a problem Zootopia has too, by the way, and
Yeah, that's
people don't
true.
talk about how that movie fails nearly enough. But the whole thing with the race metaphor in this is the whole thing is it's the whole thing is I think having a movie that teaches lessons like this is a good thing. Like, okay, children need to learn that prejudice is bad. That's a stupid thing. And having prejudice formed in you when you're young is bad because you're impressionable then and that just becomes your permanent, like, life view. That's bad. The problem is the movie uses this message and is telling it with something where it's like, it's all needs to be equal, like it's good. Races are all like, equal in the real world, like, it's a whole thing.
Yeah.
Basic human dignity, that. The problem is they're doing this with water and fire. And you can't do that in this situation because you can't be like, oh, they're equals, they need to get along. When if water trips, fire is dead. Or if fire trips, grass is dead.
It's so stupid. I also want to
It's
mention
like
one
you
thing that
can't
just
do
makes
that. You
this
can't
like
do it.
allegory thing even worse is that one of the things in the opening it reveals that there's this train in the world where there's like where it like rides on water and then that water goes over the fire town and then like the water is literally raining on top of the fire town that's like fucking acid raining on the town.
Exactly, literally
So why
acid
would
rain.
you
That's
make that like in this case the racism metaphor like now it makes no sense because the now like the fire people have a complete right to hate the water people because they literally do shit like this where they make it rain acid in their own town. So you can't just and also the father's supposed to be like racist or whatever, but it doesn't make any sense now because of that. Like he has a reason to be racist. You can't do this with metaphors. And like I said,
exactly.
even
Like
Zootopia
he
has
makes
this
sense.
issue, but like I don't know, I still kind of enjoy the characters there at the very least, despite its many
Zootopia
issues.
has this with like the animal thing, and
Yeah, but I feel like
it's a
it's
big flaw
better
in
to
that
do it
one.
with animals than fucking fire and water because at least animals are
Well, see,
sentient.
as much as I don't like Zootopia, I think that's a very flawed movie. At least Zootopia is like, oh, you can have creativity with that. Like, oh, a bunch of little animals, and you can have little animal designs.
Yeah,
It
this
was
movie's
kind of
world
furry
kind of
bait, but
sucks.
regardless, there's still something there. But what? Oh, look at this creative world of water and fire and
It feels like
earth
I remember
and
thinking this
grass.
when this was first
That's so
announced,
lame,
but like it felt like this that
Like,
I remember thinking this when this was first announced. I was like, I feel like Pixar is just scraping the bottom of the barrel for like worlds that aren't humans. Like think of how look, this movie would still need better writing for the love story and whatnot, but it would have been genuinely just better if it wasn't water and fire and just earth or air that don't serve any purpose in general. Like it would have been better that way. Let's be honest. Even though it would still need like
yeah.
the romance is forced. They have barely like any more
Terrible. The
chemistry.
chemistry is like, bro, like I've been called the pervert by this guy multiple times, yet I have better chemistry with women, these people. He thinks I'm gay and I have better chemistry with women than Wade Ripple over here. Like it's so stupid. They have like their flirting scenes are terrible. The dialogue's like shit. You can't get any sense of chemistry between them. And like their bonding moments, there's nothing to it. There's no real like moment there where you can buy their like things growing and like developing because they're both stupid and I hate both of their designs. Ember sucks and he talks to fucking Claude, who's one of the worst marketing vehicles of anything. An act of God or an act of
I
Claude.
want to
They were
drop kick
trying to make
Claude
him a
into
meme
the
or something.
ocean. Not
I
the
hate
sun because then
Claude
he's
so
gonna
much.
start making out with the sun.
Oh yeah, he would
That
because he's such
asshole.
so horny. But I hate Claude so much. And then oh my god, this part that's so bad
It's
where they're
so
like, maybe we can't touch. Maybe we can. I was like, what are you
it's so
saying?
stupid.
What like what they somehow
Because
are able to break element law and then fire can touch
it's
water
so
in like holy
stupid.
matrimony or something? And
It's
it's like, what
such
are you
bullshit.
doing, man?
What are you
It's
doing,
so
buddy?
stupid? It's
Yeah,
like, oh my god, I
awful.
hate it so much. They have like anti-chemistry. It's so bad.
Funny for a
And then
movie
it's
about
like
elements.
that is funny actually. But yeah, oh my god, I hate it. Hate it so much.
Yeah.
So stupid. And then
Other
it's not even like the worst. Like, I could compliment the animation, but I hate the designs. That doesn't mean anything. I could compliment the score, but I don't remember any of it because it's all like typical Pixar stuff. Anthony keeps telling me this is one good song, but every time I hear it, I'm like, it's fine. So I don't know.
I like it
I don't know if
personally.
I
I don't
can
know.
vouch
It's
for
like
that one.
I don't know.
The voice acting, I can't even compliment because Wade sounds like he has diabetes. Like he can't
What?
get out his lines fluently.
How do you
Like
know what that sounds
and
like?
and you can be like, oh, but it's a personal story. The story behind this movie is insane. Where the whole thing where a person like a fire person dies and is like Mary Fire or something like that. That was based on the real director's experience where her grandmother was dying and was like her last words were Mary Asian or something. I only know about this from
Yeah, I've
Xander's
heard about
Elemental
that.
video. Hi Xander, if you're watching now, hi. But oh my god, it's just so like isn't that insane that it's like weird
That's
that
a
that's
weird
how they
movie, yeah.
caused it. And, like oh my god, I swear to God, Elemental was like an insane thing made for like insane people.
Okay, that's a
And
bit much, but
and
alright.
I say this so sincerely because you want to know what this movie has an anti-racism message. You want to know one of my friends who saw Elemental? He said the N word after watching it. They literally made someone racist by their anti racism message. They failed so badly, it fucking looped around and destroyed its whole point. How are you so bad as a movie that your anti racist movie causes someone to say a racial slur? Like, can we talk about that? The
I
correlations there?
something
It's
tells me
insane.
that isn't the movie's fault. I think that's more of
I
a
think it is because Elemental was so. I know multiple people who have Elemental at a one and have said that slur. It's like a
okay.
practically like the dots are connecting there. One of my, it's like come on. And when people be like, oh, Elemental's harmless, it's charming. No, it's like you know that when people make those memes, it's like, what if Pixar making movies about if toys had feelings, if monsters had feelings, if animals had feelings. That's what this is. It's like what if like Elements had feelings. It's like a parody of what Pixar's known for. They're so behind the curve. They're doing shit Disney was doing badly a couple years ago, and it's like Pixar used to be on top of things. They used to be cool, and now they make this movie that's like just so by numbers, so generic, so ugly, so like just soulless. It's like I don't understand how a movie like see, at least I don't like Turning Red, but I can understand people getting something out of that personally. Lightyear's boring, the other ones are like fine. But I don't know. Elemental, Elemental, this is where I draw the line, man. This is like ugh, genuinely the worst thing Pixar has
All
made,
right.
in my
Okay.
opinion.
All right. You
And
calm
I
down,
don't
buddy.
think
You calm down. Sorry, he went a bit insane there. But I guess he was being honest, so that's all that
Gra,
matters.
elemental, gra.
Yeah.
Sorry,
All right.
I let off a little
Yeah.
steam
You
there.
haven't gone this
Um,
insane till the Spy Kids 5 thing, which I guess makes sense since this is one of
yeah,
the
if we didn't cover Spy Kids 5 on the podcast, I would have ranted about that one again.
Yeah.
No,
Anyways, I
ranting's
want to
fun
mention one
sometimes.
last thing about this movie, but this is probably the worst humor in a Pixar movie. Like
It's so bad the fucking Claude
let
thing
me
and all the
explain
little
it. Let
like
me
dialogue.
explain one
Oh my god.
specific thing that I hate. There's like, oh my
Okay.
god, I fucking hate the crying thing with the water guy. I hate the fucking the awkward scene between the two lovers. Oh, the water guy calls her hot, but she is hot because she's fire. It's so
I
fucking
hate
dumb.
that joke. It's terrible.
Yeah, it is.
It's so bad.
It is. I'll admit, I think you're losing your mind a little bit too much, but you know, I don't know. If you
Oh.
hate, I don't know. It is a bad movie, so like, yeah, I don't know. It's bad. Easily one of the worst Pixar movies. um, yeah, I don't know. I don't really have anything else. I'd recommend you check out this video by Xander with a Z underscore that I guess we'll probably link.
Yeah, it's kind of less about actually the movie element, or more just the state of things. I have a cameo in that. I voiced a dialogue line up what Phil Lord says. So that's cool.
Yeah, like you
But
said earlier. Yeah.
yeah, I'll watch it. He's a he's a cool guy. Xander's been on here like a million times. I don't need to tell you who he is.
Yeah.
But
Anyways, I
yeah,
think you
it's
need to
cool.
take some deep breaths after the elemental segment. So I'm going to talk about a movie
Just take a
only
couple
I've
of deep
seen.
breaths here. and just try to.
Next we have Maestro. This was his last Best Picture nominee. I saw this, and it was just so, so fucking boring. Genuinely
Mhm.
one of the most boring movies I've ever seen. It is, first off, like we said earlier, it's Oscar bait. Like, most obviously Oscar bait. Like, Bradley Cooper apparently really wants to win an Oscar. Like, really, really wants to. No joke. After like a day after the Oscars, he basically announced he was making another movie. So I mean, I think he said that he was going to start working on the next movie. I think it's going to have Emily Blunt and Will Arnett or something. So yeah, whatever. We'll see. But like,
Mm.
bro, this is so lame. I can't think of a single aspect this movie has that separates it from another movie. It's black and white. Wow, never seen that before in a movie. Wow, it's so cool because it's
Whoa.
black and white. Wow, great job. And Bradley Cooper, I'm gonna be honest, in this movie he wasn't great. Like there were multiple times where he sounded congested, and he also just like I don't know. Not to mention the dialogue. I swear, some of the characters speak like fucking aliens. It's so strange. Carrie Mulligan is trying in this role. She is. I believe she is. I think that, like, she has talent in her. But man, her character is given nothing, and she's given such a lame and lifeless screenplay. Like, I know Bradley Cooper learned to conduct. Like, good for him. But, like, why for this movie, man? Were you really wanting to get an Oscar so much that you taught yourself how to conduct, spending ages doing it for this movie? Like, I respect him for that, but why this movie, buddy? Really? Yeah, I don't know. It sucks. I can't even say that much. It was genuinely, like,
Doesn't he
so
have like
hard
a
to sit
big
through.
nose in that movie?
Yeah, I don't know. It was just something about the makeup.
I like people with big noses.
Yeah,
Whoa, Bradley Cooper
yeah.
nose. Whoa.
So,
Um,
yeah.
Speaking of pretend, oh, are you done with Maestro? Or
Yeah, I'm done with
I
Maestro. You can move
transition?
on to what you
Okay.
watched.
Anyway, so speaking of a pretentious movie made by an asshat that you have seen that I haven't, what's the reverse? I watched Saltburn,
I
and
guess
it was
that
the last
I
movie
think it's good to go from this to Saltburn. I don't know why. I just feel like
yeah,
that
okay,
makes
because these
sense.
are kind of in the same mold on us when you're talking about how pretentious this one is. So Saltburn, I wanted to watch because one, I made it a bit with my friends, as I do, classic me. But I remember Saltburn came out a couple months ago, and there was all these sparks, all this controversy around it, and I was scratching my nose, going, "Well, what could make it so controversial? Some people loving it, some people hating it, some people saying it does all these big things. How could Saltburn do that?" And I watched the movie, and the most like vulgar thing it does is there's a scene where a guy licks cum out of a bathtub for
Excuse
a
me.
couple seconds, and that's the most extreme it gets. And I'm like, oh, John Waters made movies in the 1970s where his actors would fuck chickens and eat literal shit. So this is like extremely, extremely tame. And that's why I was so mad when people were saying this is a controversial movie. Because really, it's not at all. It's a movie that's designed to seem controversial and artsy fartsy because it's so up its own ass. It's like quite literally, it is Snyder cut tier where it's just 4 by 3 for no reason, and it tries to add all these
Mm.
elegant looking shots to be like, ooh, look how this big society is, polite society. But it's like, it's just so uninteresting. There's a lot of talking scenes, which I love in great movies because I just like it's you have all says, oh, let's take this time to learn the characters. This movie does not take that time to learn the characters, so we're just with a bunch of boring planks of wood. I hate the main character. His name's Ollie. He has a really stupid name. I hate Ollie. Hate that guy.
What?
And I just think that's a silly name. Um, it just I don't know. I don't like it. The weirdest thing is one part they watched the Seth Rogen comedy Super Bad, which came out in 2007, and I think this movie was supposed to take place a year before that. That continuity error. um, yeah, I don't know. It's just like so lame in terms of how like it thinks it's so much smarter than it is, and like I hate movies like that. It's so pretentious. And I don't know, like there's solid enough performances. There's like all right bits, but as a whole package, it just seems it's one of those movies that seems it's way smarter than it is, and I hate that in movies. So,
Yeah.
Salt burned me on the director. I will not be coming back for more.
All right, I got a rant left in me as well. So, since we talked about Elemental, I watched Wish, which I'm pretty sure you've heard of. Many people have like ranted about it endlessly, and yeah,
Mm,
it's terrible, really fucking terrible. It's up there with fucking Chicken Little and Ralph
mm.
Breaks the Internet in terms of worst Disney movies. It might even be worse. Who knows? It genuinely just embodies
Oh,
so much that is wrong with modern Disney. Like, I personally hate it more than Elemental. You might disagree because you think that's the worst movie ever made, but like, you
Imagine.
know,
Ain't
it's
no way,
like
dog.
this
Ain't no way.
movie is so bad. First off, songs they're bad. They're just awful. The tone doesn't work. Yeah, everyone's been like talking about the this is the thanks I get with the villain. It's such a weird song
I'm
and
always there when you need to vent.
it's, it's
Yeah.
all the lyrics are not good, okay? They don't fit with the character at all. So that's a huge problem with it. And it's just insane. Like it's so insanely stupid with the lyrics. It's just I don't know, it's cringe. It just doesn't work. And a lot of the songs suck. Like there's this awful ass animal one that's genuinely just I hate the animal song. It's just
I hate that. Like it's like a donkey. I think that's
it's
an
like
animal that
oh
that looks
the
terrible
goat the
in this
goat is
movie.
fucking awful. I hate
The
the
goat.
goat.
Yeah, I don't
The
like him.
goat is so annoying. It's literally just the usual animal sidekick in a Disney movie, but just like that's it. That's all the purpose he serves. He has no charm to him like some of the actual good Disney animal sidekicks back in the golden age of this company. And it's like so annoying in that way. The main character is just your typical Disney protagonist. She's like many people have brought this up, but I am also getting tired of the whole Disney like main princess protagonist just being some girl who's like, she's quirky, she's what oh, she does quirky things. Oh wow. Like I'm
I think
fine
I was
with it
supposed to
in some
get the
movies,
version
like
at first, but now it's like they've done so many of them. Like,
yeah, exactly. Like they did.
oh,
I like it in
haha,
some
cozy.
movies, like Tangled, and even in Frozen, which I don't like as a movie. It wasn't that bad, but we're just like getting to the point where it feels like this character that is made in this movie is literally just made as like another character that is a part of this like Disney trend, and she just has no interesting character traits beside that. And then there's the villain played by Chris Pine, and Chris Pine he's trying his best, bro. He's trying so hard to be intimidating but man, his character just sucks. It's an awful character because
Man.
first off, they at first try to make him sympathetic with him not granting people's wishes because like because they might be too dangerous. And I'm like, okay, that makes sense, because wishes could be too dangerous. But then they just shit all over that and then just turn him
It
full
seems
on
like a pretty good
evil.
logic, to be
Yeah,
honest. I
yeah,
don't know why you
exactly. It
still
seems
like it.
logical. And you think they're going to expand upon this motive and kind of warp him into like a villain in terms of how like keen he is on sticking to this principle. But no, they just change his motivation completely and just make him want to chain everyone to the ground and control them and be some dictator, which is something that just feels like was just pulled out of the executive's ass or something. It was so lazy. It's such a lazy way of writing this character. And I don't know. There's also some stupid Disney references. Like, I don't know. There's this one stupid line that I honestly kind of laughed at when fucking what is his name? King Magnifico? I don't know. Is looking at all these wishes and then like he sees one that is related to like Peter Pan and Mary Poppins and then it's all like, "Oh, I'm popping that one." And he's like, "Oh, I'm so evil." Yeah, that's basically the dialogue. It's so awful.
So,
Genuinely, fuck this movie. Everything about it is
mm.
just so
Isn't it
lazy.
crazy that like they they couldn't like they could have made this like another 2D animated movie for the 100th year of Disney,
Oh
and they
yeah, they
didn't
were
do that.
going to,
And
but
then
I guess they couldn't animate
yeah,
it
it would have
2D
been
because it's the
awesome, but I guess that
I would
wasn't
have at
enough.
least been able
I
to compliment that, but instead the art style is just kind of whatever. Like I don't hate it, but it just looks so half-assed. The watercolor effect looks weird, and it just doesn't land that same style as like across the spot or like any of like the other beautifully animated films. Like I feel like it's trying to go for that similarly, but like I'm no animation expert, but like I know a lot of people have said this, but it just looks off now, like compared to it.
It
And
looks unfinished from all the clips I've seen.
yeah, a lot of it looks
That's
like a
it.
video game cutscene when it comes to certain movements. So yeah, I don't know. There's like I don't know. The main character has just a lot of friends that are based off the seven dwarves. I don't know why. I don't know why. I don't know any of them. There's seven of them for Pete's sakes. How am I supposed to keep up with that? One of them betrays her. Who gives a shit? I don't know her.
Boring.
We're really doing a good job with some of these rants, to be honest.
Oh my god.
Yeah, I'm kind of, I don't know, yeah. But anyways, yeah, fuck this movie. It's stupid. I also don't like the idea of this movie. It's like there's this like town that like can where the king grants people's wishes, right? But like and like when they give him their wishes, they just forget their wishes for some reason, like what they wished for. I don't know why. Like how they could forget it, not why, how they forget it. But like cuz like I feel like a wish, the movie kind of hammers in that a wish is a very important part to a person, but I feel like if it's so important to someone, they would have like some physical proof that what their
Mm,
wish was, you know, like they would have like, you know what I mean, like some physical evidence, you
yeah,
know,
yeah.
like something
Exactly.
about that would make sense because like, you know, if someone attaches themselves to a commitment when it comes to trying to achieve that wish, you think there'd be like physical evidence of it, but they just forget about it. It's lame. Yeah, this movie sucks.
Exactly.
There's been a lot
I
of
know
good
that
rants on it on the internet, but like, yeah, I just had to
people
get
are
it
really
out.
dogging on this one, so I'm sure you can find more content on it. If you
Yeah,
were, all I'll say is, even though I didn't watch it, I will eventually, because for like Disney 100% completion. Once Upon a Studio was the little short they
it
did,
was
and I
cute.
think
I
it's
actually
really,
didn't hate
I don't
that.
know, it's a cute little thing. I would recommend that
Yeah,
over
I
like
like when Wreck-It Ralph called
Google.
Mickey Garfield. That was funny.
I like that was cute. I
Yeah.
like that they include like characters from movies like
Yeah, like the
people know
Black
in the.
Cauldron, like you could tell it's not a
That's
scam
cute.
when it's like when they're including characters that some people might not even remember. Like they include the
That
dinosaur
I
from
like that.
Dinosaur.
That's
Like
cute.
that's really saying something.
Exactly, exactly. They were it's nice. They committed to it a
Yeah.
bit.
That's
But
all I gotta
yeah,
say for Wish.
I wish that segment wasn't a thing.
Yeah. I also wish I didn't see. I don't know. I also wish I didn't see what's another bad movie I saw. I
Scream
also,
6, well just I there you'll jump
you
into
know, yeah,
that.
let's do that. We both
Scream
seen that.
6, see the thing is this is in the time between these, I've become a much more mellow man. Much less angry at meta commentary because I don't watch movies when. And in this instance, Scream 6 comes up. And I think if I watched this a year before, I'd be way more mad. I'd be like, "Wow, I hate the screams." Because Scream 5, I used to be
Yeah.
quite the negative Nancy at. And not saying I like Scream 6. In fact, I think it's fucking terrible. It's like awful. It is so bad.
It has a lot of the
That being
same
said, I found it
issues
kind of
Scream
funny
5
this watch.
had.
It's
And it,
kind of just like at this point. See, when 5 happened, I was like, "Where do you go?" Like it went like the lowest with how much it like excessively is meta and mentions the other movies. Like, where do you go from here?
how much it hates its
The Scream 6
audience,
is like,
pretty
okay,
much.
let's go on an island. Like, what island? Not island. New
We
York. Like,
go to New
New
York,
York.
Manhattan.
New York's kind of like an island, you know. But
I
point is,
guess
it's like,
so.
oh, it is a big thing, ghost face in the big city. It's like, ooh, that could be cool.
Wow.
They don't really do anything with that. He kind of just fucks around, I guess.
The
I don't
main
know.
issue with this movie is that it just simply doesn't do anything that really makes it different from any other Scream movie. It's just kind of like the
Yeah,
same shit. You know, it's just like
exactly.
it's the same
Exactly.
stupid meta stuff. There's a scene where the same exact character literally says, "Oh, letterbox losers." Oh, wow. And it's like
Oh, yeah, I forgot that they literally name drop Letterbox in
I
this
thought
one.
that was
That's
kind of
funny.
funny, but also really like petty of them.
Some of the name drops in this movie are hilarious because they don't make any sense. Like I love the part where they like are saying about like they're like two film people who are like talking about like they're supposed to like be bonding and they're like, "Oh, we have such similar opinions." And one of them is like Psycho 2 underrated. And it's like who talks like this?
Yeah,
You know?
it's so awkward
Why
in
they
that
speak
way.
like that?
I also want to
So
mention two
stupid.
particularly stupid scenes. One is this scene where like there's like this ladder and it's going across two apartment buildings, right? Um, and then we got
Okay.
And then the ladder is like, then the characters are climbing across the ladder to the other apartment where it's like the main character's, like, I guess, boyfriend at the time. And then instead of pulling the ladder and just allow them all to hold on to it while Ghostface chases them, they just don't and slowly crawl to it while Ghostface tries and kill them. And because no one decided to pull the ladder, they all just, one of them fucking dies. And I'm all like,
Oh yeah, I remember
that's so
that.
stupid. And they
I
act like it's
think
such a
I don't know.
tension heavy scene when it really isn't.
I just think the Scream sequels would be more cool if they had more fun with their kills. You know,
Yeah, nothing's really
they push it
creative
a little
here.
more. This
There's
one's weird because it's about like it's like ghosts or something. Not ghost face, but like it's weird the
yeah,
connection
there's
to
also like trying to do
versions
this
of them.
thing. What was it? I'm pretty sure it was like, I don't know. There was also the stupid part where one of the characters gets stabbed multiple times. Like, yeah, and
Like
then you think
oh,
she's
it's like the
dead, and then he
stab
comes
movies.
back. All right,
Stab.
it's just
At this
lame.
point, it's like I kind of had fun with parts of Scream 6 because like at this point, it's like I care so little for Scream as a franchise. It's like how low can you go? Like push it.
I don't know. I
Just
don't
keep
really
pushing
get
it.
as angry at this as the other one. I don't know. I feel
Well, no,
like
because Scream 5, actually, as much as I pretend I'm like, I make jokes about being angry at Scream 5, I understand why it happened because it's kind of a movie designed to make people mad,
yeah.
you know? Like, the whole thing is we're gonna, like, be deliberately like,
Yeah, but
oh,
what's the
let's
point of
disrespect the
pissing people
movie
off
thing.
exactly?
Yeah, no, Scream 6 doesn't have that much of that meta shit. It's just kind of
It's just
nonsense. This
lame.
point, it's like Scream as a franchise has been so warped and so depleted by this point. So it's like, what can you even do,
All it
man?
has going for it is some
Cool.
bad meta commentary every now and again.
Yeah, that's all really.
Also, I want to
The
mention
rest is
something. Genuinely, fuck off, Paramount, with what you did with Scream 7. Like, I genuinely feel really bad for, like, what's happened with it. Like, just fuck off, Paramount. I hope, like,
wait, what happened?
you don't
Am I
know the
missing
stuff
something?
about Paramount and the whole, like, Melissa Barrera Palestine Israel Palestine thing and how that, like, has allowed her to not be in Scream 7 and then Jenna Ortega joined
Oh, I
her.
didn't know about that.
You didn't,
That's such a dick
really. I
move.
haven't read through the
Oh,
full
I didn't hear
thing,
about
but
this. That's
just fuck
awful.
off.
Like, oh,
Yeah, it's such
that's such
a,
a dick
and no
move.
joke, because of that stupid bullshit, they're bringing back Sydney for the seventh film, all because of
Oh
that.
my God, are they
Yeah,
really?
literally, one of the
That's
things I
so
at
funny.
least
Oh my
respected
God.
about this movie was that they didn't bring Sydney back again, because at this rate, it's pointless. Just let her have her happy ending. You can't just keep
What do you
bringing her
even do
back
when like
over and
stuff
over
like this?
again.
Oh my God, that's so funny. They
Yeah.
really are just going lower and lower.
Yeah.
Opening
Like, just
night
because
Scream
I don't
6.
like these movies doesn't mean like the actor should just be like fired from doing them for bullshit reasons. So like fuck off Paramount and have fun with Scream 7, blah blah blah. Fuck you. Yeah.
Let's go, boys.
All right.
Um,
Let's go. I
I
don't
don't know.
know. I guess I'll bring up another horror movie. I will bring up Winnie the Pooh Blood and Honey a bit. I've already badmouthed this in a couple of episodes in the past. Um, it's
And
what do you know? It's
well, you know
awful.
what? It was. I can say this for real this time. It was so bad. It literally got the Razzie for Worst Picture.
Yeah.
You might think the Razzies still exist. They do, and it won the Razzie for Worst Picture, which it should have won, by the way.
Yeah.
Anyway, anything I'd say about this, if I had seen it, would probably just be the shit I said when we talked about public domain a couple episodes back.
Yeah.
So copy and paste what I said there, and just put it here because I'm
Yeah. In
sure I would
terms
say
of what
the
I
exact.
have to say, technically it's all terrible. Editing awful, cinematography awful, acting awful. I swear there's literally a point in the movie where like Piglet is all like chained up and then these other girls are like whipping him and you could see the neck of the actor who plays Piglet. Like you could
Oh
see
my
the
god, that's
neck
funny.
like he's wearing a
That's
clear
stupid.
warthog mask. That is the level we're dealing with in terms of how low budget this movie is. So like yeah, it's just embarrassing in that way. Like honestly, I don't know what to expect from a movie like this, especially since the budget is just incredibly low. But Yeah, it's awful. It's just yeah, everything about the movie technically falls. The story is just bland and stupid. Like one of the main plot points is that one of the main girls is like being stalked by someone and they never bring that up again. Like it's literally just an excuse for them
Huh.
to go into the woods so Pooh can kill them all. And yeah, also they're making a sequel. I saw the
So,
trailer for the sequel. There are some noticeable improvements. It looks more like a movie. I'll give it that. Lowest bar, I know, but it still will be
whoa.
shit probably
They
if they're
finally made a movie this time.
also
Whoa.
the
That's
costumes are better
crazy.
because no joke in the first Winnie the Pooh thing, the this movie you could on like you could order the mask that they used for this movie. They didn't even make it themselves. They ordered it off another website. That's that's like how low budget they were. And since this movie like made 3 million at the box office, I guess, over such a low budget, now we're getting a whole universe. Like there's a Pinocchio one, there's a Peter Pan one, Bambi. Like I think you could do something interesting with this horror genre thing. But if this Winnie the Pooh
Mm.
film right here was like a success, then like I don't think they're gonna like something tells me they didn't they're not gonna learn their lesson. Let's be completely honest.
No, they're not. If
Yeah.
they're making a Blood and Honey 2, they definitely haven't learned their lesson. And I don't know. I'll give them credit. They are very smart businessmen. They're definitely going the Blumhouse approach where it's really cheaply made. And it's like coming in, make this stuff, then come out. You know, the usual thing. They're
Yes.
doing it very smartly. But also, that doesn't mean it's going to be good, you know?
Exactly. It's
Very
stupid.
bad.
Yeah, and then this is all gonna lead up to this fucking Avengers Infinity War type thing called
Mhm.
Pooniverse Monsters Assemble. I am
Oh, I
not
remember
making
hearing
that
that's
up.
hilarious what they're doing.
It's such a stupid title. Oh. And yeah, I don't know. The sequel of Winnie the Pooh Blood and Honey, no joke. At the time we're recording this, is coming out 3 days from now. So
3 days.
yeah. I don't know. Anyways, this movie sucks. I'm pretty sure it's very obvious why it sucks. So, yeah, that's all I'd say. Have fun. I hope this company has fun making cheap pieces of shit like this.
Yeah.
I guess I'll also bring
Moving
up
forward.
I want to bring up the movie 65. First off, the reason
Oh,
why I saw this movie is more interesting than the contents itself. So, my friend, I was going to see it with my friends, and one of them, like, their dad was, like, kind of booking the tickets for us, and he booked the wrong tickets for the movie 65 instead of John Wick 4, which I guess we'll get to that movie in a bit. But yeah, so I had to see this in theaters. I didn't even think I would have seen this movie even if it wasn't. Even if it like was what fuck even if like I
you know, I
didn't
get
have
what
to
you're
see
saying,
yeah,
even if
I
it
don't know, I'm
wasn't.
stuttering
It
here.
looks boring, and the
It's very
funniest thing
boring.
about it is that story to you. They make dinosaurs boring or something. I don't know. It's
Yeah.
weird how they
The
do that.
dinosaurs look comparable to the dinosaurs in the opening of Transformers Age of Extinction, which is
Oh
not
my god, that's
something you want to be compared to. And
yeah.
also, Adam Driver isn't good. He has all these like weird grunts that feel awkward. And then his relationship with the girl is very bland. I did not buy a single interaction with them. There's like a language barrier, but none of it is done in an interesting way. It's incredibly boring. He's like an alien in this one. He goes to the planet Earth in like 2023. Who gives a shit?
Hmm.
Yeah, I don't know. This movie's bad. It's literally that story. That's the only reason why I wanted to do it. I just thought it was funny that I accidentally saw this movie in theaters with having little to no intention in actually watching it. So, yeah.
You know, on that note, maybe it was better than the movie you were gonna watch. Ha ha
John Wick
ha ha ha.
4.
John Wick 4 is bad. I will
Hot
say
take
here, this is my hot take, I
of the
guess.
video. I guess
I do
last year
not
we
like
had our
any.
hot take in the form of Nope, so I guess this is our like
Okay, I
new
guess kind
hot
of
take of
weird one to
this
repeat here.
year.
But John Wick, I do not like these movies. John Wick
I
4,
like
I
the
think is
first one,
stupid.
but I feel
Okay, well,
like
I like it. John Wick 1, I respect more than I like, but it's a fun action movie, you know. Simple revenge story executed pretty solidly.
yeah. But
John
it
Wick
feels
2,
like
on the other
these
hand,
movies have become
is the
much
complete opposite. Where, see, the John Wick sequels, they're all this, like, I think by a certain John Wick 2 and 3 and especially 4, they all kind of lose what made the original movie so good. Because the thing is, what makes John Wick interesting is it's like it's an action movie, but there's actually a personal stake too. Because like, oh, he's tracking down the guy who like ruined it all for John. John's gonna come back. He's gonna put his all in. Like, and it's an interesting little revenge story. The problem is the John Wick sequels don't have anything they can really do that with because he's completely disconnected from all that. So it just becomes like I don't know. John gets into mindless fights with people, and for me, this is a subjective thing. I can see other people having fun with it. For me, the John Wick movies are so goddamn monotonous. I'm watching them and it's just shit after shit, and I'm like, I can't take it. This is just so much, just
Yeah,
nonsensical.
take this
Come
shit
on,
no
come on,
more,
come on.
man.
And I exactly, and it's like two and especially 3 and 4 are on this treadmill where it's the same type of stuff. And I'll admittedly, might be like, well, Brian, what about Mission Impossible: Dead Reckoning Part One? You were singing that movie's praises, even though it's also a dumb action movie. To answer that question, I think Dead Reckoning has fun action, and John Wick 2 doesn't.
Yeah, to
That's kind
me,
of my main
I gotta say
changing point,
this.
but it's still kind of
The
a
main issue
big
with these
distinction for
sequels, it just feels like I don't care about John Wick's journey, mainly because I just don't think he has much
I
personal
do not at all,
stake
really. It's
into
so boring.
this. Like, in the first film, he had personal, like, reasons, he had a goal, he had a motivation. He felt more like a character. In this movie, it feels like now he's just kind of forced back into retirement and it's just going on this endless road of trying to take down the high table. And it's just like, I don't know. It's like there's nothing engaging that hooks you to this. It's just kind of lame. Like I don't even see John Wick as a character. He just seems like this action hero that just doesn't really have many like interesting traits to me. And I just feel like he just kind of does whatever. Like Keanu Reeves has best efforts with him. He seems like a cool guy. I heard he's a really nice guy in person. And like yeah, but like man, it's just this movie. There's nothing that
Oh,
engaging
I
to
love
this.
Keanu, but I don't know. He's just like he's fine in the sequels, but I don't think he's given much good
Yeah, he's
material
just like a
to
character. I don't know. It
work
feels
with.
like these movies are only
He's kind
made
of
for
like
the action. And like I won't deny some of the set pieces and even visuals and like cinematography looks pretty good.
well,
But like it's all just to kind
some
of
of it's all right, but also I just find it again monotonous, where it's like this the same stuff over and over
yeah,
and
no
over, and I'm
offense.
like, oh my
I
god,
never
oh
thought I'd say this, but this movie
move,
almost
you
has
know.
too much action to the point where I'm
It
all
does.
like,
John Wick 4 has no breathing room, so I'm sitting there for like nearly 3 hours and I'm exhausted. Like, oh my god, stop.
I don't know.
Stop. I hate it. It's just so like monotonous, all this stuff over and over and over. And see, with Dead Reckoning, I have stipulations with the whole AI thing works in that movie. But ultimately I still think
Yeah,
it's
because I
like
think
it's
Ethan
fun.
is like an
You know?
engaging
But
character and the
yeah, I
stakes
like
feel like
Ethan. He's
that.
a fun guy. The guy like he's like a cool badass action protagonist. You could argue John Wick is, but I don't
He
think he has
somewhat
much
has
personality in
personal beef with
sequels.
the antagonist in some way as well. So like you kind
Well,
of
no, but he doesn't even. That was just in one, and the sequels not even really, and that's why I'm not
yeah, it's
very
just like I
personally
don't get
invested.
engaged in his quest to take down this. If you like this movie,
Exactly.
that's fine. If you just want action, if you think it's cool, good for you. Okay, good for you. But I just don't understand when people call this like these movies like masterpieces or anything. I'm like, did we watch the same movie? Like, come on, I don't understand,
Exactly.
man. I genuinely don't.
Exactly.
Like,
And
I'm
oh my god,
sorry.
see, and because I'm not enjoying the action, that gives me more room to be like, well, this is stupid. The stairs scene is one of my
I
like
love that
least
stair
favorite
scene.
scenes of the year.
He
It's
falls
so
down the stairs
stupid.
for like
He
a
spends
minute
all this time.
straight.
He's like, oh my god, he's walking up. He's avoiding all these people. Oh, he's going around. Oh, he's drowning all these guns. He's walking up. He gets kicked, and then he spends like an unreasonably long amount of time tumbling down the damn
I was just
stairs. I'm
thinking
like, are
of
you
that
kidding
one
me?
clip in that one
Are
Family
you
Guy
serious?
episode where Peter falls down the stairs the whole time,
Yeah,
which
my
is
God,
like,
it is. But it's like I was watching that, being like, "Are you kidding me? This is the John Wick that's had everything." It's like, oh my God,
I don't know.
it's
Um,
so
in
stupid.
terms of
Like,
compliments, there's some very well lit scenes, some good performances, I guess.
all right,
Um, and story, I just don't care for the story. Also, ending, if you've seen the movie, but like it just feels pretty damn forced, like honestly. Just
Oh my god. Well, see, I can't even take that ending. First of all, it makes no sense that John Wick would die now when he's lived through a million damn things. Apparently, this is another thing. Apparently, the director intended that John Wick thing at the end to be a homage to Cowboy Bebop,
oh,
which
that's weird.
which is so fucking stupid, by the way. I don't even know how that makes sense. If you've seen the ending of Cowboy Bebop, by the way, you know that's even like stupid or how you'd even think that. But first of all, I can't even take that ending seriously now because guess what? John Wick 5 is on the way. So either he faked his death or they're doing something else, but it's not the end of John Wick. He might not even be dead for all we know. Maybe he faked it. Maybe they I don't know. My friend Silver, who I don't even know if he's watching this. Hi Silver, if you're watching, hi. But sorry, my throat. He said this in a way that I agree with really, where they designed it in a way where like they don't show his body or like anything beyond them just collapsing. They designed it in a way where if they want to bring John back, hypothetically they could. You know, they can work around it in a weird way, and that's so weird for a movie that seems so definitive. But I feel like they can't bullshit their way out of it if they want, and I feel like they might, and I don't like that. So it's like, don't do that. John Wick 5 will be really bad, but I guess I gotta be there opening
No,
night.
no, yeah.
John Wick hate
I
boys.
really wish I liked
Yeah.
these movies, but I don't even have much to say about
Eh.
the actual story because I frankly
But there
forget
isn't
most
a
of it.
story. It's nothing.
It's
Oh
just
my
John
Jesus,
Wick
I'm
going on a
me too.
journey, just killing people. It goes to this guy, he kills that guy, then it's just this guy. It's yeah. Um, yeah, that's it. We have a couple more movies. Geez, this has been a long episode. You might have noticed. If you've made it this far, you're a true pro. Though you probably just skipped to this segment because we have time codes. But yeah. I feel like we should bring up Ruby Gillman solely because we have this kind of like
Oh my God,
event
Gilman.
thing.
Ah.
We basically had this like friend trend thing where we like kind of memed this movie to death. And yeah.
Yeah, that was
That was
kind of
fun.
funny. Um, it's tied to to give you an extent of how stupid those bits were. It's tied to the Futurama character Hermes and his song, the Bureaucrat song. Don't ask why; it'll make less sense. But the thing is with Gilman is it's kind of funny compared to what DreamWorks is doing this year so far with Megamind versus the Doom Syndicate and Kung Fu Panda 4. It might be a little better, but also it's like Kung Fu Gilman. I just think is really lame. I get what they're trying to. It feels like a diet version of like that type of story. It's like, oh, it's a coming of age thing where ooh, we're gonna have a nice little teenage girl grow into her own and come into her own. And oh no, she's made fun of because she's a Kraken and she has to hide that from people. It's like it fills all the tropes of this stuff. And it's not done very well either, so I'm not very interested in any way. Like I don't know. Some of the designs are fine. I hate the stupid joke where it's like, haha, they're Canadian. Blue people are Canadian.
Yeah, that's a stupid
Quirky
joke.
ass.
The villain is lame. I
But
never bought the bond she
uh
formed with the titular Ruby, I guess. Will Forte's
no.
character
Okay, the
carried it
funniest
with
thing
Gordon
about that
Lighthouse. He was
is
funny.
I don't know if I showed you that, but there's like the fucking mermaid girl. I saw this edit of that where they made Ruby Gillman, Anne, and the girl Sasha, and that made me laugh like
That's
unreasonably. It's
actually
so
pretty funny.
stupid. It's funny.
Yeah.
But yeah, the movie just like if I didn't have it be a meme in my friend group, there is no way I would even like think about it much. So it's like, yeah, Gilman sucks. And I had a video explaining the Gilman chart system, but Xander never released
Yeah,
that
it's
one,
like
so
lost footage. If it might never be released, but I don't know. I
if
don't
that
know.
Gilman video ever gets released, I'm gonna be like looking back in time because I recorded that like last summer, so it's like,
Yeah, it's
whoa.
gonna be insane.
It's
I
like I'm
also
looking back
recorded
into like
something
a
for that as
past
well.
life or something.
But
I
yeah.
swear to God.
Anyways,
Crazy.
we're getting close to the end.
Yeah, speaking of bad animated sequel movies, I don't know. I'm
Chicken
terrible
Run,
with
Dawn
these
of the Nugget.
transitions now. Yeah. I was thinking. I'm sorry. We've been recording this for so long. I'm like my
Yeah,
throat's so dry.
honestly,
I'm so.
I feel like I should be more tired, but I really haven't been as tired as I thought I would be.
I feel. Oh my God. I feel like we've been here all night. Jesus
Oh
Christ.
well.
But Chicken Run, Dawn of the Nugget is really bad. Yeah, so Chicken
Yeah,
Run, the
yeah.
first one, I think it works
It's a
very
good movie.
well.
Pretty
Very
solid.
simple movie. Love Aardman. Does it really well. Chicken Run 2 was weird because it's one of those movies where it's like I felt like it would never actually come out. It's one of those like limbo, where it would always say it's coming out, but it would never actually.
Yeah.
Uh, Puss in Boots 2 was actually in this for a while, but then The
Oh yeah,
Last
it
Wish came out, and
was.
everyone
That
was like,
was
"Oh,
interesting.
yeah, it was like that for a while, a good few years, but like, oh, guess this time it actually happened. Uh, and this one it did, and I think it sucks. I don't know. I just think the weird thing is the movie thinks it's way more clever than it is. It's like instead of breaking out, they're breaking in.
Wow.
Ooh, how shocking! And as an actual story, I'm not like not like that into it. I think there's like they fuck up a lot of the characters really. I don't like that Ginger for some reason is way more protective and being like, "Oh no, you can't learn about our past with Mrs. Tweedy." And she's so like traumatic about it even though she's the one who fucking kicked her of kicked her out of the plane the end of the last one. No, she was the
Yeah.
one who did all that shit. She was the top dog, as per se. So that's a little weird. Rocky they just exaggerated into making a complete fucking dumbass, which is weird because in the first movie I'd argue was one of the most competent characters. Like he was able to fool everyone and like actually get shit going. He was just a bit of like a arrogant, and he
Yeah.
like was able to take advantage of their chickens. So it doesn't make sense that he's just a dumbass in this.
Yeah,
And
it's like a
the thing I hate most is
flanderization of his character, but then again, actually not really, because like I never saw him as stupid.
exactly. So it's like they're just adding a trait to him. Because Rocky isn't stupid. He's just like, he like, if anything, he's just more overconfident, which is a completely different like thing altogether. And oh my god, where am I? Chicken. And oh my god, the thing I hate most about this, oh by the way, they replaced the Mel Gibson with
Zachary
Zachary
Levi.
Levi, which is hilarious because I thought they were getting rid of Mel Gibson because he's got into some controversy like after the movie. And yeah, they're replaced with Zachary Levi, who's had like just as much controversy. Very funny.
Yeah.
But um, but yeah, the thing I hate most is for some reason in this Chicken Run sequel, um, Mrs. Tweedy, the villain of the first one, is back, and it's like, oh, she's had her own another chicken farm and the whole thing. And what I hate about that is it's like, are you really like nostalgia baiting, bringing back Mrs. Tweedy? Are you doing it for Chicken Run? Can't you just have it be a person who owns a chicken farm? The whole
Exactly. It's
thing is
kind
that
of
Chicken Run
stupid.
was only high stakes because it was from the perspectives of the chickens who were leaving. It's just like to the average person, it's just just Mrs. It's just like it's just a person. Why would that need to like come back and be the new thing? And also like her wife just her husband is like exactly like the other guy. Like okay, it's like I don't fuck with Chicken Run 2 at all. I don't think the whole like message of it is anything that interesting. There are some visuals that are cool when they're inside the camps, how it's overly bright and like cool looking, but also the rest of the movie looks very bright and like lovely. Even though the whole thing is that Chicken Run had a very muted color palette to really show how
Exactly.
dark it is. They were
Like
literally in
the
chicken. They were in the
animation.
chicken equivalent of a concentration camp, and yet they don't have any of that dark tone
Yeah, and I
carry
feel like
over. So it's
as
kind of
it's still good
stupid.
animation, and it kind of hurts to criticize it because how much effort puts into is put into this movie.
Oh,
But like, I feel like it's just like not having that same style that I like, and
yeah,
especially
I think
like
the way that the way that Chicken Run 1 handled it better, that like whole muted colors to get the muted perspective of their chickens for a movie about flying chickens, and funnily enough felt very real. And in this one, it doesn't, not at all. So it's like a
yeah,
different perspective, I suppose, but I'm not
hmm
quite
yeah.
as into that.
Um,
Um,
uh, yeah,
uh,
that's all I gotta say about that. Getting close to
yeah.
the end. TMNT Mutant Mayhem. Forgot to
Ooh,
mention
I
this
like
earlier.
this movie actually. This movie's fun.
Yeah, it's
Um,
actually I actually enjoyed this
I don't.
film.
Yeah, I think you're more of a Turtles guy than I. I know you've seen all the movies.
Yeah,
I think
this
I've
is like
seen.
a high 6 out of 10 for me. I could raise it to a
Yeah, I
7
had
at
a
some
lot
point.
of I think there's some stuff I'm a little iffy on, but for most of it, I actually had a good amount of fun.
This
Sort of
goes
a
without
style
saying.
argument, but I appreciate
Animation is great. Yeah,
how this
so
one
good.
like
So good, won't
yeah.
deny that. Regardless, cool to appreciate that. I also enjoy like aspects of this movie, such as like I enjoy stuff like I like the villain. I like the villain Superfly. I think he's kind of cool, you know. Ice Cube does a good job voicing him and adds quite a bit to the character. So yeah, I also enjoy the turtles as characters are fine, you know, they're solid. I think they're decently likable and fun. I also think the improv dialogue that is given in this also adds quite a bit to it as well. So I am kind of like, I do kind of enjoy that quite a bit. So yeah, definitely I definitely appreciate that about it. I also like I don't know. I don't know what I was gonna say, but yeah, in terms of issues, one thing I found stupid is that the turtles just convinced Superfly's goons to
Yeah,
not
I was gonna
be.
say that's like it's so weird because they get them like right away, even though it's implied that they've been following Superfly for like an extremely like long period of time. So it's like, oh, I think it's a little weird they go like so quickly with it. It's very
Yeah.
very quick, very brief. The main thing I have, sorry, I was like at the deaf and quick list. I don't know if I heard the last chunk of what you said. My bad. But I don't know the last little bit. I think the most of the movie is very fun. Has some great animation bits. The only thing is like I don't. Some of the references I think are a little excessive, and I
Yeah.
know people are like the main thing is oh, but they're teens. It's how they actually talk. And I'll be fair, I will give the movie that, especially because I know it was like actually improv by like actual like teenagers. The gumball guy who got in that the drama with Dream is in it. So that's something.
Yeah, what do you know?
But uh, yeah, but I think a lot of it's fine. I think it's like natural that they're like actual. They put the teen part of the Ninja Turtles more into it, and there are fun bits there. I just think some of it is a little more like there are some bits where I think they mention something and it kind of takes me out of it. Like, oh, you didn't really need to reference that or that. But it's a personal thing. It's not an entirely like big thing. And some of the humor I'm iffy on. I don't like the whole milking running gag. I
Oh, you
wasn't
didn't
a fan
like
of
that?
that.
Hmm.
No, I think it's weird how they mention it, but it's all it's the way they like call back to it. I think is weird.
Mm,
Uh, I like the part where they like can't make it to the concert, so they awkwardly like
yeah.
sing a song. It's
Um,
fun. I hated the Hey Arnold reference though. That's my main
yeah.
takeaway.
Um,
Some also it's funny when Leo said Riz. Because he
Riz.
said he had Riz. Yeah,
Yeah,
that's
another
funny.
thing, what's another thing to mention? I don't know. That's all I have to say about this.
Yeah,
I would like to I would like to quickly bring up Ant-Man 3. Uh Awful fucking
boring.
movie. One of the worst of the year. I know this goes without saying. Just so terrible in every way. Visuals, one of the most ugly movies I have seen ever. Like genuinely
Mid.
so abhorrent. The color palette is disgusting. The world looks stupid. It's just a mess. First off, Scott is given like barely any interesting characterization here. He just like there's nothing interesting done with this as a concept, bro. It's just like he wants to protect his daughter again. Oh wow, how bland. And his daughter is annoying and is kind of a criminal and is kind of a jerk. What do you know? Then Michelle Pfeiffer's character just withholds information from her family. Wow, how likable. And then there's also
Uh,
just I don't fucking know. There's Modoc. Looks like a fucking Shark Boy and Lava Girl character. He's like the
uh,
funniest thing about this movie. That
I
is
like it
literally
when my favorite thing about it, I never watched it, but my favorite thing about it is that they said that MODOK was gonna have similarities to the character of Frank Grimes from The Simpsons.
interesting.
And for the life of me, I have no idea what they meant by that. To have a character from one of the best Simpsons episodes of all time that's a commentary on like capitalism and how like people just coast through life and how like a normal person would be in the Simpsons world. I have no idea how that got connected to MODOK.
Yeah,
character who
that's very
yells, "I
strange.
am not a
Yeah,
dick."
it's awful.
For the life of
Literally,
me, I want
go
to
to
know.
my letterbox. I'm gonna put the letterbox in the description when we put our list. Just read my
Oh, yeah,
review.
please
I
God.
don't feel like talking enough about this movie because I've gotten all my anger out on
Jesus
it
Christ, how
year
many more
months
movies?
ago. So I'm just not as angry about it now. But it is one of the
Something.
worst of the year. I won't deny that. I also want to
Jesus
mention
Christ.
another terrible film, very briefly, Rebel Moon Part 1, A Child of Fire.
Goon, Rebel Goon,
Very
Zaddy, go, my
terrible.
boy.
Hated this. I hated. It's just all stupid shit. It's related to like I don't know,
Christ,
like rip offs many like good elements of Star Wars in certain places, and it's kind of just lame. It's just so lame with what it does there, and it's like kind of comes off as just uh very stupid. Don't watch it. It's like it's very
It's funny
bland,
that
very boring. I don't know
you
what
know
else
that
to say.
Zack Snyder tried to say that his movie had more of a cultural impact than Barbie because Rebel Goon was on streaming and Barbie was in theaters.
What? That is so stupid. That is insane, bro. That's
You know
absolutely
that Zack Snyder was on Joe Rogan recently? That's
wow.
funny.
Yeah.
What a wacky guy.
All right. Yep. That's all I gotta say there. It's just
Uh,
very boring,
what
bland,
other
and has
movies? Wait, I
nothing
have to look
interesting.
at
World
that.
building trash, visuals trash. Yeah.
Yeah.
Uh.
Oh
Um.
my God, I'm so.
I
Jesus
guess.
Christ, there's still more movies. Ah, oh my
All right.
God.
Yeah. We'll bring up
You know
like.
what? I'll pick one 'cause I want to yell at something.
You could
I'm
pick.
picking
You
the
could
next
pick the
movie.
Diary for Wimpy Kid thing.
Oh, I was gonna pick something else, but that's actually good. I'll go with that. Diary of a Wimpy Kid, Christmas Cabin Fever is the next Diary of a Wimpy Kid animated movie, and I don't like it very much. I think it's very bad. I was kind of curious about this one, in like contrast to the other ones, because it was like, oh, this time it's a book they haven't adapted. Roger Rules got a movie, the original got a movie, like all the other ones got movies, but this one didn't. And also they skipped a large amount of time. So I was like, oh, what's gonna happen now? What are they gonna do with this one? And I was like, oh, guess what? It's the same shit again. It's even worse. I hate it. The whole thing is like, oh, they cut out a sizable chunk of the original book. The whole stuff that's so fun, like the market, all that stuff that's really cool. At least a lot of the great stuff from the original book. It's all cut out, and they're replaced with a stupid ass like slapstick sequence instead. Because clearly that's what we wanted, not the casual life of Diary of a Wimpy Kid. Ignore the fact that these books were all about being down to earth and having this cynicism to it. This movie has none of that. And when they get to the actual cabin fever stuff, it's boring as sin because it wants to be like wacky like the original like movies were, but they don't have the vocal direction. Steve Zahn is pathetic. The wannabe Steve. Oh my God, I'm losing
The
it.
wannabe.
Steve Zahn is the guy who played him, and like the movie wants to, they want to have Frank Heffley the whole stuff with him where he's like wacky and insane, but he's not Steve Zahn from the live action movie, so he can't like pull it off. They want to have funny bits with Roderick, but they can't dream in a million years to be Devin Bostick. And Manny, I want to punch him. I hate him. And they undersell the cabin fever stuff so much, which like makes it way less funny. They remove a bunch of like stuff that would be good jokes that they just don't have. Like the whole thing with Shells. I think it's Shel Silverstein. Is that this one? I think that was that book. There was the whole funny joke where all the market stuff I mentioned is the whole bit where it's like, oh, it's funny that Frank is like on a nice business trip while everyone's start like dying out here. Oh no, that's gone too. They completely understate the fact that Manny caused the power outage, like where all the powers out.
Wow.
They weirdly do not focus on that, even though that's a big joke in the first movie that he's that much of an asshole. The whole conflict is like they have this nice scene where it's like, oh, you got to appreciate your family, and it's like this doesn't fit the rest of the movie at all. The funniest thing about it is that apparently it got boycotted in Ireland for teaching people that Santa Claus doesn't exist, and I think that's very funny. But other than that, it's a really bad movie, and I want to go to bed. I'm so fucking tired.
Yeah,
Who
how about
said
this? We'll
that?
bring up like two more movies that I think are worth discussions.
Oh, hold
Um,
on.
uh,
Hold on. I wonder if there's anything else I can bring up that I
yeah, make
wanted to
sure you
get out the
think of
way.
that before we go on
I'm
to
looking at
the.
my 2023 list, so there's nothing I'm like skipping over. See, we did this, did
We did
that one,
skip over
did that
some stuff, but to be honest, we
one.
already talked about some stuff, and some of that stuff I just
Oh
don't
wait,
even have much to say about.
oh shit! I have something I actually want to talk about. Hold on. Um, You want to talk about South Park not suitable for children
Sure.
briefly?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. So
Still got
these
some
came
energy
out,
left in me.
and basically, I talked a lot about Pandaverse and my like that podcast did 5 Nights at Pandaverse. I really liked that episode we did actually,
Mhm.
but not suitable for children. I really liked because it felt like a really classic South Park thing where they're taking a current thing and just putting this really stupid spin on it in a way I found to be really funny. Both plots were like great classic South Park thing. The Randy OnlyFans thing was very,
Very
very
funny.
classic Randy. This whole stupid thing where he like starts investing in OnlyFans of all things, and you see his uncensored penis throughout way too much of this. But I don't know, it's kind of funny. I like when you get the little bits of it. I love the whole thing where he starts like getting aggressively competitive with Sharon over. It's
Yeah,
so
it's very
stupid.
goofy
And
stuff. I also like how they make
also
fun
it's
of the
fun to
Logan
get
Paul energy drink things.
yeah, yeah, the whole thing. I got cred, bitches. I got cred. That whole thing. It's fun. It's a little more. It's kind of on the nose, but I, don't know. I like that they did a unique pairing with it, where instead of the 4 boys, it's oddly Cartman, Butters, Tweak, and Clyde. I like the Clyde stuff a lot. This one actually does something with a South Park event that's rarely mentioned, where Anthony, you know that Clyde's mom died because she got stuck in a toilet in season 16.
Oh wow. I didn't
Yeah,
watch
that
that,
is
so
it's funny.
alright, that makes
It's a
sense.
stupid episode where like the whole thing is Clyde leaves the toilet seat up too much, and like I guess to prove the lesson, that
Uh,
causes his mom to die. And that's why
I think I
it's like a
heard about that
stepmom in
somewhere
this, and that
actually.
becomes the Clyde thing. It's kind of stupid. I was like, oh, I didn't realize they were actually gonna do something with that. Like fucking 10 years later, something I don't know. It's fun. I will say, I think Tweak is oddly underused in it. And I don't know if you felt this, Anthony, but for Tweak is a part of the group, but I feel like he barely acted like Tweak. He barely did any of his like iconic Tweak mannerism where he like yell or scream, have like that
A
real
little bit,
spin
yeah.
or energy to him. I noticed that and I was like, oh, whoa, that's a little odd to me. But I don't know, it's fun enough. I think the satire with the cred is fun in a usual sense.
Yeah.
The whole thing about like it reminded me of Chim Pokemon away, where it's the whole thing about like chasing trends. And this time it's with Logan Paul's energy drink, and they get like fun little bits about that. The whole way the two plots intersect is very funny, using fucking OnlyFans stuff for like the cred bottles. The whole message of it was fun. There's a part that reminded me of Jared Has AIDS a little bit. I like that it ends with a kind of cynical ending where Clyde does conform again, and they don't really learn a full thing about not following trends. It's a weirdly open ending, and I thought it was pretty interesting.
Hmm.
And despite my weird criticism with some character stuff, I think this year for South Park was miles, I mean miles ahead of the streaming wars stuff from 2022. So I think these specials are back on the right track, right below the COVIDs, but way above the streaming wars. That's my
Yeah.
take.
Um,
Unsuitable was very fun, and I'm glad I got. Oh, actually, one more thing before I move on. They marketed it very weirdly, where they were like, they only dropped advertising a day before, like parodies of the Prime posters of Cred, and then it got dropped the day later. It was so weird how it was advertised. Like, weird, like, anti drop for it also suddenly. Really weird decision, but there was more South Park, so what can I complain?
yeah.
Go South Park, go
Um,
Trey, go Matt. Um,
Transformers: Rise of the Beasts, I think, is one of the
oh
last
my
ones
God,
we
I
should.
forgot about this movie. I forgot it even came out. That's funny.
Yeah, it came out in June.
Bayformers is this is better than Bayformers, but I think it's less fun because it
Eh.
has way less of the chaotic energy of Bayformers 1 and 2.
At
Uh,
least I could
I
see the action here, At least I could see what's happening. All
oh
right?
my God, hey, you can see the action in the other ones.
Could I?
Oh my
Could I
God.
really though? Could I really?
Yeah, I mean, you can see that enemy scrotum on screen for a while, Anthony.
Yeah, I
I
don't
don't know.
know. It was
I think for me, this one just lost a lot of the charm for me because I think it's vehemently standard. There's a lot of stupid bits. My favorite thing is the end that tries teasing a stupid crossover with like other Hasbro properties, like what is the Hasbro Cinematic Universe with Transformers: Rise of the Beast. Guess not, because no one saw Rise of the Beast in theaters, so it's probably not doing anything well. I watched this with my cousin, and we had a fun time ripping on it. That was my big big thing with this movie.
Yeah.
And that's my
I don't know. I just
whole
don't
take
think
on
I
it. I don't
care
have
that
much.
much for these Transformers movies. Like, there's so many characters, you know, there's so many Transformers to keep track of. Like, I don't know, there's so many. The main characters are still kind of bland. There's some bad acting. The climax just has, like, the main
Yeah,
guy just merge with a Transformer, and the fucking image is just so funny. Like, I don't know, it's kind of ridiculous,
yeah.
but I don't know. There's like a
I don't know. The
monkey.
main event, the climax of Rise of the Breasts, I think is pretty fun. Like when they get a little more absurd with it. That's the stuff I like, but I think they don't go that far, or at least that far quick enough, which led to me be like, this is a perfectly okay movie that I think is fine. Jimmy Kimmel beefed with it at the Oscars, which I mentioned like fucking 10 hours ago at this point. I've been here all night. Please get me out. Speaking of please get me out, a certain character wants to get out of religions, and Are You There, God? It's Me, Margaret. That's a great
Oh,
movie.
yeah.
I like it.
Uh,
Uh,
yeah, it's great. Nice,
this was kind of
wholesome
an
stuff.
unexpected what I did last minute for the logs, and I was like, is this worth it? But I was like, you know what? I actually really, really like this movie. It's a
Very
very
charming.
simple coming of age thing. Like, oh, it's revolving around the teenage girl Margaret and her little friend group, and how they like just go with the troubles of a well, not even teenage, it's pre-teenage, but the movie covers a long stretch of time. But the whole like little scenarios how they like grow old, like I guess mature into puberty or whatever.
Yeah.
And I think it's very charming. A lot of little
Yeah, a lot
bits
of
there.
fun
I love how they,
jokes, a lot of
yeah,
nice.
I like the whole like. It's so stupid the way they like describe this stuff. Like, they describe getting their period as this weird thing they're all excited for, even though it's like,
There's like a charm to
no.
like the naivete, and
Yeah,
there's
it is.
like,
It's very charming. I like the
yeah,
whole thing of it. It's very fun. I wasn't expecting the whole religious tune of it, where it's like about Judaism v Christianity, and eventually it's just about inside your own fucking faith. It's annoying to give these people these like arbitrary like labels and saying they have to be this specific group and these weird boundaries it makes. It's a good commentary on religion. How if you're like a nice person, you that shouldn't like matter at all. Just have fun.
yeah.
It's charming
Yeah,
little
another
stuff there
film I'd like to mention. Just one quick film.
already.
Make Two, boring as fuck. Very disappointing by the marketing that made this look like better than I don't know, made it look more fun, and it really wasn't. It was very boring. Most of the movie, the characters just spend underwater. Like they don't even really do
Mhm.
anything creative, and when like hunting Megs and shit, it's just very bland in that sense, and it's just very boring. And I don't know. I really don't have much else to say. Like they try to bring stupid
It's like the
dinosaurs and
Family Guy character.
octopuses into it. Yeah, octopuses into it, but yeah, it's just lame to be honest. And I
Speaking of
guess
speaking of bad movies, Cocaine Bear. I
oh,
hate
I
it.
was literally just about to bring that up. Huh, what a
Oh my
coincidence.
god, yo, we're on this. We're like at the oh my the brisk here. That's the word
Yeah,
I was
so
thinking of.
Cocaine Bear was
Hey,
lame,
Cocaine Bear
honestly.
sucks.
There's like a
I hate
decent
it. The
premise
whole
here.
thing is,
Like they could have
I
done
think the
something
movie,
interesting here.
I think the movie Cocaine Bear is stuck in this little line where it doesn't know if it wants to go so far this way or so far that way. Where it either wants to be, I think it could have gone two ways, and either ways could have been really funny. One way would have been they play it super duper duper straight, but also it's a bear who does cocaine. That would be very funny because it would be a stupid contrast thing. This bear being your big horror antagonist that also does cocaine. That would be funny. The other end you could push, the other end is it's completely off the wall, completely absurd. So many little things and bits happening at once that would be very funny. It also does not go that way. So it's like this weird middle ground where it doesn't push the absurdity enough, but also tries taking it seriously with all these random characters. And I don't think any of them are funny or memorable, really. They all have just like little bits, and it's not very funny. The whole premise felt very try hard to me. Like, LMAO, XBDDD, the bear does cocaine. I find it a little weird that they based this off an actual bear that died of that. Like, kind of weirdly insensitive to do that. And also, it just, to me, it wasn't very funny. I didn't get many laughs. It
Hmm.
seemed like a cheap gimmick. One of those movies with a wacky title to be like, oh, look at that guy's
There's a bear
cocaine bear. The bear
cocaine,
did
yeah.
cocaine.
And like
Whoa.
at least if they're gonna do
For me, it
something
was
like this, I
pretty.
feel like they could have done something interesting with the cocaine shit, but they really don't. It just comes off as
Uh,
lame with how they execute this potentially fun premise. So Yeah.
Yeah.
Um.
For me, it was unbearable.
Funny.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. I have
Strays.
like, oh my God, yo, I Strays. I loved
We
it
did a
when the
watch
dog
party of
had.
this, and
Oh
we
my God. Let's just say we talked way too much about Roman Polanski's petition to be freed from jail than the average person would
that
be
was
when
actually
watching
really
the film.
funny, to be honest. How we
Oh
just
my God,
quoted
it was
that.
hilarious. I love that.
Yeah.
Stray is a bad movie. That's not a hot take, but you
Swearing,
know,
dick
it's hilarious.
jokes, dog jokes. That's the
It's
movie.
practically everything you would expect from its kind. A movie where it's animals, but they swear, and that's the joke. The funniest thing is Will Forte is in it, and he sounds like Abe from Clone High. It's
Oh yeah,
very
that's
funny.
cool.
And if I wasn't watching this in a watch party where we were completely nonsensical, I probably wouldn't get anything out of it. Because those are just the same type of, the type of vulgar humor to be like, dogs, they swear, haha. It's more fun than Marmaduke, fight me.
Yeah, I'd
Like
argue,
that.
yeah, almost. Pretty.
Woo! Yeah, Anthony, you're my bestie. This is why I did a podcast with you.
Yeah, so
You
this movie, I don't know, there's like two stupid scenes. Like one is the dog needs to reach the key, so he tries to get a massive
yeah,
boner,
he gets a
and
big erection. It's like
it's
ooh,
so graphic and dull and dumb. And
oh,
then there's this also very brutal scene where Will Ferrell dog tries to bite Will Forte's dick off, and he does. And then next thing you know, his house is on fire, and then he walks out of his house and just collapses on the floor, and it's so fucking baffling. It's honestly hilarious. Uh, in a stupid way. Okay. This
yeah,
don't
yeah.
terrible, man. It's such a lazy
Well,
movie,
not like the
genuinely.
movie maybe,
I
but I don't
thought
know.
this
It was
movie
funny.
drove me crazy, and I'm getting tired. So like now my face is my brain's all over the place. But I only have like two movies I want to bring up, and then we're finally
Oh
done.
my God, I'm gonna look over my list to see if there's anything I have left. No, I want to talk about all these. Talk about all these. Talk about all these. I have one left, but I actually have two left. I'm just gonna briefly mention
I
one.
want
This is
to.
the last thing I have seen that you haven't, if you don't mind.
All right.
This like kind of treads the line of being a movie, but it's on the top of my list, and I think I'll mention it briefly. Shoutouts to the John Mulaney special. John Mulaney, Baby J. This is technically a movie because has like a narrative. John Mulaney just narrating in a sort of stand-up like fashion, and it's a very brief thing, but I really like this. John Mulaney, as we were talking about the Oscars thing earlier, he's a very likable guy, and it's oddly like down. It's funny the way he's like talking about all this stuff very matter of factly when it's all about his like essentially about his experience in rehab and all these fun little bits and bobs. It's I don't want to spoil much because I think me talking about it would spoil all the best jokes. But it's very funny, and if anything, it motivated me to want to check out other John Mulaney stuff a lot more. He's a very entertaining guy. I like him a lot.
Yeah.
That's all.
I have
And
to
then my
bring.
last movie is
Oh.
fucking 80 for Brady, I guess. And I don't know if
Oh,
that's
you were
what you
gonna
were
bring that?
thinking,
I
but
wasn't gonna bring that up, but okay.
oh, it just is out of, it's funnily enough, this is the first movie I watched in 2023. So it's the
Huh.
last one I'm gonna bring up. It's gonna make it all come full circle.
All
But
right.
80 for Brady is a movie where a bunch of old white women go to the Super Bowl because I think Tom Brady is hot. That's all that happens there. Like, it's
They're
boring.
stupid old
During the
lady.
watch,
They're jokes. I'm not being
the movie
ageist.
was
I'm
so
just saying.
boring during one. The movie was so boring during one part that I literally stopped watching the stream and put on the first episode of Gumball and talked about it with my friend Josh. I don't know if that even relates. I'm just so tired right now. I'm just saying
I don't know.
whatever comes to
I want to bring up
mind.
Leo.
I don't
Leo is not good. It's
know.
with Adam
Man.
Sandler. He plays this
Man.
lizard. He tries to like motivate these kids in the most forced way possible. The worst thing about this
Mhm.
movie is the music. It's a musical for some reason, and pretty much all the songs suck. Like, oh, this kid is singing. This kid keeps talking, and the part of her personality is that she won't shut the fuck up. And then she sings a song with Leo about it, and it's like, yeah, that's it. One of the funniest things is the third act breakup where all the kids realize that Leo's been guiding all of them. Like the kids realize, like they thought, Leo, I thought I was special. I thought I was the only kid you talked to. And then like I don't know, they get mad at him, and I don't know why they're so mad at him, but it's just funny and stupid. And yeah, the movie is just lame. It's not terrible, but it's just lame and stupid in that way. Like Eight Crazy Nights, I think might be a worse movie, but honestly, Crazy Nights is a better musical. So I'll give it
Mhm.
that. And then I want to mention
I
one last
technical
movie
foul.
to end it off. We've mentioned it before, but I think it's fitting to
Oh my
end
god.
it with my personal least favorite movie of the year, The Flash. We already talked about this. Link in the description
Ugh.
for the video. But yeah, we were talking about The Flash. It's truly it's gotten worse somehow. Like I like thought about it more. It somehow has gotten worse. I don't know how, but it somehow
At
did,
least
and
the
it's
Flash.
depressing.
Okay, Flash is better than Elemental.
For real? Nah, I have to disagree, man.
Yeah.
I
Nah.
genuinely just I hate it's literally everything wrong with like Hollywood. Like so many issues with this movie. Visuals awful. Ezra Miller torturous. I hate him in this movie. He's just not funny. Yeah, fucking Michael Keaton. He's not man. Why is he here? The pacing is awful. The
uh,
writing is terrible. They try to combine time travel and multiverse just for the sake of as a stupid excuse. They use fucking cameos, like they bring back people from the dead, like genuinely fuck off from there. It's just a movie with so much laziness in terms of its writing and how like everything is presented. It's just a film that is a mess in every way. It's one of the most colossal cinematic failures I have ever seen. It's genuinely interesting. Talked about it in the
yeah.
episode. I think I was a bit too like nice to it back then, but yeah, it is
I
still
think
really
I was
stupid.
too, but I don't really care about it. It's
Yeah, that's fair.
it's
And
bad.
it's
It's like
like
the perfect sign of where Warner Brothers is at. And for the record, James Gunn approved it. So for all of you people saying that James Gunn is gonna save DC, you're not. James Gunn is a hack. Boom! That's the perfect way to end this episode. Goodbye,
yeah,
everybody.
yeah,
Tell me what's your favorite movies in the
yeah.
thing, I'm a thing.
Anyways, to conclude,
Yeah,
guys,
it's over.
2023 was an interesting year for movies and yeah, we will be gone for probably a while. We're probably going to take a break because we got to get back with new
Sure.
ideas. Not to mention, this was incredibly long, easily our longest episode. If you made it to this
Actually,
conclusion,
by the time we
ton of
figure this out,
respect for you. Just ton of respect for you right
if
here.
you watched all of this video about skipping around, I commend you. And also, you'll probably hear my voice get slightly like more tired by the. I forget how long have we. I swear to God, Anthony, we started recording at like 4:30 or something.
I don't know. I
And
don't
it's
know,
how
man.
long have we even been here?
I
I feel
don't
like my
know. Thank
entire
God we
night
like
has been
paused
talking about
the
Rocky
recording in the
2023
middle of it
movies.
all, or else this would have been really
Yeah, I
hard.
guess so, but
Yeah.
I thought we'd be shorter than last year's. I don't even think we're at
I
that
feel like I
point. We're
should be
like,
more tired though. But like I'm still
I
tired,
mean,
so
you
I'm
did
gonna
a
get
lot of
better.
the heavy lifting, buddy. I don't know how you're like fine,
I
but
don't know. But
oh
anyways,
my
to
god.
conclude, thank you for tuning in for another episode of Can't Be Cast. We didn't talk about all the film I didn't talk about all the films
If
I
I
want
talked
to
about
see
all
this
the
year.
films, I'd be like so tired. I'm
Yeah,
gonna go
so
to,
I missed out on
you know,
some movies, but there weren't really that much notable things I had to say about them, but whatever. Thank you for tuning in,
yeah.
and bye bye.